In this tutorial, we are going to build a full stack Reddit clone. We will be able to sign in either with Google or as a guest. If we sign in with Google, we can create and join communities, become moderators in communities we are a part of, which allows us to edit community profile and add other moderators. We can create posts in a certain community which can either be link, text or image and display them accordingly. Link with the preview of the URL, text with its description and image with its title. On the feed screen, we can see posts combined from all the communities we are a part of with the option to upvote, downvote, comment and award the post. When the opposite user is awarded for a post, that particular awarded decreases from our side and goes to the opposite person and displays on the post as well. The user as well as the moderator can delete the post of the user from one community. All of these activities also contribute to the karma of the user, which is seen on the user profile. Any user can edit their user profile including their name. We can also switch the theme in this application from dark mode to light mode or vice versa. There are guest restricted features too. For instance, the guest can only see the latest 10 posts on the feed, cannot join or create communities, upvote, downvote, award or even comment. All of this is totally responsive, accessible on Android, iOS and web. We will be using Flutter, Firebase with Riverpod 2.0 as state management tool. Before we get into this video, I'd like to invite you all to our Discord server. Link is mentioned in the description below. The Flutter version we'll be using in this project is 3.3.4 and the Dart version is 2.18.2. After that, go to your desired folder and then run the command flutter create. And then the name of your project, in my case it is Reddit tutorial, and just click on enter. After that, migrate to the specific folder and then open it in your favorite code editor. If you want, you can follow along with Android Studio as well, but I would highly recommend using VS Code because I'm going to provide you with certain extensions that you can download and make your life much more easier in this project. After that, you can go in the lib folder in main.dart file and just remove all of these boilerplate codes. Also remove all of this comment which is not required and simply replace this with a sized box. Why are we using a sized box here instead of a scaffold? So that we just see that a project is well built or not. Now, just to check if our app is running well or not, we can open up iOS simulator. If you are on Windows, you won't have access to iPhone simulators. So make sure to run an Android emulator and just run your project with or without debugging. While that is happening, what we can do is in the lib folder, create a new folder called palette, called theme, and here create a file called palette.dart. Here we are going to have all the theme or the colors of our file. If we want the theme toggling option, it's going to be present here. The logic for that is going to be here. If we want all the colors that are present in our file, it will have here. So we are just going to copy all the colors. Just copy it from here till the end of this class. Just copy this class. There's no need of copying anything else because all of this is required for the theme toggling part, which we will look into later on. But for now, we just need access to the colors, which is all of this and the dark mode and the light mode theme. Now, just to get rid of these errors, we can import the material.dart. After that, let's just save it, go to the main.dart file and here have palette.dark mode app theme. If you want, you can display light mode app theme as well. Later on, we are just going to use the toggle option for the user to decide that. Also here, let's just change the title to Reddit tutorial. And now let's just wait for our app to launch. We should be seeing a blank screen with a black background because we are displaying a sized box, not because we have dark mode app theme, because that would only work with a scaffold. We don't have a scaffold, that's why we are getting this black screen. Great. Now we are going to create a very first folder and a very first screen over here, which is authentication. But that's not how we're going to save it, correct? Because we would have so many features in our application. For example, we would have the feed screen, we would have the profile screen, we would have community screen, we have create community screen. We would have so many screens and that would make it a very bad taste of having the folder structure. So what we're going to do is create a new folder here called features. This will contain a set of features in our application, and in there we can have the auth folder. Why is that a better folder structure? Because you can see in features we are going to have multiple features, so it's there present in one subfolder, and we will not get confused when other folders like theme will get added on, like core, which will contain all of the necessary stuff like enums in our application or the providers that we have, all of that stuff. If you're not getting the idea of what I'm saying, you'll get it in a while when we reach over there. For now, I'm going to create 3 folders in auth as well, which is repository, screen, and finally controller. If you're wondering why we need 3 parts, let me break it down for you. The first is the screen. As it is obvious, it's going to contain the UI structure of our feature, which is the auth. So it's going to contain the login screen. The second is the repository. Repository is going to contain all the calls to Firebase. And it's not going to contain any logic of the UI. For example, we won't have any build context in there. We won't have any error handling in there. We are simply going to return those errors to this third folder, which is the controller folder. This is going to act as a messenger between the screens and the repository folder. If you didn't understand this, a diagram would be very much helpful. So let's just say we have this 3 blocks over here. This is the UI block. This is the controller block, and this is the repository block. So how is this going to work? Well, UI is going to directly talk to controller, and controller is going to talk to repository. And this can happen vice versa. Repository can talk to controller, and controller can talk to UI. What can't happen is UI directly talking to repository or repository directly talking to UI. That's not possible. If you're wondering why is that, it's simply because it's a cleaner way of doing things. If we want to replace a database at some point, we don't want all the code to be mixed and present in just one block, which is containing UI and repository, because it would be a hell more difficult just to change all of these things. So we have error handling in one part, where we're going to access the build context, or if you're already familiar with Riverpod, then the widget ref or provider ref or just ref. And if you're not familiar with it, don't worry about these terms, we'll get into it. And repository is going to contain sole calls to Firebase. It won't have any build context. It won't have any widget reference, provider reference or reference. It will just have the calls to Firebase, and if we catch any exception, we are going to throw it out to the controller, and controller is going to manage displaying all to UI. I hope you understand that. Now let's get to the first screen, which is the login screen. Let's create a file for that, and then import material dart, then create a stateless widget for that. I hope you have all of these extensions already with you. If you don't have, I would highly recommend you installing the Dart and Flutter extension from this tab. So now let's just name this. This is going to be called login screen. And let me just copy it over here. And we are going to return a scaffold. I'll just put this over here. And now let's see what we get. We're not getting anything different. Let me just remove this banner as well. What is this going to do? It's going to remove all this banner at the top. Now it's gone. You don't see any difference because we have our theme over here as dark mode app theme. That means the background color over here, you can see the scaffold background color is black, and black is this color. So if you want to see anything changing, this can be white mode theme, light mode theme, and then just save it, and you can see this is white. That means the scaffold is showing up and all is working good. Now we can go to the login screen and let's design the login screen. How is our login screen going to look like? It's going to look something like this. Let's just break it down. We have an app bar. In that app bar, we have the logo of Reddit at the center, then a text button at the right corner. Then we have the body of our scaffold. In the body, we are leaving some space at the top. Then we are displaying a text. Then we are leaving some space again just to display the Reddit emote icon or whatever this is. Leaving some space again and then displaying the button. And this button is going to have this Google icon along with some text. So let's get into it. Well, first of all, we already know, looking at this, we need 3 images. This one, and this one. So to get that, you can go to this GitHub repository. Link will be mentioned in the description below. Just go to the assets. In the images part, you need to download all of these 3 images. So if you just go over here, just right click and save image to downloads, and you can do that for rest of the 2 files. Then what we want to do is, in our project, in the root folder, just create assets folder, and in that the images folder. Then we are going to reveal that in Finder. Just open the images folder and just drag 3 of these images there. Great. Now we need to register all of these images in pubspec.yaml file. So let's go here and include these 3 images. So their path we need to mention, which is assets, images, and then we need to pass in google.png. The same we need to do for the 3 images. So let's remove this one. This is called login emote.png, and this is logo.png. Let's just save it. And since we've made some changes in pubspec.yaml, we are going to close this folder, running app execution, and run without debugging again. Now let's design the login screen. Well, as I've already told you, first we need the app bar with 2 things. So let's create an app bar first. Then in the app bar, we're going to have title. What is the title? The title is this logo. So let's pass an image.asset to pass in the logo. And now we want to give it a path. What is the path? Whatever that we typed in over here is the exact same path. So let's copy this and paste it over here. But instead of just saving, the logo here, which is fine, and you can see this is displaying, of course we need to change some things to display it like this. Don't like saving these strings in image of path like this, because at any point if the logo of the app changes, and if you're using the logo multiple times somewhere else, we'll have to manually go and change it everywhere else. So if the logo is being used here and in 3 different other screens, I don't want to go in every other screen just to change this logo. So what I'm going to do is, in the lib folder, create a new folder called core, and in that core we are going to create a folder called constants, and in that constants folder we are going to create constants.dart file. Here I'm going to create a very simple class called constants, and this is going to contain all the constants that are required for our application, the image paths and all of that. So let's just call it const, where it's going to be static first of all, so that we don't have to create the instance of the constants class. We just can access it directly. And I'm going to call this static logo path, which is what we pasted over here, this path right here. And since this is a constant, we also need to pass in a constant. We are going to do all of this for 2 more things, sorry. The first one is the login emote path. So let's just copy it and paste it here. And finally, Google path. And the Google path is basically the Google logo path. Now in the login screen, we can replace this with constants dot logo path. Now if we restart, you can see we are still getting the same thing. That means it's working. Now just to display the correct thing, we just have to reduce the height, and we're going to reduce the height to 40. And now you can see it's looking pretty similar to this one. Now we need the button at the end. So we're going to have that using the actions. And in the actions, we're going to have a text button, because that button has to be clickable because it's for the guest. So if the guest doesn't want to continue with Google or anything, they can just click on the skip button. That's exactly what we need it for. And the text over here is going to be skip. And let's just put a constant over here. and you can see skip button showing up. But as you can see, this is a little bit more bolder. So let's add some styling, which is style, text style, and we'll have font weight as font weight dot bold. Now it looks much better. Now we can go to the body and add the 3 elements that we need. So here we are going to have a column, and in the column, the children, and first of all I said we need to leave some space, so we'll have a height of 30 from the top, and then a text saying dive into anything. And let's just save this, and you can see this is pretty small. We want to increase its height, so we're going to have style as text style, and then the font size is going to be 24. Let's just save it. It is bigger, but it's not bolder, so let's have font weight as font weight dot bold. But another thing that we want is, if you carefully observe, this doesn't have much spacing in it, and this has much spacing in it. So let's reduce the spacing over here. We can do that by just adding letter spacing 0.5. Now we just need to shift this to center, but that will automatically happen after we add the image. Just check this out. If I add another sized box after this text just to leave some space, of course you can use the spacer widget to do that, and it's a better option, but let me show you the image asset path. So here, if we have image.asset and then we pass in constants.login emote path, you can see it is already in the center. But there's one problem with this. The height of this is not set. If we go to another emulator, for example, if you go to the pixel emulator, this size will stay the same. That means it will look small on a big device and big on a small device, if that makes sense. So what I'm going to do is just increase its height to a constant value, which is 400. And it wouldn't make a much of a difference to you, but it looks great over here. Also, let's just put out some spacing from all of these sides. So let's wrap it with a padding widget. To wrap it, we can do Ctrl+Shift+R, or you can just right click, then click on refactor, and then wrap it with the padding widget. And then just save it. And you can see this has some spacing from all of these sides. Now let's leave some spacing again, and the height should be 20, and then we can create the sign in button. But this sign in button is not going to be present here. I mean, we are not going to write the code for the sign in button here, because we'll put it in a separate widget. The reason we are putting it in a separate widget is that we'll be using this widget whenever we want to restrict a feature for the guest. For example, when the user later on goes and wants to create a community, we are just going to display to them this sign in button because it's a restricted feature. We don't want to allow them to create a new community without signing in. So what I'm going to do is, in the core folder itself, create a new folder called common, and in that common we're going to have a sign in button .dart file. And here obviously we are going to import material dart, create a stateless widget and call this sign in button. Then over here we are going to have elevated button.icon. You might have known elevated button obviously if you've built some projects with it, because this will give you a raised button kind of thing. But with elevated button.icon, it's the same thing, but we will have access to provide an icon over here, which is exactly what we want. So here we are going to have onPressed as an empty function for now, icon, and the icon is going to be image.asset. If you're wondering why we can add image.asset here, is because the data type that's required for icon is widget, and image.asset is a widget, and even icon that we usually pass in over here like this is a widget. So we can add any of this. If you want, you can even add a container here if you want. Anyways, we are just going to add image.asset from constants because we already created the path to this Google logo path. So let's pass in the Google path. And then we need a label. The label is continue Well, label again requires a widget, not a string. So we can have constant text saying continue with Google. Let's just take this sign in button, go to the login screen and put a const over here. Let's see how it shows up. You can see this is pretty big. The reason for that this becoming so big is because Google image that we have here is quite big. It is almost the size of this thing. So it's trying to take up all the path that it can because of its height. So we want to reduce its height. Well, we can do that simply by just adding height over here. Actually, we don't want to cut it by its height because height can be whatever, how much ever it wants. We want to control its width. So we can have width as 35. Let's just save it and you can see this has shrunken and looks good. Now, what are the things that we need to change? Let's go over it step by step. Well, first of all, we want to increase this text size. This is pretty big compared to this. Second thing, we want to change this color. We want it to become a color like this, which we already have in our palette.dart file. Third thing that is required is giving it a size. So we want it to become a little bit bigger in size. And finally, we want to cut off its edges later on. For example, you can see this curve right here. We want to make that happen. So let's get into it. Well, we'll just pass in the style to make all of this happen. Actually, before that, we want to increase the height of this continue with Google. So we're going to have style as text style, font size 18. You can see this is much bigger. Now let's change all of the style. So we are going to have style. This style requires button style. So if we pass in something like button style, you can see we get a bunch of properties that we can pass in. For example, background color, shape, all of the things that we need. But with that, we have to write a big boilerplate code. For example, material state property dot all and then pass in the color value by passing in, let's just say, rounded rectangle border here and then passing in all of that stuff. But instead of doing that, I have a shortcut. What we can do here is just have elevated button.style from. With this, it will have all the properties of a normal elevated button and we can override the properties that we want. So what are the properties that we want to override? Well, first of all, the background color. The background color is going to be palette.gray color. Just save it and you can see the color is same, but it doesn't reflect as much because of its size. So let's change its size. So the minimum size over here is going to be constant and we have to pass in the size. And you can see size requires width and a height. Width is going to be how much ever screen width is available to us. So we can use double.infinity. Alternatively, you can also use media query to do the same. And then the height is going to be 50. If we save this much, you can see we got this. But another problem comes in now. It's too stuck to the edges. What can we do to avoid this? Pretty simple. We can just wrap this elevated button with a padding widget and we can pass, instead of passing in 8, which is a pretty small value, we can pass in 18 and there's a bit more spacing over here. Now we just want to round this. So what we can have is shape and pass in rounded rectangle border and the border radius over here. The border radius is going to be border radius dot circular and then just pass in the amount of border radius that you want. I wanted 20 and it looks similar to this. Great. Now after having all of this done, let's get into connection with Firebase. So basically we want to create Firebase. We have to connect it to a Flutter project and then get started with Google Authentication and signing up as guest. To connect to Firebase, you need to go to this website console.firebase.google.com and then click on add project. Here we need to enter the project name. So I'm just going to pass in Reddit clone tutorial and then just click on continue. I'm going to disable Google Analytics for this project and then just click on create. After your new project is created, just click on continue. And here you can manually do for all of these 3 platforms, or otherwise you can just click on this Flutter icon present here. After clicking on Flutter, you need to make sure that you have Firebase CLI installed, and then you run Firebase login. So let's install the Firebase CLI. We'll open the link in new tab and let's see how we can do it. So I'm going to use the node package manager way. Here you can see npm. If you don't have npm installed, make sure to go to this website, nodejs.org website, and then click on any of this you want. I would highly recommend using 18.1.0, always on the latest version, but you can go ahead and use any of this, it should work. So as you can see, we need to install Node.js here, which I've already installed, and if you want to see if it's there or not, I'll just open up my terminal and you can type here node-v and you can see version 18.1.0. Now the next thing we want to do is install this or put this line in the terminal. So let's just copy it and paste it here. Basically, we want to globally install Firebase tools package in our whole system. So let's just do that and click on enter. And we get this error. To resolve this error, what we need to do is add sudo and then click on enter. Then you need to enter your system password and then again click on enter. This should work, and if you're on Windows, sudo won't work for you. You have to figure out something else. You can search it on Google. I'm not very sure about the Windows platform over here. Let's see what the next thing is that we need to do. Well, we just need to run Firebase login. So yeah, we have installed Firebase CLI. Now we just need to run Firebase login. Let's just clear this and run Firebase login. And you can see I'm already logged in over here. But this is not my email. If you want to contact me, this is not my email. It will be mentioned in the description below. So let's see what the next thing is. So we'll click on next and we need to activate Flutterfire CLI. So we'll just paste this in. Basically, we want Dart to globally activate Flutterfire CLI so that we can make the calls from anywhere and not just from a project. Let's just click on enter. And you can see it is already giving me a fix because the path has been messed up. So I'll just copy this line and paste it in. This is done. So Flutterfire CLI is installed. Now I just need to configure this project. So I'm to close this terminal. I'm going to go to the VS Code terminal where I have my project already set up, and I'm going to run this command. After doing this, just click on enter and you can see building package executable. It does all the work for us. So which platforms do we want to work for? Well, we could have done for everything, but since we're using Google Sign-in for this project, we won't be able to use Mac OS for now. We can develop apps for Android, iOS and web with Google Sign-in, but not for Mac OS yet. The support is not there yet. So let's exclude that. Then we are going to click on enter. Now it asks you if we want them to upgrade our build.gradle files for the Android part. I'm just going to click on yes and go ahead. Now that all of that is done, I can clear it off, and you can see in Firebase options we are getting this error. That is because we have not installed the packages that we need in a project. So let's install them. I'm going to use Command Shift P and use Dart add dependency for this. With this, I can dynamically add all the packages with the latest versions in my pubspec.yaml file. You should have this too. Now let's just have all of these package names here. So I'm just going to pass in Firebase Core, Firebase Storage, Cloud Firestore. If you're not familiar with any of them, I'm going to tell you why are we going to use that. And Firebase Auth, and finally Google Sign In. These are the 4 packages that we need as the main part of our application. The last is Flutter Riverpod. Obviously, make sure to add Flutter Riverpod and not just Riverpod, and then just click on enter. So why do we need each of these packages? Let me go to the pubspec.yaml file to let you know about that. So if I just scroll it up, you can see We have all of this on the latest versions. So we need Firebase core just to connect our Flutter app with the Firebase backend, that is the console. Then we need Firebase storage, as the name suggests, just to store our files. Then we need Cloud Firestore to use it as a database. So whatever data that is going to be stored, for example, the user, the community, everything that's going to be there is going to be stored in Cloud Firestore. Firebase auth just to sign in the users and save it to our console. Google sign in to display a Google sign in pop-up to the user. And Flutter Riverpod for state management. We're going to dive deep into all of these stuff in this project. So if you've not understood it while we write the code, you'll understand it better. So let's close all the save files. Now the process of installing Flutter Fire or full Firebase Flutter connection is not over yet. It would have been over if you're not using Google sign-in package, but since we're using it, we have to do some extra tasks. Let's see what we want to do. But even before that, you can see one step is left. We want to add this to our main.dart file. Whenever our app starts in the main function, we need to add this line over here. Let's just remove these things. Make this function asynchronous because you're going to have await firebase.initialize app. We need all of this, so import this. If you're wondering how I got that suggestion option, I just pressed command and full stop and it gave me the options to do that. Also here we need widgets binding and we need to ensure that it's initialized. We want to make sure that the binding has been initialized. That's it. So after adding all of this stuff, let's go to the Google sign-in package on pub.dev. Pub.dev is basically the package manager. It contains all the packages that are uploaded for Flutter. So we need the Google sign-in package. And let's see what integration do we need to do. For Android, we need to make sure that we register the application. We have already done that when we used Firebase. So we don't need to do any of these tasks. For iOS, we need to make sure that iOS is 9.0 or higher. So we need to go to pod file, just uncomment this line and go back. After that, we need to get Google Service Info.pls file. To get this Google Service Info.pls file, I believe it is already there in our iOS folder. So let's just open it in Xcode just to verify if it's there or not. See, Google Service Info is already there. Let's just push it at the top. Great. Now that it's already there, we need to go to the info.pls file as it mentions here. We need to copy all of these lines. Just paste it over here inside of the dict. As you can see, we needed to add it where we did the correct thing. Now we need to replace this value. This value should be the value from Google Service Info reverse client ID. So let's go to Google Service Info.pls file, get the reverse client ID and paste it over here. Let's just remove all of this as well. Great. Now after having all of this, I believe we have done the iOS setup part. So let's go to the terminal in the iOS folder and run pod install. Great. After that is done, I did say that we don't need anything else for Android, but we're using Google sign-in. Whenever we go for the authentication, it always says that whenever we use Google sign-in in our application, we need to pass in the SHA-1 key. So to pass it to SHA-1 key, we didn't get any note that we have to pass it in, correct? So how are we going to do that after creating the project and setting it up? Well, simple. Just go to the settings. In the project settings, just scroll down. You'll find Android over here. Just click on add a fingerprint and then we can download this Google services.json file. How are we going to get our SHA-1 key? So what we need to do is just get out of this iOS folder after it's done and then run this command, which is key tool list v key store and all of this line. I'll mention it in the description below. Just click on enter after that. Here you'll get the SHA-1 key or the SHA-256 key. You can use whatever you want. I'll just pass it in and click on save. After that, just install Google services.json file, and we need to replace that in Android app build.gradle. We need to replace this file. So let's go to the Finder, find this here, and drag it to this folder. Just replace the file and we have the new file ready with us. After that, let's see if the connection worked or not, and if the connection was successful or not. If the app runs without any errors, we can assume that the success was there. I've put up both of these emulators. I'm going to start each one of them again and see if we have successfully completed all of our tasks. So iPhone has started working and I'm assuming it's well, but we have an error in the Android emulator. We need to fix this. So in the build.gradle, here we need to upgrade the minimum SDK version over here to 19, and we also need to add some things. For example, we need to enable multidex. So let's just add multidex enable true. Also over here, the compile SDK version needs to be changed to 33. After that is done, we can restart the Android emulator and get working with it. So our Android emulator has also started working. That's cool. Now I'm going to dismiss the Android emulator now that I know all the setup work is done. We will get back to it after a feature, but just to save the battery, I'm just going to close this out. Alright, now let's get working on the Firebase call part. So now we need to, whenever we click on this continue with Google button, we need to make sure the user signs in. Now there are multiple things that are required. So first of all, let's just start off by creating the class. So we're going to create auth repository.dart file. As I've already mentioned, auth repository is going to contain all the logic for the Firebase calls. So I'm going to create a simple auth repository class. And here we are going to use Firebase auth, Firebase Firestore and Google sign-in. But we're not going to actually create a function like this. For example, we're not going to use void sign in with Google and then just start off by using Firebase auth dot instance, nothing like that. Instead, just to make our code a bit unit testable, we are going to provide all of this through parameters, because if you're into unit testing, you might know we need to provide mocks whenever we use a package or a plugin like Google Sign-in, Firebase Firestore, Firebase Auth. So that's why we're going to create instances of that over here. So we're going to have Firebase Firestore. Let me just create a private variable. The same thing I'm going to do for Firebase Auth and for Google Sign-in. So I'm just going to have Google Sign-in. Great. But now all of these need to be finals because I need to add them to the constructor. So I'm going to have auth repositories constructor. And as we usually do, we can't do this .auth or anything. The reason for that is we can't access private variables like this. So what we need to do over here is basically have required Firebase Firestore, required Firebase Auth, and required Google Sign-in. After that, obviously you can see we have created new variables in the constructor, but we have not assigned them to these values. So to assign it, what we are going to do is auth equal to auth, Firestore is equal to Firestore, and Google Sign-in is equal to Google Sign-in. So just to explain it to you what we have done and why all of these errors are gone, we've created private variables in this class. Why have we created private variables? Because obviously we don't want these variables to be called outside of this class. We just want them to be accessible inside of this class. If we don't make them private like this, they will be accessible outside of this class. Then we can't assign private variables like this, like we usually do. We can't have this .fireauth, something like this. You can see So I've created new instances of this Firebase, Firestore, Firebase Auth, Google Sign-in classes, and then assign them to these private variables using this colon, which allows us to do this. Now, after understanding this, we simply need to create a function to sign in with Google. So we're going to have void sign in with Google, and obviously it's going to be asynchronous process. And then we're going to have the try and a catch block. I know we are not going to handle errors over here is what I said, but that's not what we are going to do. We are going to handle errors, but we are going to throw them in the controller part, because that's here's where we get our errors. We're going to throw them later on, but for now, as long as we are on the Google sign-in part, I just want to make sure that we just print any errors we get and print the data as well if we get it. Later on, when we want to store the user data and all of that stuff, we will store it in the providers and all of that stuff. But for now, I just want to make sure that Google sign-in happens peacefully. So now I'm just going to have the Google sign-in happening. For that, we need to do we have to save this in a variable so that we get the Google sign-in account. That means the Google user. So we just have Google user equal to await Google sign-in dot sign-in. Now that we have the access to Google user's account, we can create a credential out of this. So we have final credential equal to Google auth provider dot credential. If you're wondering why we need to do this, you can check out the Firebase auth video on my channel. I've explained all of this over there. Now that we have access token, we need to provide the access token, which we are going to do using Google user dot authentication. Let me get authentication, and we need to await this because it will return to us a future. So let's await this, and since this can be null, so let's have it like this. Since this can be null, we'll just access the token. And similarly, we are going to have for the ID token as well. So let me pass an ID token like this. But instead of using await 2 times, what we can do is just store it in a variable. That would just make our code a bit cleaner. So we will have Google auth equal to, and we'll just pass in await over here. Let me remove the parenthesis. So we have Google auth dot access token and Google auth dot ID token. Now that we have the ID, credential, what we basically need to do is store it and create the user credential, and also store it in the Firebase auth console. So we are just going to have user credential equal to await auth. This is the Firebase auth that we are using. Till now we were using Google Sign, which provides us methods to view the emails of our Google account. With Google Sign-in, we have access to with Firebase authentication, we have access to store all of this in our console. If you're wondering what console, it is over here. This is the console. Let me just click on get started. We'll click on Google here, enable it, just provide a support email and click on save. Now we can go to the users tab, and this is where the data is going to be stored whenever we do auth.sign-in with credential. And then we'll pass in the credential, and we have the user credential as well. Now I just want to print this user credential for now. Later on, of course, we are going to extract details from it. For example, display name, the profile picture, whatever that we need. But for now, I just need the email, let's say. Also, this user can be null. So I'm just going to pass in question mark, because if it is null, I just want to print it null. I don't want null check operator used on a null value. Correct? Now we can also have print over here just to catch any error. Of course, we are going to remove these print calls, so don't do anything just to avoid these warnings. We'll get rid of them. But for now, I just want to make sure that I bind this to this button. But it's not going to be that simple, correct? I told you there is going to be a controller in between. Controller is going to talk with the repository and with the login screen for us. So let's create an auth controller dot dot. Simply here we are going to have class auth controller, and then we are going to get access to auth repository And similar to what we did for the auth repository, we are going to create a constructor for auth controller, create a new instance of this auth repository, and then bind it to our private variable. I hope you got this. If you didn't, you can obviously watch the previous part again. We're going to repeatedly use them in every class that we create, and we're going to create a bunch of classes. So I hope you understand this. Of course, if you don't understand that, leave a comment below and I'll explain it to you again. Now that we have that, we simply need to just use the sign in with Google function and call that function over here. Since we have access to auth repository class, we can call sign in with Google again. And we have that. Now it is void. So we won't even get any error or anything. But later on, when we pass the errors from here, it is going to come back to this auth controller class. And that's what I'm talking about. We're not going to catch errors here. For example, if I want to show any error, I'll have to use something like scaffold messenger.off context.show snack bar. I don't want to show snack bar in this function because this is plainly for my database calls. If I want to replace this with any other database I want, I can do it right here. And I don't have to worry about catching errors and again because I know I just have to throw it outside of this function and auth controller will take care of it. So auth controller will remain a constant. And of course, if you want to change auth controller with something else, you can only change auth controller. You don't have to worry about auth repository. Great. Now that we have that, let's try to use this function in our UI file because auth controller can talk to UI directly. But before that, I'm going to show you something. We're not going to use auth controller in our UI files like this. Auth controller is equal to auth controller. So we have made the instance of this auth controller class and then just use auth controller dot sign in with Google. This is not what we are going to do because that would mean we have to create an instance of the auth controller class every time the widget rebuilds or every time the screen builds. Instead, what we can do is use provider for it. Provider is something that's provided by Riverpod itself. If you're familiar with the provider plugin, you might know this thing right here, provider. So this provider will cache it and allow us to display or use this auth controller class, correct? So that's exactly what I'm going to do. Well, how do we create the provider for auth controller, correct? So for that, I'm just going to use final auth controller provider, which is equal to provider. And you can see I get the auto recommendation for it. Now I can just use the ref variable here. And then I just need to pass in what I want to return, which is auth controller. Now here I want to pass in the auth repository. How am I going to pass in the auth repository over here? Well, I don't want to do auth repository like this again, right? I've already told it to you. Every time we use auth controller, it will go to auth repository and ask for its instance. So we're creating auth repository again and again, which is again what I not want. So we are going to use a provider for auth repository as well. So I'm going to go at the top and have final auth repository provider, which is equal to provider. I said we are not going to have any ref in our auth repository class, and we don't have it in our auth repository class because we use providers globally. We don't ever put them in the classes. They can't be created in classes. They need to be global, but you don't have to worry about their immutability or anything because they are immutable. So you don't have to worry if they get changed or anything. They won't get changed. So now this is how we create provider. If you want a shorthand syntax for creating these providers, I have a snippet for it. If you just go to the extensions and use Flutter Riverpod snippets, you'll be able to use something like this. So if I want to create a provider, I just type it in and then I have this auth repository provider. then just press tab to go to the generic part, and then you pass in the name of the provider or the type of the provider. I don't need to pass that in because I already know what the provider is going to be. And here it provides us with a function, correct? But since I'm just returning one thing, I don't have to use this brace function. Instead, I can just use the arrow function and return auth repository from it. Now here I want to pass these three things in. Again, as I explained it to you, I know I'm repeating myself, but instead of doing Firebase Firestore.instance, what I'm going to do is use something for this as well, which is, as you might have guessed, provider for Firestore as well. Now you might think that it's very stupid to do all of that, but trust me, it will help you. And later on, you won't always have to do Firebase Firestore.instance. Instead, you can just call this provider. Now, just to explain it to you, in the core, I'm going to create a providers folder, and here I'm going to pass in Firebase providers . This is going to contain all the providers of Firebase. So let's create a first provider, which is the Firestore provider. Again, we know that we just need to pass in provider, a ref, and then we'll pass in Firebase Firestore.instance. Now that we have that, we are going to do that 2 more times. So we're just going to paste that in. Here we are going to have auth provider, storage provider, and a Google sign-in provider. So let's pass in Firebase storage, Firebase auth, and Google sign-in. For Google sign-in, it's not instance. We directly have to use Google sign-in like this. Great. Now that we have created all these providers, I want to use them here. How am I going to use a provider inside of a provider? Basically, I want to use this providers, all 4 of these, inside of here. How am I going to do that? That is what this ref is for. As you can see, it is of the type provider ref. Basically, this provider ref is going to allow us to talk with other providers. So if you just do ref dot, and you can see it provides us with a bunch of options here. We are going to look at many of the methods here, and many of the methods we won't even need in this application. But the one that we're using here is ref.read. But there's a very important thing to know about ref.read and ref.watch. Ref.read, you can see here it's having provider listenable, and here it's having always alive provide listenable. The difference between both of these things is ref.read is usually used outside of the build context. Basically, when you don't want to listen to any of the changes that are made in the provider. Of course, since this is a provider, that means it is a read-only widget. It won't allow us to make any changes, that's for sure. That's why even these won't have any changes in them. So using ref.read or ref.watch won't matter here, but I would highly recommend you to use ref.read outside of the build context. That's the way I prefer using it. So I'm just going to use ref.read, and I'm going to pass in Firestore provider. Now you can see there is no error because it gives us instance of the provider class, Firebase Firestore class. You can see Firebase Firestore's provider is this. So when we call ref.read Firestore provider, it gives us instance of this Firebase Firestore that it requires. Same thing we are going to do for the authentication part. So I'm just going to paste it in here. Let me just have that. And here I'm going to pass in auth provider. And the reason we are getting this error is over here I made a mistake. Instead of auth provider, it should be Firebase auth.instance, and over here it should be Firebase storage.instance. Sorry. Alright. Now here we need Google sign-in, so we'll have ref.read Google sign-in provider. Just pass in commas so that it moves to the next line. And we have provider for auth repository created. Let's remove the unused import. Firestore is what we are going to need, so I'm not removing that. Great. I hope you understood it till now. This was the very basis for every class that we're going to do. So it's very important for you to understand. Now in the auth controller, we are going to have auth repository again. We need to pass that in. Just think about it. How are we going to get auth repository over here? Obviously using ref again, right? Because this is a provider again. So I want to pass in provider here. So I'm just going to have ref.read auth repository provider, and there we go. The errors are now gone. We have passed in the instance of auth repository again. Again, just to clarify, provider is a read-only widget. It can't change its value. To change the value, you'll have to use a different type of provider. This is not what provider is for. Second, this is ref. Ref is of the type provider ref. It can be of two other types more, widget ref or just ref. Provider ref will allow you to contact with other providers and will give you a bunch of methods to talk to other providers. As you might have seen, we have ref.watch, ref.read, ref.listen. They are very important methods. We are going to use all of them. And widget ref and ref we are going to look into in just a bit. We are going to get into widget ref, so you'll get to know more about it. Anyways, now let's get to the login screen, and now I want to go into the sign in button widget. I don't want to do anything in this login screen. The reason for that, the continue with Google sign in button is a separate widget of its own for the reasons I've mentioned. It's going to be used wherever we want to restrict the access. So here only in the sign in button, we are going to create the Google sign in method as well, like signing in with Google. The reason for that, we don't want to create a function in login screen and pass it in sign in button, because that would mean wherever else we use sign in button in some other screen, we'll have to rewrite this entire function again, and this is not what I want. I just want to write once and it can be used everywhere. So what am I going to do? Well, first of all, create a function so that I can bind to this UI file or the build function. I don't like to write my UI part or anything of onPressed over here. I would like to create a function for that and just contact the auth controller class so that I can call this sign in with Google function. And if you're wondering why I want to do it this way, just creating another function, that's because if I decide to change the design of the sign in button for once, I'll have to remove this entire thing here and then just redesign my whole button. So having onPressed over here would remove that, and I'll have to rewrite the code again and again. As I said, I wouldn't like to repeat that. Alright, so here in the sign in with Google function, I want to contact the auth controller. As I said, I won't do auth controller like this. So how am I going to do that? Well, the fix for that is pretty simple. We are going to change the stateless widget into something known as consumer widget, and obviously import Flutter Riverpod library. As you might have guessed, consumer widget will allow us to have something known as a widget ref, which I just talked to you about. With widget ref, just like provider ref allows provider to interact with provider. Widget ref will allow my widgets to interact with other providers. Because obviously, if you're wondering widget to widget, that's just very weird, because we can just create instances of those widgets. But with widget ref, we will be able to contact with the providers, and that's exactly what I want to do. I want to contact this auth controller provider so that I can call this sign in with Google function. So how am I going to do that in a function? Well, obviously I would require widget ref in the parameter here. Great. Now I can just use ref, and again it provides us with a bunch of similar methods you might notice. So I'm just going to use ref.read. And you can see from the description itself, it says reads a provider without listening to it. That means if there is any changes made, it won't listen to it. It won't even know about it. If you use ref.watch, then it will know about the changes. And here it gives a special tip as well. Avoid calling read inside build if the value is only used for events. That means you can't use something like this. Basically, if you want to read some value, which you're going to do in just a while, just give me a second, we'll get to it. So this can be used for incrementing the values or calling a function, but it can't be used inside of the build function just to get some value. If you don't understand it, no problem, we'll get to it. Over here, I want to read the auth controller provider. Now that we know, it will give me access to this class, which is auth controller class. I just want to call a function on it. Since I have access to this auth controller class, I can do whatever. So I can just call sign in with Google function, and there we are. Great, I'll just take this function, I'll pass it to the onPressed. So like this, we can't do something like just this, because you can see it requires some parameter and we can't just not pass anything in, correct? And if we just pass in something like this, it isn't right. Because we are calling that function, and when we call that function, it returns nothing to us. And onPress doesn't require anything, it just wants a function. So basically what we are doing here is this. But just to simplify what we write, we are just going to type it like this. Great. Now let me refresh it, and I'm going to click on continue with Google. And you can see it gives us an error, no provider scope found. The reason for that is we have set up many providers till now, 3 or 4. But how does our application know that we have all of these providers? I mean, there should be a storehouse, correct, that keeps track of the providers that we have. So how are we going to do that? Well, it says it all. This error, batch state, no provider scope found. We basically need to wrap our root widget, which is my app, this my app, or this return material app. We need to wrap this with a widget known as provider scope. Great. Now we can just take this constant from here and paste it in here. Just putting some commas so that we can format it. Now our app is now wrapped with provider scope. That means it has access to all the providers. Now if I refresh the application and click on continue with Google, you can see it wants me to use google.com. I'm going to allow that. I'm just going to use some email. And you can see we have our email outputting. That means everything went well from the installation process to all of the code that we've written in auth repository. Everything went well. Now the next part for us is to take all of this data and save it to Firestore and also catch some errors. But first we are going to do the part of sending all of this data to Firebase Firestore. So how are we going to do that? Well, let's go back to our Reddit clone over here. And in the build, we are going to use Firestore database. Then just click on create database. We'll start it in test mode. Click on next. And here we are going to have Asia Southeast because that's where I am. Then just click on enable. While that is being done, now that we have access to user credential, what do we have access to? Well, the username, user ID, user profile picture. So we need to save all of that stuff. But along with that, there are other properties that we want to save as well because this is sign in with Google. If the user is new, that means if the user has not logged in ever before, then only we need to save these details. And if we are saving these details, that means that when the user is new, we want to make sure that we save all the details that the user has. For example, we are going to have the karma feature, correct? We need to make sure that we store that karma feature or the property just when the user is created. Even the awards feature that we have, we want to make sure that we give user the award that that they can have from the start itself. I'm not saying we're going to give it now because that's for the award section of this tutorial. But for now, we're just going to pass in an empty list for the awards that we're going to give them. So what I'm saying is we at least need to have the properties present with us. And what's a clean way of storing it to Firebase? You can see that now. So instead of having firestore.collection users.document and then we pass in user credential.user.uid and obviously like this, and then set and then pass in like 7-8 properties, that wouldn't make sense, because what if those properties were to change and you were going to use these properties like 10 or 100 times elsewhere? I'm not saying we're going to do that for this application, but if you had a bigger application, how are we going to do that? It's a very difficult thing to do. So instead of that, we're going to use a very cool way of doing this. We're going to create a user model. We're going to define a structure of how the user is going to look like. So here in the lib folder, we are going to create models folder. It's not going to be there in any feature because models is going to be used throughout every feature. For example, the user model is going to be used in the auth repository class, in the feed repository class, and every repository class that we are going to have. So we're not putting them in any feature. Now let's create user model.dart. Let's have user model and let's define a set of properties that our user is going to have. So we are going to have a name of the user. We're not storing the email of the user because it's of no purpose to us. So I'm not going to store it. If you want, you can store that. We need the profile pic of the user. We also need a banner. Now, banner is that thing at the top below which there's the user profile. So we need to make sure that the user can even edit their banner. That's why we're going to have banner. And if you're wondering why all of this is string and not file, the reason for that is very simple. We are going to store the URLs of these things in our database, obviously, and even in our providers, user model, everything. Then we are going to have UID of the user. Then we are going to have a Boolean value checking if they're authenticated or not. Obviously, they can't use our application without authenticating, but your authenticating means if they are a guest or not. So let me add a comment, if guest or not. If you want to change, you can change this to is guest, but I just find is authenticated my way of doing things. Then we can have karma. Obviously, it's going to be an int, because we don't want to give point or decimal values to karma. Then we need list or string of awards that we're going to give the user, or the user is going to earn on their own, correct? Now I want to generate constructor for it, the to map, from map, all of those functions. So what I'm going to do is use an extension known as Dart data class generator. Make sure to use this extension. It's right here. Then click on this bulb icon that comes in, and then you can click on generate data class. After you get that, you can remove this Dart convert thing right here, because that gives us access to JSON and from JSON function. This is basically for API calls. Now we're using Firestore not from the API part, but from the actual plugins that are officially provided to us. So we don't need them. We already have the to map and from map functions. Let me go run through what all of these functions are. Well, it's first of all, it's our constructor. We're not giving any of them private values. The reason for that is we want to be able to access these properties on the user model class. Then we have the copy with function. Basically, since all of these are finals, that means they won't ever change their value after being assigned. We have copy with. Basically, we can just return a new user model class, and we can override any of the existing properties with whatever value we want. But we can't do something like, if this is a instance of the user model class, we can't do user model.name is equal to this. We can't do that. Instead, what we need to do is user model.copy with name, and then we pass in the name, which is something like this. If you're wondering why we need to write so much of code, I'll just tell you this is a perfectly fine way of doing stuff, and I find this more secure of doing it. Then we have the toMap. Basically, whatever values are there in our user model class, I want to make sure that I can convert them to map, and this will help us when we send data to Firebase. And since this is a constant right here, we can use them across hundreds of files, and whenever we want to change any one value, we don't have to go on modifying every 100 file there. We just have to change one. Then we have the from map. Whatever value that we pass into as a map, it will convert it to a user model class, extracting the values from it. Then we have the toString. If I want to read the user model class, for example, if I want to do something like user model dot toString, you know what it always gives us? It gives us instance of user model class when we print it. But that's not what I want. I want the values of the user model class, and that's why we have the toString method and the is equal to and hash code functions that actually we don't need, but let's just keep it in case ever you need it. Alright. Now we need to store the data. For that, first we need to make sure the user model class is ready with us. So we will have user model is equal to user model, and now we need to pass in the bunch of things that we need. For example, the name. What is the name going to be? It's going to be user credential dot user dot name display name. And since this can be nullable, we just add two things over here. And actually, since this can be nullable, we can also do something like this. And we can pass no name or untitled, whatever you want. Same thing we're going to do for the profile pic. So let me just copy this, paste it over here, and we'll have photo URL. And since this can be nullable, I can have something like this. But what do you want instead of this profile pic if the user doesn't have a profile pic by default in Google's account? Well, I want it to be a constant file, and for that, again, go to this file over here, the constants file that I've already mentioned. Just copy these two lines and paste it in your constants class. After doing that, you can go to the auth repository, and here you can have constants dot avatar default. Having that, so basically if the user doesn't have a default profile pic, we just want avatar default to show up, and this is a very simple image of this Reddit guy. Great. Now we need the banner. So for the banner, obviously in the start, the banner is going to be banner default. We're not even asking the user to give us the banner. We don't care. The user can later on edit in their profile. That's how Reddit also works. Then we need the UID. So it's going to be user credential dot user dot UID. Then is the user authenticated? That means is the user guest? Is the user not guest? Sorry. So that would mean is authenticated is true. That means that the user is authenticated. The user is not guest. So it is true. Karma, obviously in the start 0. Awards, empty for now. Later on when we get to it, we will give users some default awards, but it's a time of later. Now we just need to save that. So instead of doing firestore.collection users, what I'm going to do is create a getter for it, because we're going to use that multiple times throughout this repository itself. So we're going to have collection reference get users, and we're going to have firestore.collection, and then we pass in users. Now, of course, you might think there won't be any naming error over here, but there's a great possibility of having a naming error, and you won't even know why your data is not getting saved in the proper place. So for that, we are going to use constants folder. So we're going to have Firebase constants.dart. Then we are just going to have Firebase constants. And not to waste much time, you can just go back from this GitHub repository, copy all of these Firebase constants that we're going to need. Users collection, community, post, and comments. These are the collections that are going to exist in our application, and that's exactly what we need over here. We're not saving them with constants because constants contains different things. For our example, the logos path, the banner path, and later on we're going to add many things. So let's create Firebase constants where we're going to save everything, and now we can just use Firebase constants dot users collection over it. Great. Now that we have that, we can just use users dot document. Then what is the document going to be? Well, the user ID, correct? So we are just going to have either user model dot UID, or you can have user credential dot user dot UID. Both of these things work because they are at the end of the day the same thing, because the UID's value is this only. Then we can have dot set, and then we can set it. Now instead of doing set like the way I mentioned before, name, throwing up name like this, what we are going to do is user model dot to map, because this accepts a type of map and we have passed the map over here. And if you want, set is a type of future void, so we can have await. Now the data should get saved to our database, but before that we need to go back to our Firestore. In the rules, we are going to remove all of this, and we are just going to have allow read write. These are not very production ready rules, and this won't make your app secure at all, but for now this works. If you want a tutorial on rule storage and all of that stuff, let me know, I'll make a video on it. Great. Now we don't have to make any changes at all because all of the linking part is already done. Since we had to change some stuff in the repository class, I changed that. I don't have to do anything else that would affect my application, so I'll just restart and I'll continue with Google over here. Again, I'll just do Revan contacts and I'm not getting anything. I'll just refresh the browser and there we have it. The data is getting saved. The UID is also the same. If you come to the Authentication tab, you'll see Revan contacts over here, the user ID as well. That means everything worked well. What hasn't worked well is if I tell you, if at all later on in our application the karma of the user changes because the user posts, comments, or anything that would increase their karma. So in case this happens and the karma is 10, I know I've changed it in the database, but just think of it. This has changed and the user logs out or deletes the application and installs it on their new phone or something. And then we click on continue with Google again. And you can see the karma went back to 0 because the user logged in again. That means all of this process ran again. And that means the karma was again put to 0. How do we avoid this error? Well, we simply need to check if the user is a new user or an old user. How are we going to check that? Well, if the user credential dot user dot actually we don't need user. If user credential dot additional user info dot is new user, that means if the user is new, then we want to save to the database, correct? So I'm just going to have user model. So we can have user model is equal to all of this. Great. So if the user is new, we will set it to this and then it will get stored to the database. But here we are getting this error because user model is not defined of the type nullable. Because here we haven't added an else condition. What if the user is not a new user? Right? So we don't even want to care about this else condition for now. We'll just take this and paste it over here. And there we have it. So if the user is new, we are storing it to our database. And if the user is not, then we look into it later on, because with this user model, we are going to store data in our provider. So when the user logs in, the whole process is if the user logs in, gets stored to the database if they're new, and goes to the new page where in our provider we store all of the user data so that we don't have to contact our database every single time and waste our call because they're very precious to us. But what if the user is not new? That means the user will click on continue with Google, go to the new page. We're not doing anything, so no data is there in our provider as well. That's exactly what this else condition is going to do, but we'll look into that a bit later on. For now, let's just see if anything has changed. If I again change the karma to, let's say, 20 now and click on continue with Google, let's just say Rivan contacts again, you can see karma is still 20. If I refresh, it is still 20. There is no error in the debug console as well. That means everything worked well. This part is now working. The next thing we need to worry about is handling the errors a proper way. That means how do we handle this void part, and then we can get to the part where we store our data to our providers. So let's now first understand what's the problem with this current state or current error handling technique. Well, simple enough. I want to use scaffold messenger over here, and for that I'll need a context. Now, as I already said, I don't want to use context or build context in auth repository class. It's not the place I want to do. It's in the auth controller class that I want to use, or I can use. So for that, in the auth repository, what can I do? Well, I can just throw an exception, and well, since this is throw E again, I can just do rethrow, and that would solve all the problem. If I have any error, it will throw it out. But what if I want to return, the user model from it? So I will have future user model, correct? That still saves the problem, or more like something like, this. And just to avoid this error, I added late. Remind me to remove this later on. But that's the point. Yeah, all of that is done. But now, what if in the auth controller, I just listen to it? For example, here I just put an async. Then I add await and take this user over here. I have the user model now. So I can just have user and now save it to my, or if there is any error, then just save it. But how would I know that this function has error at all? Do I have to add another error handling technique? Because here I don't even get the notification that I have an error. Suddenly an error would pop up saying unhandled exception, because I didn't even know I had to handle that error, because my function doesn't even say that over here. It just says it's going to return the user model. I have to look through the entire function just to know that, yeah, it's going to return some error. So exactly for that purpose, and just to remove all this ambiguity of if I should add another try catch block here, and then if I get this error, then what should I do? To remove all this ambiguity, we're going to have a dependency known as fp dot. If you want to know more about this error handling technique, I'll make a video about it pretty soon. So just stay on track of it. Now that we have fp dot package with us, what I want to do is, first of all, in the core, I'm going to define a file called at type defs dot. Then I'm going to use type def. Type def will allow me to define a type. For example, there's int. I can do something like that. I can create my own type definitions. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to create something known as future either of the type t, which is equal to future either. Let's just import that. Now, just to explain it to you what's going on, this is how fp dot works. Basically, we have to provide here something like this. So we have future either, then we need to provide what is the type of the failure going to be, and what is the type of the success that's going to be. Now we are telling the signature of the function that this can contain an error, and we don't have to use try and catch block just to resolve this. fp.dart gives us more functions to accept that. So here if we go to our auth controller and we are going to have user.fold, you can see because this is now of the type either string user model. So using fold I can get access to L. L means the failure and R means success. Now if you're wondering why they are called L and R, L is the left, which we're going to use as a function later on. That is why we're getting the error. And right means R means right, which means success. So this is how we are going to catch the errors, which is pretty simple and not as complicated as using a try catch block and nesting stuff again and again. Great. Now let's go to the type defs, and here we are going to have that. But for future either, why am I going to do that? Why am I creating this? Well, the reason for that is very simple. We are always going to have the failure as one class, which is called failure.dart. And this is going to be a very, very simple class. It's going to be class of failure. Then it is going to contain a message. We are going to create a constructor for it. So let's create a generate constructor, and that's it. Actually, not even generate. We're going to create a constructor with just this message. Great. Now we have the failure class. In the type defs, we are going to provide this failure, because according to this, either should first have the failure type and then the type of the data that we want to pass in. And why do I have T over here? T over here like this basically means I can give any type for or whatever I want. For example, I want for some function to be of the type future either user model. We're going to have that. So here we are just going to pass in T. So we have future either T. So here instead of typing all of this long thing, what I can type is future either and then user model. You can see that how shorter it is and how useful it is. In case of a syntax change in our in this package later on, you just have to change the type definition over here and it's done. And similar to this, we are going to create another type definition called future void, which is equal to future either, and then we'll pass in void over here. Basically, you understood this. It is either a failure or a success, and success is of the type whatever we mention over here. And future void is basically this, but where I've passed in that the success is going to be void. That means there can be a failure, but success isn't going to return anything at all. But here it's going to be user model because we're going to return the user model. So here, if we have success, then we are going to return right, and then we pass in the user model. What have we done here? Well, if there is a success, you pass in using right. If you don't return anything, it will give you an error because there is a return data type for this. But if we add right, you can see we have passed in successfully. If I pass in string, it again gives you an error because this should be a string then, because this is what the success should be. Again, change things back to normal. Here, instead of rethrowing stuff, we can just pass return left, and in the left part we can just pass in failure because that's what it accepts, right? The fail part should be of the class failure, and then we'll pass in e.toString. Also, just to catch any Firebase exceptions, we can use on Firebase exception catch e. So whenever we catch any Firebase exceptions, then we just want to throw e.message, and this can be null. So you can just say no, it can never be null because we have caught it. If we have caught it, it has to be a message. So what are we doing here? Well, if it's a success, then we send it across to our controller. But in case it's a Firebase exception, then we are throwing it. Throwing it would make sure that it goes to the next catch block, and the next catch block is over here. It would catch it over here, and then it would return left, and it will tell the failure that this is a failure. So here's your thing, and we'll go back to our controller. Where is our auth controller? Here. And here we have user.fold. Here we are catching it. So if there is an error, and here what we need to do is build context. Let me just have it real quick. Build context. Because in case there is an error, I want to show the snack bar. And for that, I'm going to go to the core folder, create utils.dart if you're wondering why I'm creating that. It's pretty simple, just to show a snack bar. It's a pretty big line. I don't want to keep typing it again and again. So here I'm just going to have build context, string text, and then we're going to have scaffold messenger.of context dot hide snack bar dot show snack bar, or let's just say, and here we just need to pass in snack bar with the content text, and the text is, well, whatever text we got over here. Great. Now let's see why we're getting this error. Oh, so just to avoid this, you can just put 2 full stops here, 2 full stops here, and you have it. Works well. And we're not putting this in any class or anything, because I'm going to use the show snack bar repeatedly to catch any error and to show any error. So I'm just going to have show snack bar, put in context, and the text is going to be l.message. Since this is of the type failure, as I already said, it's going to return a failure or a success. So here we have L, and we are going to have l.message just to display any error if there is there. And in case there is a success, yeah, well, I don't really care as of now, because later on if we have a success, then we want to store it in the provider, but just for checking right now, I don't care. Now in the sign in button, we need to pass in context. So let's just accept context from here. Since this is not a stateful widget, I don't have context. I need to pass it over here. So let's pass in context. Great. I'll close all the saved files, just restart the whole thing. And even right now, I don't think there's any error that we can get. So let's try to make a scenario where we can get an error. So in the rules, we can just have allow read write if false. Click on publish. After that is done, let's try to refresh. It won't really do anything. The changes are made. We can go to continue with Google. Click on continue. Run contacts. And you can see we are getting this error. Well, that was an error. We didn't have to do this particularly. The reason for that is the user is already, let me just go back. Make sure you make this change. Don't forget. Go to this data, and you'll realize that if you go to auth repository, we have marked this as late. That means if the user is a new user, then we save it. But for us, the user wasn't a new user. So what do we have to do? Well, it's still in the late position. We have not assigned any value to it. So here we need to add an else condition. And what is the else condition going to be? Well, if the user is not new, then we want to return a user model which contains the data of the user. And how are we going to do that? We're going to go to Firebase to ask for the data. So we'll tell them, please give us our data back of this user, which we'll grab by their ID. So what I'm going to do is create a function over here, which is called stream user model. Why is it a stream? I'll explain it to you just after creating this function, which is get user data, string UID, and we will return users.document UID dot snapshots. Let's have dot snapshots dot map, and then we are going to have user model dot from map, and we'll pass in event dot data. Now since from map accepts a map, but this is of the type object, we can just use this map as map string dynamic, and we're done. So what have we done? We've gone to the user, we've got their snapshot, then we have mapped it so that we can convert the snapshot that we have in the form of document snapshot to a user model and then we've returned it. Why do we need a stream instead of a future here? Why can't we just do .get instead and just do all the remaining tasks that we know? The reason for that is this get user data function is going to be used in the main.dart file to persist the state in our application as well. Persisting the state means if the user just refreshes the application even after signing in, they see the home screen, not the login screen again. So for that, we will require the user data, and for that we need the stream over here. Also, this get user data function is going to be used when we want to display the data of another user, for example. If you're wondering what I mean by that, when we go to the profile of certain user or our own profile later on, we want it to be a stream because I want to see the real-time updates happening. That's why. So here it is. But now how are we going to consume this stream over here in this else block, correct? Well, it's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to have user model equal to await, and I know what you're saying, why do we need await on a stream, but just wait a bit. Get user data UID, even this is telling me, yeah, please change it. It is of the type stream. You don't have to do that. But now I just do first. First will basically convert whatever stream is there into a future, which means it will get us the first element of this stream. It will give, for example, stream is a bunch of values keep coming together, right? So what it's going to do, just consider this like a stream of values, like you consider a stream of water, So it will just collect the very first drop of water or the very first value of the stream. Now you can see the errors are gone because this is of the type future now. To get this user model, I'm just going to await it. And even here, I want to pass in the user ID, which I'll pass it from here. Then we'll save it. Now I'll refresh and continue with Google. I'll click on Run Contacts. And no error shows up, nothing shows up. That means everything is well suited. Our error handling used to work. That's why we got a snack bar displaying. That means the error handling part works perfectly fine. Now let's just remove this late. It's not needed anymore. That's how great the compiler is. It already knows that, yeah, you've added an else condition. You don't need late over here. Great. Having this now, I want to make sure that we can persist the state in our application. So whenever I just do refresh, we go back to the home screen or whatever screen, but we don't just stay over here. For that, we'll have to create a home screen first, a very basic home screen, then we can design it later on, but for now, just the home screen. So let's get started with it. Alright, so for creating the provider, we'll just go at the top and here create final user provider, which is equal to provider ref, and well, we will set it to a user model, correct? Because we want to store the user data. But if I set it to some user model right now, as I said, provider is a read-only widget. It won't update the value of this user provider. That means we will give it some value, but later on we won't be able to change the value in it. And since we can't change the value, we can't even change even a single name of the user model. For example, if I just type in user model and give it some name, I can't change that name later on. So how are we going to approach this? Well, we're just going to make this a state provider, With state provider, we'll be able to change the content or the value of the state provider. So here initially we are going to pass in null. But if I pass it in null, it will think that the type of the state provider is null. And if you're wondering what this type is, the type is whatever we are returning over here. Exactly what we type over here, correct? Because even over here, if you hover over this is of the type provider auth repository, because you're returning auth repository from it. And if I want to give it some other name, for example, if I want to call this auth controller, you'll notice there is an error coming over here because auth repository isn't a type of auth controller. So whatever I type over here will be the type of this provider. But since we didn't type it, it automatically took it that this is a provider of this auth repository type. But here, when we do this, we are returning null initially. So it thinks that the value of the state provider is actually null. But that's not the case. In our case, the type is user model. So here it can be nullable. That's why. So it's a user model that we are returning, which can be null. Let's remove auth controller import from here. Now that we know it can be null, and let's actually take this up from here. We don't actually need it in auth repository. We need it in auth controller, because auth repository should not contain all of this stuff. Now let's import this again and save it. Over here, whenever I said whenever we're going to have success, which means right over here, you can see we have user model. So how are we going to make sure that this user provider updates according to the new user model that we have? And now you would be understanding why in the sign in with Google function, we created a user model like this. And then if the user was new, we saved it to the database and here assigned the user model to this. Otherwise, we made sure that this user model, we get its data. Now I hope you're understanding, because we wanted to return the user model, which is going to update our user provider, and this user provider is going to help us a lot, because this user provider will give us the name, name, profile picture, UID, everything of the user, so that we don't have to make API calls to the Firebase or read calls to Firebase, and that will save us some costs. Alright, so over here I want to update the user provider. How are we going to do that? Well, you should have guessed it. We are going to use ref again, but in auth controller, how are we going to use ref? I already said we are allowed to use ref over here. So we just have to import it from the constructor. So we'll just have ref. And then I'm going to pass it in here. So we'll have required ref. And then I'll assign it to the private variable ref. And then I'm going to just use underscore ref dot read user provider. And now you might think that we have the user provider class with us. So we can just call dot. And well, what are we going to do? We do have user class with us. Now what do we do? Because we don't have any function to update the user provider, because this gives us access to user model, not anything to update. So for that, we are going to use dot notifier within this bracket. With dot notifier, we have access to multiple methods that will allow us to change the content over here. So if I again put dot, you can see we have all of these methods, and we also have state. So with state, we have access to the user model that's currently present, but that's not what we want. We want to update it. So we have dot update method over here. And what do we need to update it with? Well, whatever R is giving to us. Let's just rename this so that there is no confusion. It is giving us a user model, and we can just return it from here. And what is this state? You might see that is the type of user model. This is the state of the user model before we update it. So when we put the update method over here, what's there in the user provider before we update it? And it's the type of user model with a question mark, because that's the data type over here as well. So it doesn't know if there's actual user model or if there's a null value. Also here we need to pass in ref, and that should be very easy for us because we already have ref over here. Provider ref and this ref are similar things, because at the end of the day both are ref. Now let's just put some commas, and yep, we have it. After updating it, there's one more thing I want to do. Whenever we click on this continue with Google button, you might see there's 1 second delay after which the name prints out. So in that 1 second, since my internet connection is good enough, it takes 1 second. But what if there's a bad internet connection, right? It would take like 3 or 4 seconds then. And if the server is far away, then even more. The point of saying this is we want to make sure that we add loading bars. And how are we going to add loading? Well, Usually I would just go to my UI file and just add is loading set to false while sign in with Google is happening, and after we get a value, is loading is false. But I've already said I don't want to make any calls in the UI file. I just want to store everything that can happen related to UI in the controller class. So exactly for that purpose, we are going to make sure this auth controller extends a new provider called state notifier. It's not a provider, my mistake. It's a class that will allow us to create state notifier provider. And if you're coming from Riverpod provider, you can consider similar to chain notifier provider. There are a few differences about immutability and stuff, but this is more secure is what I can say to you in this tutorial. Here we are getting now an error. The implicitly invoked unnamed constructor from state notifier dynamic has required parameters. Try adding an explicit super parameter. That should give us enough clue that we want to add over here something known as super, and then we need to pass in the state. So here state notifier, if you go over this, it has a type of T. What do we need to pass in super? What is the state that we want to have in this class? That's why it's called state notifier, correct? If there are any changes made to that state, we want to notify it to every provider that will be listening to it, or every widget that will have the provider that will be listening to it. So what is that state? Well, it can be anything. It's of the type dynamic. It can be anything. It can be string, boolean, integer, user model class, or any other custom class. But in our case, I just want it to be a simple false value. Why? Because it represents is loading variable. Basically, is the auth controller or is the UI file for us loading or not? That's why we have the state of false over here. And just to give this a value, we'll pass in boolean over here. So that state notifier knows it's of the type boolean value. It can't directly get the value from super as of now. So since it represents the loading part, it is set to false because initially the loading is not happening. But in case we want the loading to start, we'll just do state is equal to true. And the best thing about this is we don't even have to do something like notify listeners or anything, because state notifier already notifies the widget we are listening to that yeah, state has changed to display something else. And after this is done, so that means we get the value of the user, we want to set it to false. Because in case of error or in case of success, both the ways, we want state to be true or false. Now here, after having the state decided, we obviously need to make sure we change the auth controller provider, because it's no longer provided using the provider class. It's provided using state notifier provider class. And since we are extending state notifier, we can create state notifier provider. And if you hover over this, you will see it's of the type auth controller object. Now I want to define what is the type of this. So I'm just going to go ahead and manually define auth controller and boolean, because that's the type of a state notifier provider. It has boolean value over here, but it returns auth controller over here. Also, as a mistake I think I've made, I would like to change this to ref.watch, because in case we change the auth repository provider over here, I don't want to restart the entire app because we are using ref.read. Instead, we can just save this much and we'll get the app running. Now in the sign in button, obviously we get this error. The reason for that, this is of the type state notifier provider, and we can't call sign in with Google function over this. What are the functions that we have over here? Actually nothing. So how are we going to do that? Well, we just need to add notifier here, and then we have access to this auth controller, of which we can call all the functions that we want present in that class, similar to a provider. Great. After having this, let's restart and let's go back to the login screen. Let's find where it is. Here. Then I'll just go over here and have final is loading is equal to ref, and since this is not a Riverpod widget, I need to convert it. So I'll just replace the stateless with consumer and then import the Riverpod package. Here we want the widget ref with us, and then we are going to have ref.watch user provider, not user provider, my bad. We want auth controller provider, and now if you just look at this, this is of the type boolean, because auth controller provider exposes us to state notifier provider, whereas in the sign in button we used auth controller provider.notifier, which gives us auth controller's value to us. So over here we get the boolean value. In case we come over here and remove this line from here, you'll see is loading is of the type object. We don't even know what it is. That's why I just went ahead and explicitly defined that it's of the type boolean. And here we have the is loading value, because this is the state in our application, this part. So now this is loading. How are we going to do that? Well, in the body, I'm just going to have, if it is loading, then I want to show a loader. Otherwise, I just want to have this. Now the loader is going to be a center circular indicator. So I'm just going to go in the common widget and have loader.dart. Then I'm going to import material.dart, create a stateless widget called loader, and then we are going to return a center circular progress indicator. Basically a progress indicator that will show up in the center of the screen. Then here we are going to have constant loader and then have this. So if it's loading, then we show a loader, otherwise we show a column. Now let's see if it displays on the screen. We are going to have continue with Google, and you saw a little icon of loading there. You can see again we got that. That means it's working. Now I just signed in with email. We have this, and yep, we are done. That means the loading part is also completed. Now before moving to the state persistence part, I want to set up the routing in our application. It's not going to be as simple as using push or push named or anything. We are going to use a wrapper around Go Router, which is Navigator 2.0, a wrapper around Navigator 2.0, which will make routing much more easier than just using Go Router. I'm not saying Go Router is difficult, it's pretty easy, but with the wrapper, it's much more easier. So the package we are going to be using is Route Master. Let's just scroll down to see how we use it. Well, you can see in the main function, we need to wrap our root widget with material app.router. So instead of using material app, we want to use material app.router and then pass in all of this. So let's just go to our main.dart file and make these changes. Here in the material app, we're going to have .router. We have to remove the home. All of these properties are there. There are two properties that we need to add. Well, first of all, router delegate. So let's just copy it if I can properly. Here we have it. Now I need to import this. So first of all, I'm just going to add the route master dependency. Let's close this as well, since we are making change to the pubspec.yaml file. Now let's import route master delegate. Here we have to pass in a bunch of routes that we'll pass in later on. Then we need to pass in route information parser, that you can find it over here. And simply for that, we just need to pass in a widget or whatever this class is. Now we need to create a bunch of routes that will help us. So in our lib folder itself, we're going to have something known as router.dart, which is going to contain all the routes. And in our application, there are going to be two types of routes. First type of route is going to be logged out route, and the second is logged in route. As the name suggests, logged out route is going to tell us the routes that are accessible when the user is logged out, and logged in route tells us the routes that user can use when they are logged in. Great. So how do we create the route? Well, it's right here. Final routes is equal to route map, and we have the route created. So we'll just create something like final logged out route is equal to route map let's have route map correctly there. And then we pass in routes to it, which is a required parameter, and it should be a map. So here I'm going to pass in slash. So whenever the user is logged out and reaches slash, then it will be this. So we are going to return a constant material page, and in the child we are going to pass the login screen. So this is the route that we have. So if the user is logged out and they reach slash, first of all, it provides us with something known as a route data, which will be helpful for us later on. But in this case, it doesn't make a sense for us to use that. So I've put underscore over here. Then it will return a login screen wrapped with material page. And same thing we're going to do for logged in route as well. But for logged in route, we don't have any screen to display. So for now, let's just display the logged out route. So here we need to pass in logged out route, and there we have it. Done. Let's run our app again and see if we can access any other route. Now, of course, we won't be able to see it over here. But when we go to the web, this is going to make much more difference because these are named routes at the end of the day. So if we have something like /a, something like this, and we go to something like slash, it will say that this page does not even exist. But we can only see the output when we are on web, and we'll do that probably at the end of the tutorial when we are checking it out on the web and changing responsiveness of the website while not changing the content that we have already created for the mobile app, if that makes sense. So our app has started, and here we are on the very home screen. That means this part is now working. The routing is done for our application, and we look into it a little bit later whenever we just start with the proper navigation of how to navigate from one route to another. But for now, we need to persist the state in our application. That means whenever we click on this continue with Google button, I want to make sure that if I'm signed in, I just want to stay signed in. I don't want to see this screen again. So I'm just going to go to my auth repository, and here, let me close the terminal. Here I'm going to create a getter, which is stream of user. Make sure that this is user and not user model. So we have stream of user, which can be null, and we are creating a getter. So the get keyword, and it will get us auth state change. So that means Firebase is giving us an option to expose a stream, which will allow us and let us know if there is a user change or not. That means there is some data change in the user. For example, the user's name, email, profile picture, any of that changed, or the user logged out, or any of that. But what we are going to do is based on auth state change. That means if the user logs in, logs out, or any of that. So we are going to have auth.auth state change. Here it is, auth.auth state changes, and we have the stream of user with us. Another thing that we'll need is this stream right here, which is the get user data stream. Basically, whenever we get this user, which is get auth state change, I want to get the user's data as well, because then I want to fill my provider, the user provider that we created, with the data of the user. Because when we restart the application, for example, I restarted and we are going to the home screen, we don't have any user data in user provider because we haven't stored it. We are only storing it when the user logs it in. But I also want to store whenever we dynamically show the home screen. So for that, first of all, we'll have to create a new feature called home, and there create a new screen called home screen. So let's create it very quickly. Now here in the home screen, I'm going to import the material dart. I'm going to create a stateless widget called home screen. Obviously this won't be a stateful widget because we're going to have tabs and all of that stuff here. But for now, let's just have scaffold, and just to display something, I'm going to display the UID in the center of the scaffold. So I'm just going to have body as a center widget with a child with a text displaying to us the user ID. How are we going to display the user ID? Well, we need to contact the user provider, and for that, we need a stateless widget, consumer widget, We need a widget ref here, and here we are going to contact the user. So let's just call final user, which is equal to ref dot watch. Since we are inside the build function, and if you hover over this, it will say that we should generally be using this in the build function. So let's just have it. So we have user provider, and this cannot be null because if you hover over this is of the type user model, but if I remove the exclamation mark, this is nullable. But since we are coming to this screen, we are pretty sure that this user provider can never be null because home screen is only seen when we put some value in that user provider. So I'll just put in this text the users, let's say user's name. That should be enough for us. Now let's go back to the auth controller and create some providers. Well, what provider am I talking about? Well, the getter, because we are using stream over here. I don't want to use stream directly because I want to consume the stream, correct? We have auth repository here, and here we have auth state change. How am I going to consume the stream? I want to make sure that I use the stream in this main.dart file so that I can display stuff correctly. So I'm not going to make sure to use stream builder here. That's a lot of boilerplate code. Instead, I'll use what Riverpod provides to us, which is stream provider. So first I want to register this function in auth controller because, as I said, we're not going to create any additional providers in auth repository. All I want in auth repository is this auth repository provider and the auth repository class. But in auth controller, we can create whatever we want basically. So now I want to create a stream of user and getter. Now let's just import it. Don't get confused with this user. This user comes from Firebase auth. The user model that we are using comes from the model that we created by ourselves. Now let's call this auth state change. And let's contact auth repository so that I can get auth state change. Great. Now I can have final auth state change provider, which is equal to stream provider. Let me get the ref. And then I'm going to contact the auth controller provider so that I can talk to this auth state change. So let me create this as a function. So here, of course, why are we getting this error? Because I have to return something from here. But before that, I want to create instance of this auth controller provider. So obviously I'm not going to do auth controller or anything. I'm simply going to write here ref.watch auth controller provider and store that in a variable called auth controller. As I said, you can use ref.watch, ref.read. It's on you. I just prefer using anything that comes in my mind, but I would definitely recommend using watch over here. So we have auth controller dot, and you can see I don't have any access to this. Well, because this is of the type boolean, it's giving us the state. So to access this class, we need to put notifier here, and then we can have dot auth state change, and now we just need to return this. So let's return this, and we have our simple stream provider created. The other provider that I want to create is for this auth repositories function get user data. This is also a stream, should be very simple. If you want, you can go ahead and try to make that. Alright, let's try to do it ourselves. So let me just copy this function signature because all of this is going to remain the same thing. But here, instead of having something like this, we are just going to do auth repository dot get user data, passing in the UID. You might not find any use of this, but that's just keeping the code clean. Now I just want to create a stream provider out of this. So I'm going to use stream provider, the snippet that I've already told you, Flutter Riverpod snippet gives us that. Now I can create get user data provider, which I'm not going to give the type to. And here I want to also remove async star because this is not going to be async. Alright. So now I again want to contact this auth controller. So I'll copy this line, which is basically getting the instance of the auth controller, and then just taking this and returning it. So auth controller dot and where is our function? Get user data. But now we want the UID. Now this stream provider is going to be reusable. That's why I'm not even using stream builder. One reason is it's a lot of boilerplate code. Another reason is that we're going to continuously, repeatedly use the stream provider everywhere, which helps us reuse it, right? But stream builder won't allow us to make sure that we can reuse it. So I'm just making sure that I create a stream provider. But here comes the problem. I want to pass in a UID. UID, again, why do we need that? Because it will be reused everywhere. That means it's not just for our user. It's going to be used for displaying other users' data as well. For example, if we go to some user's profile, this stream provider is going to help us with that. That's why I can't pass something like contacting the user provider to get the user ID. Exactly what we did over here. Just using ref.watch user provider and then getting the ID. We can't do that because it will just get the user data every time. The current user data. But I want to make sure it's for every user that we can have. So here I'm just going to accept this using .family, which means in the parameter I can have string UID. So whenever we use this stream provider, we want to make sure that we use this get user data provider as a function so that we can pass the UID of the user. Now if that doesn't make very much sense to you, let's go to the main.dart file to make much more sense. So here, let's understand how we're going to make sure things work over here. Well, first of all, I want to check if the user is even logged in or not. So for that, I'm going to use the auth state provider. So I'm just going to wrap the whole material router with auth state provider. So I'm just going to have return ref.watch. Now we don't have access to ref, so I'm just going to convert this to a consumer widget. And this will be a widget ref. Now, after having ref.watch, I just want to contact auth state change provider. And then whenever we get the data, I want to display all of these material app router things. So let's copy it from here and paste it over here. Then we need error. In case of error, what do we do? Well, I want to show an error text. And for that, we are going to create a common widget. So here in the common, we are going to have, let me just quickly type it out. Error text dot. And why are we having this? Because error text is going to be repeatedly used in our application whenever we use stream providers, and we are going to use a lot of stream providers. That's why. So now I have stateless widget with me called error text. We are going to return a center child text widget which says the error. And what is the error? Well, we are going to get it from the constructor because error is going to vary for every stream provider we will use. And here we are just going to print out error. Great. Now in the main.dart file, we are just going to return this error text widget, which will give us the error converted to a string. Also here we are going to get a stack trace. That means where the error occurred and all of that stuff. So let's have that over here, but I'm not going to use that. If you want, you can pass that as the error. Doesn't matter. Then we have the loading part, and for the loading part, we have already created a common widget called as loader. Alright, now let's see what we have. If I refresh, nothing really happens, and the reason for that is pretty visible. We have the data with us, which is the user. That means we can know if the user is there or not. That means if we have the data, which can be null. So if the data is there, that means that the user is logged in. If the data is not there, that means that the user is not logged in. Simple enough. So here, I'm just going to have in the routes builder something like this. So if the data is not equal to null, then I want you to return logged out route. I want you to return logged in now route. But we haven't created that. So we'll go to the logged router.dart file and create a new route called logged in route. So here I'm just going to copy it, paste it down like this, logged in route. This is going to be slash again. Don't mistake me. This is going to be slash because if the user is logged in and when they go to slash, if they're on web, then they should see the login screen. But if they're logged in and they go to slash, they should see the home screen there. Great. So now we are just going to return the logged in route. And if the data is not null, then we are going to return the logged out route. Simple enough. Now let's try to refresh the application. And here you can see we are getting null check operator. Guess why? The reason for that is if we go to the home screen, you'll notice we have used this exclamation mark here. If I just put like this and just go over here, put something like this, the error should fade away. You can see the error fades away. The reason for this is pretty simple. We had put an exclamation mark here telling that the user is not null, but in fact the user was null. But you'll say, but this data is there, right? The data is there. That means that the user should not be null. That's true, but we have not saved it to a provider, and that's why we had created the user provider as state provider. Of course, we needed to change its value early on as well. So let's just remove everything off. Our logic over here is correct, but it's not right over here. We want to make sure that we save this data in the user provider. So how are we going to do that? By contacting get user data. So after we get the data and we are sure that it's not null, instead of doing this, what we can do is just having a stateful consumer widget and here displaying my app. Sorry, not home screen, my app. And after converting all of this, we are just going to copy this build function down, return this instead, and remove this my app widget. After having all of this done, well, what's the difference, right? I mean, we have put this in a consumer widget. Now we're going to extract stuff. So now I'm going to create user model global variable, which can be null. Then we are going to get data function, which is going to talk to the user model that we have. So here we are going to have widget ref and user data because we are going to pass in all of the data, and with this we are going to use the stream that we are using as a future provider. So what I'm going to do is user model is equal to await ref.watch auth get user data provider. Then we need to pass in data.uid. Sorry, instead of using get user data provider, we are going to use auth notifier or auth controller provider dot notifier dot get user data. With this, we are going to pass in data.uid. But you can see we are getting an error because this is a stream and not a future. So to convert it to a future, we are just going to use dot first like we've done before. Now also we are going to make this asynchronous function. Now we have access to the user model. Now we're going to take this user model and save it. So we'll have ref.read user provider.notifier.update, and we're going to update it with the user model that we have over here. Now after all of that is done, we want to call set state because I want to run the build function again because this is an asynchronous process. Now when is this function going to run? Well, it's not going to run in the starting of the application. I mean, we are not going to create an init state for it, correct? If we run init state, it will run as soon as, the widget builds and all of that stuff, but I don't want it then. So here I'm going to remove all the stream provider stuff that I created just to demonstrate to you if that's not going to work. So I'm now going to pass in get data. Now after doing this, we have stored to the user model global variable that this is a function. We have assigned value to user model. If there is no assigned value to user model, that means that the user is null. That means that the user is not logged in. So here, finally, I'm going to check if user model is not equal to null. Then we want to return the logged in route. Otherwise, the logged out route is just fine. And you can see we are getting this error. If we just refresh this, here we have it. Rivan contacts. This is the display name. If I just try to change it in the home screen, Let's just change it to user dot. What else do we have? Let's say user.karma. I don't know if we have changed it, so let's convert it to a string. And yeah, we have changed it to 20. We need to change it later on. But yeah, this is working. Now the next thing we're going to work on is the sidebar and the UI basically. So I want to create an app bar here. And on this menu, whenever I click, I get the option to create a community and to display all the communities. Now we're getting into the good stuff. Yeah, I know the guest login feature is there. The guest sign up feature is there. But we'll get to it after we add the logout feature. For now, let's just divert our mind into something new. After that, we can just get into the authentication process of it later on. So let's see what we want to build. This is what we want to build right now, just the app bar part. And when we click on this, we want a menu to open. Just me demonstrate to you. So whenever I click over here, I want this side drawer to open. And then I get a button to create a community where I can click and go and then just design this, create the community and store it to Firebase. And then we need to display it over here in the drawer as well. Great. So now let me just remove the body. It's not needed anymore. Not even this. Let's just keep the user because as you can see at the right side, I want this profile picture showing up. So here in the app bar, I want to put a simple app bar where the title is going to be a constant text saying home. Let's just save it. We have home there. I want to make sure that the title is not in the center, so I'll set it to false, and here we have it. Now I want a button like this to show up at the corner, so I'm going to put a leading widget here, and the leading button is going to be icon button. Then we'll pass in the icon, which is going to be icons.menu icon, and on pressed is going to be an empty function. Also, this is going to be a constant icon. Here we have it. Now we want the search icon and the user avatar on the right side. So we're going to have that. We'll pass in actions, and in the actions, the first thing is going to be icon button. The on pressed is going to be empty again, and the icon here is going to be icons.search. Also, this is going to be a constant icon once again. Now we have this icon. We need this circle avatar. Basically this part we are going to design by using the circle avatar widget because that will give us the rounded borders in which we can add a property known as background image. With this background image, we can specify the image that we want. Now, if you see in our user, the user profile image is stored as a URL. So we'll just use network image and then we'll pass in user.profile pic. After having that, you see it right here, but that's too big, right? I mean, it's taking the entire size of the app bar. I just want to reduce its size. So what I'm going to do is just wrap this with an icon button. Now, of course, you can give this a radius and reduce its size, but I also want to make sure that it's clickable. Because when I click over here, another side drawer opens. But we'll get to it a bit later in the application or the tutorial. So for now, I'm just going to have icon and then pass in on pressed. Of course, you can use an inkwell just to wrap it and reduce this size. Both should work the same way, but I just find this as a better way to do it. And here we have it. Both of them are of the same height. And also an automatic spacing is created. You can see that. Great. So now the next thing we want to work on is first creating a drawer. So we are not going to create a drawer right here. I mean, drawer is the thing that opens right here, and we're not going to create it in this very file itself. We are going to use a different file for it and a different folder, because in the home screen we are going to have two drawers, as I already mentioned. One when we click over here and the other when we click over here. So in the home, we are going to create something known as drawers, and in that drawer we are going to have community list drawer, because this community list drawer is going to help us display the community list and even add the communities. So this is going to be very simple for us. We're just going to have a material dart import. We're going to create a stateless widget, but we already know that we want to get the list of the communities whenever we click over here. So we know we have to contact Riverpod for that. So I'm going to start with the stateless consumer widget. and I'll just type it out, community list. And from now onwards, we'll always use consumer widget wherever it's needed directly. I'm not going to first write a stateless widget and then convert it to consumer widget. Great. Now, as I said, we want to create a drawer, so I'm going to return a drawer over here. Now, I'm just going to bind this drawer to this part. So whenever we click over here, I want this drawer to open, or whenever I do the side swipe thing, it should open both of these ways. So I'm going to go to the home screen, and in the scaffold, we have a property. So let's go to the down from the app bar, and here we have a property of drawer, and here I'll attach the drawer, which is community list drawer. Let's save it, and whenever I try to swipe in, you can see this drawer showing up. Right now it's blank because we haven't made anything yet, but later on it will get added up, don't worry. But you'll see that when I click over this button, the drawer doesn't show up because this button isn't anywhere linked to our drawer. So we need to make sure that we create that function here. So we're going to have void display drawer. Well, we will need a build context for that because we are going to be using scaffold dot of context dot open drawer. This will make sure that it opens the drawer, as simple as it gets, and so we'll require build context. And I want to bind this function to this menu icon. So whenever we click over here, I want to make sure display drawer gets run, and we also pass in the context. But there's another problem. If I just do this, you can see the drawer is not opening and we have an error over here. The basic reason for that is we need to use a different context. So we will need to use a builder because we are using context of the widget that instantiated scaffold, not the context of a child of scaffold. So just using different context would work. So we can put this icon button in a different widget of its own and give it a separate build context, or the easier way is just using the builder method or the builder widget, which will provide us with a new context. Now if I restart the app, here we have it. When I click over here, it starts working. Great. Having that in place, let's just clear this off. Let's get to the designing part of our community list drawer. Well, there's not much to design here because it's pretty simple, right? First of all, we'll have a safe area because if we type anything, it will just get attached over here. And we don't want that because I don't want the notch to interfere with my application. That's what safe area is for. Then we have the child as a column, and in that children. Now, what is the children that we want? Well, the first child is the list style, and that list style is basically telling, yeah, please create the community for me. So we'll have title as text saying create a community. Then we are going to have a leading icon that says icons.add because I just want to design it up a bit. So you can see create a community there. And that's pretty much it. I just want an on tap later on so that whenever I click on it, I just migrate to a new community. And this looks good. Now I just want to migrate to the new community. So whenever I click over here, I want to go to the create community screen, which we are going to create as a separate feature. So we are going to have community here, then our usual screens, and then we are going to have create community screen. Now in this create community screen, first of all, we'll import material dart, then we'll import Flutter Riverpod, and then you might have seen in the working app that when we create a community here, we have a text field. Whenever we have a text field, we want to make sure we have to dispose this text field off. So now what I want to do is create a stateful consumer widget. This is also possible. Basically, this is, let me just type it out, then I can explain what this stateful consumer widget is. Basically, this is stateful widget, but here we just added consumer, and just like build context is accessible in our init state function here. You can see we have access to context. Similar to that, we have access to ref here. just like widget ref was present here in our consumer widget, it's not present here anymore. It's present in the state of this consumer stateful widget, which we are going to use whenever we want. And why are we having this consumer stateful widget? I've already mentioned the reason to you. Because we want to dispose of the text field. Now let's go to the router just to register the route for this create community screen so that we can navigate properly. So we'll go to the router, and in the logged in route, we're going to put that, nothing for the logged out route. So we're going to have /create community, and we'll just put an underscore here. We don't need that as of now. Soon we're going to need it. And then we're going to return material page, and in the child, we're going to return create community screen. Sweet. So let's go back to our community list drawer where we are going to create a function so that we can navigate to the create community screen. So I'm just going to write navigate to create community, build context. And if you're still wondering why I create separate functions, so even for the routing, it's just that I would like to have my UI widgets separate from even a bit of routing or any of that logic. Now we are just going to use route master. Till now you were using navigator, right? I mean navigator.off. But in this case, we are not doing that. We are using route master because I want to make sure we use the routes that we have registered using route master when we registered it in the main.dart file using all of this route master delegate and stuff. So now we are just going to have push, and now we want to push it to the path. The path we want to push it to is create community. Now we can take this navigate to create community function and pass it to on tab. So let's pass it like this, and we have it. Also, let's put a constant over here. If you're wondering how I have two cursors, I just pressed option on Mac and it selected the two cursors for me where I can add constant. Now after having that, create a community. Here we are on a new screen. You can see it all works. Now we need to design the create community screen. So here we are going to return a scaffold. If you see the blank thing, it's because of the container, not because of the scaffold. Then we have the app bar where we are going to write, well, pretty simply, title, where it's going to say constant text create a community, and save it. Here we have create community. Alright, so now let's see what else do we need. Well, we just need a simple text over here which says we need to pass in the community name and then the text field with a certain limit of characters we can pass as the community name, and then we need to have a create community button. It's going to be very simple for us, correct? We all need what we want. A very simple body where we are first going to have a column. In that column children, and the first child we are going to have is a text, and the text is saying community name. Let's have that much and save it. Here we have community name. Now I also want to make sure there's a bit of padding. If you just zoom in around here, you can see there's a slight padding from here and from here. So I want to make sure we have that padding as well. So I'm just going to wrap the entire column widget with a padding, not separate widgets because that's just waste of time. I just want it for every single widget here. Even the text has it, even the button, even the text field. Great. After having that, let's save it. Let's just pass in 10 as a padding. That looks good. Then I need a text field. So first of all, we'll just space it out a bit. So we have height of 10, and then we are going to have a text field where we are going to pass a controller. Then we are going to pass a decoration where we are going to have input decoration. The hint text is going to be r/community name because that's how it is. Field is going to be set to true. And let's just save it. Let's remove the controller for now so that we have access to what we are seeing. And here it is. Looks decent enough. Now I just want to get rid of the border. So what I'm going to do is have border as input border dot none. Let me type that out. Here we have removed the border. We don't need that. Also, I want to give a bit of padding inside of this text field. You can see it's similar to this. So we have padding, which is content padding, and then we have const edge insets dot all 18. Save it, and here we have it. A bit of padding as well. But you can see community name shifted here. I want it to go back in the side. How am I going to do that? Well, I'm just going to wrap it with the container, more like an align widget, which will give it alignment property, and the alignment property is going to be alignment dot top left. That's great. Now save it, and you have community name present here. Now I also want to give it a max length, so let's give that a max length. We won't do that in the decoration, we are going to do that here. Max length is 21. If you want to give maximum number of lines, then it will be max lines, but that would make the text feel pretty big. I just want max length, so we'll have 21. Also, just to get rid of these errors, what I'm going to do is create the text editing controller and bind it. So we have final, and let's give the name of the text editing controller, which is going to be community name controller equal to text editing controller. We'll dispose that off, and then we'll have community name controller dot dispose method on it. Now in the text field, we're going to pass the controller, which is community name controller. For the input decoration, we are going to pass in a constant. Let's remove the padding, and everything still looks the same, but we are getting rid of the warnings, and here we are. All the warnings are gone. The next button I need is a button. So very simply, we have experience with buttons due to our experience with sign in button. So let's leave a bit of a height. So we have height as 30, and then elevated button, and in the on pressed an empty function, and the child is going to be a constant text saying create community. Now let's see how we want to design this. Well, I would recommend you to try it on your own. It's very similar to what we did with the sign in button. It's actually the exact same design, I guess. But anyways, try it on your own. I'll just tell what we need. We just want to increase its minimum size with its height and its width. Then we want to make sure that we round the borders, and that's pretty much it. The color is the same thing. If you didn't figure it out, don't worry, it takes time. So we'll have elevated button dot style from, and then in the style we're going to pass in minimum size as constant size, the width of which is going to be double dot infinity, and height as 50. Double dot infinity, if you're wondering why it doesn't take up the whole height or the whole width, including the non-padded area, that means this part that we've padded, that's because that's how double infinity works. Double dot infinity is constrained because of its parent widget, and its parent widget at the end of the day is padding as well. Even though its immediate parent is column, it does have padding as its parent indirectly. Let's remove the constant. Now we have this warning here because we have to put child as the last over here. That's just a very simple warning. Then a shape, we have to give this to it, and the shape is going to be rounded rectangle border, the border radius of which is border radius dot circular, and we'll pass in 20. Let's go over here and we have it. Looks good. Now let's just increase the font size of our text. So we have style, and the style is text style, font size 17. Let's go over here and it looks great. And if you want to compare, you can compare both of these widgets side by side. They look the same thing. Great. So now the next thing is working on the Firebase call. Whenever we click on the create community, we need to make sure that we actually create a community in a separate collection of its own, which is communities. Till now we were storing all of the data in user data, but it's no longer a user data, it's a community data. So we'll again have to design some models and stuff. So let's dive into it. It's going to be really interesting. So we need to start off by creating a repository folder and obviously a controller folder. So let's create both of them very quickly. In the repository folder, we'll create the community repository.dart file. And in here, we'll create the class of community repository. And then we need to get the instance of Firestore, and similar to what we've done before, we are just going to have something like this done. Then we are going to construct a constructor with Firebase Firestore, which is Firestore. Then just assign the private variable Firestore equal to that Firestore. Great. Now after having that done, let's create a function called create community, but it's not of the type void, it's going to be future void, because we are going to create a community. If we are creating a community, we want to show if there are any errors or not while creating it, because there are going to be some errors which I'll talk to you about. So let's have that. Then it's going to be asynchronous. We are going to have the simple try and catch block here, and we are going to have our usual on Firebase exception catch E as well. So in case there is any error, we are just going to throw it to the catch block. But I just wanted to show you the other thing we can do. Instead of just throwing exception like we did earlier, like this, what you can do instead is just use return left failure e.message. And this should work as well if you just do that. And even here you can have the same return left e part like this. It works. Just convert this to a string and you have it. This also works, but if you want, you can also have the throw e.message part. Both of them work the same way for us. Then in the try block, what we need to do is basically go to the communities collection. So we first need to create the communities collection. So we have collection reference get communities, and we're making it a private variable because I don't want it to be accessible outside of this repository, because Firebase calls are made to be in the repository part. So now here we are going to have firestore.collection Firebase constants, and then in the Firebase constants we have already added communities collection, not comments collection, communities collection. And after that is done, in the try block we are just going to have our logic. So what is our logic? Well, whatever community we have, so we need to get the community. Now, as I said, we have to create the community model first. So let's create it right here. So we have community underscore model.dart, and I'm going to call this community itself, not community model. Earlier I named user model as community user model, not user, because there is a user class already existing in Firebase. We have already checked it out. That's why. So in the community model, let's think of the properties that our community model is going to have. So first of all, our community is going to have an ID. Then it is going to have a name. So we have final string name. Then a banner. And if you're wondering why the banner is string, I've already told it to you. It's going to contain the URL of whatever we upload to Firebase storage. Then we also need the avatar, which is basically the profile picture of the community. So we have avatar. Then we need the list of string of members that are there in the community, and this list of string of members is going to contain the list of the UIDs of the user that are going to be there in the community. Then we are going to have a list of string of mods, because we want to make sure that we give special access to mods and we know what our community mods are. Now, of course, there is another way of doing it. We can create a class called members and save if the user is mod or not property in there. But this method is more readable in my opinion, at least. Let's click on the bulb icon. We can click on generate constructor and generate a data class. Let's remove the .convert import and this functions as well. It's not really necessary to remove this .convert, but I think there would be more confusion if we have two JSON from JSON functions, Now in the create community, we are just directly going to accept community from our parameter. What that means is we are going to accept it or create this community model in our controller class. Now, to make sure you understand the difference of why we are creating a community in the controller instead of the repository, just like we did for auth repository here, because we created the user model here, but in our community repository, we are just taking it from the parameter. The basic difference is we always want to try and keep the model creation part in the controller class. But there wasn't any way of doing this over here. Not that I could think of. That's why I created it over here. Because to do that part, to create the user model in controller, I didn't know how I could take the username, the photo URL, all of that stuff while signing in and throw it to the controller and use that again to use it in some other thing. But here we can create the community just by passing it in the controller, because the community is going to consist of everything as default except the community name. So if you just go to the community model, the ID is going to be auto generated, and actually it's not going to be auto generated. It's going to be time based that we are going to create ourselves. Then it's going to have a name, which is this what user enters. The banner, avatar, members, mods is going to be all with us because they are all going to be defaults. If the profile wants to get edited, they can edit it later on. But we have all the things that we need right with ourselves. That's why we're doing it in controller. In auth repository, we didn't have that access because we needed to sign the user in, then get their data. So I hope you understood the difference. Now it's going to be pretty easy for us. We just need to store this in the community's model, community's Firestore collection, right? I mean, is there anything else we need to do? Just think about it. There is one thing that's missing, which is if we create a community, we need to make sure that a community of the same name does not exist. So what I'm going to do? Well, I'm just going to create a community document, which is going to be equal to await communities.document, and it's going to be community.name. The document ID in this case is going to be community.name, not an auto-generated or the ID that we are going to create. It's going to be the name of the user. That's because I don't want to replicate the users based on their user community, I don't want the communities to have two same names. They should be different from each other. And that's why we are first getting the data, and then we are checking if the community doc exists. So if the community doc exists, that means a community with the same name already exists. So we are going to throw an exception saying community with the same name already exists. Now, since we have thrown it, it basically goes to this catch block, and this catch will return left. That means it will return a failure, and that's what we want to do. If there is a failure, then we are going to display a snack bar, so it works according to our plan. Now, in case if the community does not exist, throw is like return. You can consider it like return. It throws a message that puts you out of this entire function. Not really, it throws you in the catch block, but you can consider to be out of this try block. So nothing further gets executed. So now we can have return write, and in this write we can have communities.document, community.name.set, community.tomap. Now if you're wondering what I just did here, basically this set function over here has a type of future void, and write also requires a type of future void. You can see that it wants a future. It is a future since we added async, and it returns a data type of void. So that's exactly what I've done here. Instead of doing await, which would make sure that it wastes some time, just even a second if that is, It would waste that time to await it, and then it would go to the next thing, which is returning write. And in write, we're not returning anything. It's going to be null anyways. That's why I removed the await call just to boost the performance even by a millisecond. That would help. So now we have the create community function created with proper logic handling. Now we can go to our controller and create that class. But before just creating that class, I can create a provider of this community repository. So we have community repository, and actually let me just use the provider shorthand syntax or the code snippet. Then we can have community repository provider. It's not going to have any type. It will automatically detect that. And here it's going to return community repository. And we need to pass in Firestore, and I've already said we can use that using ref.watch Firestore provider. I hope you understood the process. We are basically getting the Firestore instance from this Firestore provider. Now let's go to the community controller and create a class of community controller, where it's going to have an instance of community repository, which is going to be community repository. Create community controller, and it's going to be required community repository, and this private variable is going to be equal to the variable that we just created. I hope you can type these lines out of your own. I know it's a lot of code to write, but trust me, it is going to be valuable for us. We also need ref with us, which is final ref, which comes from Riverpod. Why do we need that? Because we are going to contact the user provider to get the user ID. You'll know why we need the user ID later on. But now we'll just have ref, and let's just pass it in like this. Ref is equal to ref. Now we're going to create a community function, and this is going to have a name. Now why are we taking this from the parameter? How else are we going to take the thing that is for the input from the user? So we have string name. Then we are going to have build context with us because we want to display the snack bar. It's going to be asynchronous because we want to create a community, and we will have to await that because it's of the type future either void. Great. So now we will create a community first. So let's have community equal to community. Then the ID is going to be whatever the name of the user is. I mean, not the name of the user, sorry, the name of the community that the user enters. The name is also going to be the same thing. The banner is going to be constants dot banner default. Avatar is going to be constants dot avatar default. Members is going to have nothing, and mods is going to have nothing. Now if you think it's going to be nothing, well, it's wrong, because members and mod is going to have one thing, which is user in their list. So the member is going to contain the user that just created the community, right? I mean, the user just clicked on this create community. That means he or she is a part of that community, as well as they're going to be a moderator, because at the end of the day, they're even the admin. So I want to get the user's ID. So we are going to have final UID is equal to ref. And this is why we want to use ref, so that we can use user provider with us. And then we can have dot UID like this. So in case the user is null, then we want the UID to be nothing, but that's not going to be the case. It's just going to be whenever we just create some faulty, we use this function in a faulty area. Now we can take this UID and pass it in members and mod both. Now I just want to contact the auth repository. So we have auth repository, community repository dot create community. We pass in the community and we're done. Are we? Not really, because we want to await this. where we'll get the result, and with that result we want to fold so that we get to know if the community already exists or not. So we are going to have a show snack bar here where the text is going to be whatever the failure gives us. It is of the type failure, so we can have l.messenger. And if it's a success, then what do we want to do? Well, I just want to make sure that we pop off this screen. That means I don't want to see this screen again. I clicked on create community. I want to go back to this screen. So I'm going to have your routemaster.offContext.pop. And actually a snack bar would be great here as well, right? I mean, just to tell the user that yeah, their dream of creating a community has been fulfilled, right? So we can have community created successfully. Alright, so now let's add some loading indicators as well right away. So we will just extend this from state notifier, and we obviously know the type of this notifier, boolean, because I want the boolean value or the state of the state notifier extending class to be is loading. So here we are going to have super false, because initially the loading is set to false. When we start to create the community, or when the user starts or just clicks that button, I want the state to be true. State is equal to true. And when all of this gets over and we have a result, even if it's a failure, then I just want to stop it. So we'll just set it to false. Now let's go to the create community screen, and here we are going to create a function called void create community. Now, as I said, we don't need build context, widget, ref or anything in the parameters here. We already have that in the consumer state widget or consumer state class. So what I'm going to do is ref.read, and then why are we using read? Because we are using this outside of the build function at the end of the day. Even if it was inside of the build function, it wasn't to listen to values. It was just to, increment a value or something. We don't want to keep listening to it. So we will contact the community controller. Now, since we have not created that community controller provider, let's create it really quick. So I'm just going to use the state notifier provider snippet that I have, again from the Riverpod snippets package that I already told you about. So we're going to have community controller provider, and the type of the state notifier provider, we'll have to type it in here. Otherwise, it will think that it's an object that we've already seen in auth repository class. So we are going to have community controller. Let's after that have a boolean value, because that's the state of our application. And here we are going to return community controller, and then we want to pass in community repository. Let's create instance of the community repository class now, which is final community repository equal to ref.watch. I hope you already know what I'm going to do. Community repository provider, and then just take this community repository and put it here, which is already there. Now, if you're wondering why I didn't use .notifier here, because there's no such method over here, because community repository provider is directly from the provider, unlike state notifier provider that we've been using for the community controller. So if you want to understand, let's just show it here. So we have community controller provider, and on state notifier provider I have .notifier, using which I can call the function which is create community. Here we need to pass in the name, which is going to be community name controller .text.trim. Obviously we need to trim before sending it. Trim basically means that if I add something like this and some space, it will ignore all of these spaces. Great. After having all of this done, let's bind this function of create community to this button. And also, since we are already here, handle the loading part. So final is loading is equal to ref.watch. Notice that I'm using ref.watch here. because I want to keep track of the isLoading. If I use ref.read, it won't update me when the isLoading part changes. So we have community controller provider here, which automatically gives this isLoading a boolean value, and we can just have, if it is loading, then I want to show a constant loader, otherwise a column is just fine. Now here I'm just going to type in a community name, let's say memes, and click on create community. Here you can see community created successful. We even saw the loading bar, and here we don't have any error. I'm going to assume it's stored in Firebase successfully. That's why I'm not going to check in the Firestore console, but if you want you can check it. But now let's just create and display the communities here as well, because we know we've done the part of the major part. Now we just need to display them. So again, for that, let's close all the save files and go to community repository and create a function to display all the communities. So here what we're going to do is just create a function of stream list community. That's what we're going to return, because I want it to be a stream because it's going to be used everywhere in our application, and it's not going to return all the communities. Don't get me wrong here. We're going to return the communities the user is a part of, because if there are like hundreds of communities out there and user is there only in 2 of them, why would I want hundreds of communities showing up in the personal feed of the user, right? So I just want to display the user's communities, not every community. That's a big point to note. So here I'm just going to get the UID of the user. Why am I getting the UID? So that this function is reusable, like we did for getting the user data. We took it from the parameter so that we can use it not just for our user, but for every user that we want. And we will need this if we try to expand the application. So now what I want to do is return communities where, because I just want to go to the Firestore collection of communities and then check if the user is there in my community. So here I'm going to have members. So it's going to be array contains. So we are going to return the communities where the members, and member is a list of string of UIDs of the user. If I've already mentioned it to you, just go to the community controller, and here you'll find members is a list of IDs, and here we have passed in the UID. Whenever we join a community, we are going to do the same. We are going to add to the existing items in the array that, yeah, this is another user that has joined. So here we are just going to have where members field over there in the Firestore collection members field, and in that array it contains the UID, and we need snapshots of them. And now this should be done because it returns to us a stream, but it doesn't return stream of list of community. It is returning list of query snapshots. So here I'm just going to add map. So we're going to map through everything and then convert each of the query snapshot that we have into a community model. So here we are going to have list of communities. Let me just remove all of this, which is equal to an empty list. And then we are going to have for variable document in event.docs. We are going to add to the list of communities community.fromMap doc.data, and we are going to consider it as a map of string of dynamic. Now if you're wondering what we just did here, I'll explain it to you, but first let me just return communities from here. Alright, so what have we done? We went to the communities collection where we found the members containing this user ID. Then we got the snapshot, which will return to us a stream of query snapshot. We map through the query snapshot where we get the event. That means here we had list of query snapshot, and here we are getting one single query snapshot, and then we are going through a for loop so that we get through every query snapshot, because query snapshot contains a list of document snapshot, which is event.docs. You can find it right here. So we're going through every document in event.docs, and we are adding that to the list of communities, which is an empty list that we created. And we have our community.fromMap function. From map, as I've already told it to you, it takes in a map and it will return the proper things from here in the form of a user model. And that's exactly what our communities is. It's a list of community. And here we are going to have doc.data, which should be treated as map of string dynamic, because here it is of the type object. And community.fromMap only takes map of string dynamic map. And then we are just returning the communities. So we have that. Now we can go to the community controller and then create a stream of list of community. So we're going to have get user communities, and then we're going to access ref. Now I know I said we are not going to use the user ID here, but that was my fault. I'm going to use the user ID because it is get user communities. We're not going to display the user's communities publicly in our application. That's not what Reddit even does. So that was my bad. I just misinformed. But here we are going to get the user provider. But why we take this from the parameter here instead of, just using ref here? I gave the answer because we can't use ref in repository. So now we are just going to get the UID. So we have final UID equal to this. And then we are going to return community repository.get user communities, and then we pass in the ID. Really sorry for that misinformation. Basically, we just wanted to use UID over here. We didn't want to pass it over here. Get user communities is always going to get the communities of our user. We don't want to get it for other user because that's not what Reddit does. My bad on that part. Now we just want to create a user community provider. So it's going to be a stream provider. Let's create that. So we have stream provider and we'll name that as user communities provider. And here we are going to remove async star. We are just going to return community controller. So now we want to get access to the community controller provider. So we'll have final community controller. Let me just put that here, which will be equal to ref.watch community controller provider. And then we'll return community controller dot. And as I've already told it to you, this is a state notifier provider. So we need to add notifier here. So we have community controller dot get user communities. So this will make sure that the stream provider works. I've already told you the benefits of stream provider. Well, it will help us in caching, as well as it will help us not write much of a boilerplate code again and again. Now, after having all of that done, we can go to the community list drawer and then display the list of the communities. So where do we want to display that? In the just below the list tile, right? Over here, after we add the create community button, we want to display the list of communities the user can click to and go to the screen. So here we are going to have ref.watch user communities provider.when. Now this is how we handle stream providers. If you've not already understood that part, we've used it in the main.dart file itself. It gives us three options: data, error, and loading. Data, whenever the data is there for us. Error, whenever we get some error from Firebase. In our stream, we get any error or anything. And loading, while we are getting the data from Firebase, what do we want to do? Well, for the data part, we can figure something out. For the error part, we also have something known as track trace, which will help us to pinpoint where exactly our error occurred. But we don't want to show that to the user. So we are just going to display an error text, which will be converted to a string. Then we have loading, and then we are just going to return a constant loader from there. Now here what do we want as a data? Well, the data is a list of communities, and how do we display the list of communities? Using a list view. But since we don't know what the item count is going to be, it's better to use list view builder. So let's just use this list view builder. This is a snippet again I have from Flutter and Dart extension. You can just download that. Now the item count is whatever data we have dot length. Now just to not get it very confusing, data is communities, so the item count is communities dot length, and we want to return a list style. List style will basically tell that this is the avatar of the community, this is the name of the community, and this is the name of the community. Just go to this URL and you'll get it. So now I want to extract the particular community from the list of communities. So we have a list of community here, we have the index. So we're going to extract one community, which is communities at index. Now in the list style, we're going to have a title called text, which is going to be community.name, right? So it's going to be $community.name. Now, if I just wanted to show community.name, I wouldn't be putting them in the string interpolation part. Instead, what I'll be doing is just putting r/ over here, because that's how list styles are represented even in Reddit, or the community names are presented that way. The reason I didn't mention r/ in the name of the community itself while creating it, for example, something over here, when we just created a community, why not just add something like r/$name over here, right? The reason for that is pretty simple. If we do that, searching becomes very difficult because the user will have to add r/ every time they search, and we don't want that. That's why I properly named it name, and here every time we just want to display to the user, we add r/. Now after having a list style, I also want to have a leading icon that would be a circle avatar again, and that circle avatar is going to have a background image of a network image, and that network image is going to be having the background image, it's going to be having a URL, and the URL is going to be community.avatar. Banner is for the bigger picture, avatar is for the profile picture. And then there's OnTap. We look into OnTap in just a bit after we complete displaying it. But now you can see nothing gets displayed. We are getting all of this render flow error. And the reason for that is we have a column in which there is a list style and there is a list view builder. List view builder wants to take the full space that's given to it, but we don't want that. We want it to have the maximum amount of space that's available to it. So we are just going to wrap it with an expanded widget so that it takes whatever space that is there, and we have memes showing up, which is one community we are a part of. Now the next thing is, after displaying, we need to click over here and go to the community screen so that we can design the community screen and get into the community specific properties. For example, if I want to edit the community profile. So let's dive into the community designing part. So what I want to do first is just go to the community folder in the screens, create a new screen called community screen. Well, this is going to be the screen that will be displaying to us the community details, the community profile basically. So let's just import material dart. Let's import Riverpod as well, because we already know we'll need it, because we want to get the details of this community. Now here we are going to create, let's say, a stateless consumer widget, which will be called community screen. And then let's go and change it to scaffold. Now we need to register it as a route. But here's the thing. For the community screen, we are going to have a dynamic route. That means if the user is on web and launches r slash, let's say, memes, and of course http slash slash localhost for suppose is the URL with some port number, let's say 4000. So we want this to be the path of the URL. This is the URL of the website, but I want r slash memes to be there. But what if I want to go in another community with the name of, let's say, Flutter, right? So I can't have a permanent route name in the router.dart file. Here, like we have standard routes, I can't have them because the community name is going to keep changing. And if we have a fixed community name, the user will land on the fixed community in spite of landing on different URLs. So what we are going to do here is going to be very simple. It's going to be called r slash and name. This is how we are going to get access to dynamic routes, you can say. And then, as I said, we are not going to need route in fixed routes over here, meaning URLs which have a constant name or the constant path, but here we are going to need that. And then we are obviously going to have the same thing that we are going to return, but instead of having create community screen, we will return community screen. But also, this community screen doesn't know what to display now because we don't have any access to the user's community. So what do we want? Well, here we are just going to have final string name and then click on the bulb icon and generate a constructor. So we'll just add required name this.name. Great. Now we can save this, but here we need to pass in the name. And what is this name? It's the path that is passed over here. And make sure to add this colon right here. That's very important. Otherwise, it will think this is a fixed route. But after adding that colon, it will consider this as a parameter. So we can access that using route.pathParameters, which is a map. And then we are going to pass in the name. And let's remove a constant because it's not a constant anymore. So this is what I call slug. With this slug, we can pass name over here in case you want to have nested routing. For example, you want ID of the community for some reason. You can have that and pass it in here like this. That's how it works. Great. After having that, we have the community screen with the name of the community, which is basically the ID of the community as well, through which we can access the community. Of course, using this router, you notice that we can't have the community model passed to it directly. So now we need to get the community details by their name. So even before starting anything, we are going to go to the community repository and here create a new function called stream of community, which is what it's going to return. And this will be called get community by name. And then in the parameter, obviously we need the name. And then we are going to have our simple, let's just say, returning part. So we are going to return communities .doc name .snapshots .map. This is what I've already explained it to you. I hope you understand. We are basically going to the communities collection to a particular community which we find by their name, and we are getting its snapshot, and then we are just mapping it so that we can take whatever snapshot we get and convert it to a community model. Now this event here is a document snapshot itself. Here the event was query snapshot. In case of document snapshot, all we need to do is community.from map, and then we'll pass an event.data and we'll consider it as a map of string dynamic. Great. Having that in place, we can go to the controller and let's just copy this because the function signature is going to be the same. We can go down here and then we can have string get community by name, and then we are going to return whatever community repository has for us .get community by name. Now you can see we still need the name over here from the parameter. So when we create our stream provider, obviously we'll need a family for it. And you might know how to do that already because we've done that. But if you don't, this is how we are going to do it. Let's just start it from scratch. We'll have stream provider from our snippet, and then we are going to call it get community by name provider. The stream provider is not going to have any type. Let's remove async star as well. It's not needed because we are going to return a stream only. Then here, the returning part, for that we need a community controller provider, and then since it's a state notifier provider, I'll need .notifier for it, and then we'll call get community by name. Now since we don't have a name, we'll just use .family, then we will have string name and then pass in the name. Great. Now that we have access to it, let's go to the community screen. Let's close all the other files that we have. And then in the scaffold, we are going to have a body, and in that body, we are going to have ref.watch, and then we are going to contact our provider, which is get community by name provider. And since we use family, we need to pass in name, which we have right here. Since it's not a stateful consumer widget, we can directly use name, not widget.name. And now we'll just use when. Whenever we have data, we get the data. For now, let's just put it as an empty function. In case of error, we are going to have stack trace as well. And then we are going to display error text. And then we'll pass in error.toString. For loading, we are going to have a very simple constant loader. Now, in case we have the data, what do we want to return? Well, let's just replace it with a single arrow function. And now we need to figure out how our community is going to look like. So this is how it should look. And there's nothing big in it. You might think that it's just a banner below which we need to display a profile photo. And then we have these buttons and stuff. But when you scroll down, you'll notice that there's a bit of a weird scrolling here, right? And we need to achieve that using slivers. So that's exactly what we're going to use. Let's replace data with community so as to give proper naming. And then we are going to have something known as nested scroll view. Here we need to pass in header sliver builder. So we'll here get context, and inner box is scroll. We're not going to use either of these two. We don't need them. But other thing that we need to pass in is a body. For now, a body is going to be container. I'll explain it to you when we need to use it. But for now, none of this has any sense for us. Or if you want, you can pass in the text as displaying posts of the community. So whenever we add the post adding part in our app, we can simultaneously use this to display the post as well. So now we are just going to have a constant text. And here, what are we going to return now? Well, we are going to return a list in which, first of all, we are going to have an app bar, which looks something like this. So now we are going to have something known as sliver app bar, which will allow us to create an app bar that is a weird scrollable thing. Then we are going to pass in the expanded height, which is 150. So that means when we are at its maximum position, how much is its height. Then we want flexible space. So we know in the app bar we can't pass in something known as a background image or anything. So with this flexible space, we can add the banner. So now here in the stack, we are going to have children, and in the children, we are going to have positioned dot fill, not direction, positioned dot fill. That means it fills the entire space. And in the child, we will pass in image dot network. And what is this going to be? Pretty simply, community dot banner. So let's put some commas, and there we have it. Now we won't be able to see it when we click over here because we have not created the navigation. So let's go to the community list drawer, create a function for that. So we'll have void navigate to community, and here we just need to pass an r/ and then the name of the community that we chose. So what is that community name? Let's just have it over here called community. So whatever community we've selected, here we have access to it as well. Here we are just going to pass that in. So we are going to have community.name. Let's just take this function and put it in the on tab. So we are going to have navigate to community, pass in the context and the community, and we're done. Now if I click over here, it is saying page not found. So we just need to refresh because we registered a route which is dynamic. Now if I click over here, we have it, but it's not full, right? I mean, it's not taking the entire space or anything. So I just need to go to this community screen, and in image.network just pass in fit as boxfit.cover. That will make sure that it covers everything, and here we have it. Now if you see, there is a bit of scrolling, weird scrolling, let's say. And then we are going to have floating set to true and snap set to true. If you want to know more about them, just hover over this, it will give you the proper information. Now let's go to the sliver next part that we have, because we don't only have this, we have this part as well, and this is also going to be made using slivers. The only thing not made using slivers is this displaying posts part. So now here we have sliver padding, so that we can add a bit of padding, and the padding is going to be constant edgeinsets.all 60. Now after this, we also need a sliver and we need a list. So I'm going to pass in sliver list. Then in the delegate, we are going to have sliver child delegate, list delegate, and then we pass in a list, which is first going to have a very simple circle avatar. So let's pass in circle avatar. Then we need to pass in a background image for this circle avatar, which is network image. And what is this image? Well, I already told it to you. It's an avatar. It's profile picture. So it's going to be community.avatar. Let's put some trailing commas so that, there's spacing. And here we have our simple icon, but it's not showing anything. So let's have a bit of a radius given to it. The radius is going to be, let's say, 35. Good enough. Now I also want it to be aligned, so I'm just going to wrap it with an align widget, which will make sure that its alignment is in the top left. So here we shift it, and there we have it. Looks good. Now below it we want a title, and in the same line we are going to have this button, and then below it we are going to have this text. So let's quickly rush into it. So we're going to have a simple sized box of height 5. Then we are going to have a row, and in the row we are going to have the children. The first child is going to be a text, which is r/, and then we need to pass in the community name. So let's have community.name, and let's see if it gets printed. We have our memes. That's great. Now we just need to style it up a bit. So we have constant text style. Then we pass in the font size as 19 and font weight, because we want to bold it, as font weight.bold. Here we have it. Looks great. Now let's just leave a bit of a spacing, but for that we already have a button in place. So we are just going to create a simple outlined button in the row. Let's create it here. So we have outlined button. Outlined button is exactly what it says. It's like a button which is having a border, a visible border, nothing inside. And on press for now it's going to be empty. Later on we'll figure out what to do about it. But here the text is going to be join, and let's have a constant text here. Great, looks good. Now let's style it up a bit, but before that let's just shift it to the right. So here in the row we are going to have main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between, so that it shifts to the corner and there's space between of these two widgets. Then in the outline button, let's pass in some style. So the style first of all is going to be elevated button.style from. Yeah, I want the same styling. Then the shape here is going to be rounded rectangle border with a border radius dot circular 20. Let's save it and we have it. It is a bit more rounded now, but I also want another thing here, which is I want a bit of spacing from here. You can see this part, if we zoom in, there is a lot more spacing than what there is over here. So we just need to fix that. So we are going to have padding inside of the style. If we put it outside, then it will outside, or meaning if we wrap the outlined button with a padding widget, it will create a margin. But I want it inside of the button, so I'm using the padding property inside of it. And then we are having edge insets dot symmetric with the horizontal as 25. And there is a bit more spacing now, which looks great. After that, let's get out of the row. We have created everything. Last part is the members thing that we want to show. So how many members are there actually? So we are going to have padding and we'll pass in constant. Let me have it correctly. Constant edge insets dot all, and not all actually, only from the top, so that I leave some spacing as well. Of course, you can use sized box, but why I'm using padding instead of sized box is wherever I take this text later on, if I want to redesign this, wherever I take this text, I want it to have a padding from top, not only here. If I want to have if I want to have a spacing only in certain areas, then I use a sized box. But in this scenario, wherever I put my text, I want it to have a bit of padding from the top. That's why. Then we are going to have a child, and the child is going to be a text. The text is going to say how many members are there. So we are going to have community.members.length, because it's an array, you remember. That is an array, so we'll use length, and then we have members. So these many members are there. You can see one member showing up because there is only one member till now. Then from there, we want to display the post whenever we keep adding. But for now, you can see this works really well for us. Great. Now after creating this community part, we need to create a bit of a logic here. So you can see that we have mod tools over here, right? I mean, it's written mod tools over here. Still I wrote join button. The reason for that is whenever we create a new community, or we search up a new community and the user wants to join a community, they will click on this join button and we are going to reuse this screen again and again. This is not just for a screen when we click over here. It's going to be whenever we search from here, or when a post is displaying and we click on the community it came from. But I want to have mod tools over here. So what is the logic? Well, the logic is if I am a moderator, then I should have a mod tool. So how are we going to have that? Well, isn't it very simple for us? If here we just add if community.mods.contains the user's ID. So let's get access to the user ID, which is final user equal to ref.watch user provider. I hope you're familiar with this by now. Then we'll just take this user, and then we'll have if it contains user.uid, then we want to show the moderator button. Otherwise, the join button is good enough. So I'll just have something like this. So what did we check? Well, we said that mods is a list of string which contains the user ID. So if it contains the user ID, that means that the user has already joined. So what is the point of showing them the moderator button? So here we'll have mod tools. Otherwise, they are joining, so we'll have the join button. And there we have it, the mod tools. But there's another logic that's needed here, which is, what if the user is searching and then they click the join button and they're already joined but they're not a moderator? That means if suppose I am another user and I click on search, I search up, I get a join button here, I click on join. That doesn't make me a moderator, right? So I want to get joined written over here, not join again, because that would make the user think that nothing has happened and they'll keep on clicking even though they are a part of this community. So I'm just going to have here if community.members.contains the user.uid again, then we are going to have joined, otherwise there's a join. So with this, we are checking if the user is a moderator, and with this, we are checking if the user is a part. Now, obviously, the user is going to be, if the user is a moderator, they are a part of this community. So we have already put this condition here so that we don't see a joined button for the moderator. For us, it's going to keep showing mod tools. So let's leave it how it is. Now, the next part we need to work on is the moderator tools. Moderator tools is going to have two features. The first feature is editing the community profile, and the second feature is adding moderators or removing moderators. So how are we going to achieve that? Well, first of all, let's get to the screen of community moderator options, and then we will start working with the community editing part. Then we will move to the searching part so that the user can join, and after the user joins, we will work on the moderator tools, moderator appointing feature, because unless there is a member in the community, we can't appoint anyone as a moderator, right? I don't want to appoint like a fourth user who's not even a part of our community as a moderator. It doesn't even make sense, right? That's why let's get started with the editing community part. So we are going to start off by creating a screen over here, which is going to be called mod tools screen. We're not creating a screen directly of the edit profile, because first we need to go to the screen where we can have mod tools showing up, which is adding a moderator, editing community profile, and then we can have those screens created. So let's import material dart now. Then we are going to create a stateless widget and call this mod tools screen. Then here we are going to return a scaffold, then an app bar, and that app bar is going to have a simple title saying that this is going to be a constant text of mod tools. After that, in the body, we are going to have a column, and in that column, very simply, just two list styles. What is this list style going to be? Well, these list styles are basically going to tell that this is the moderator option to add and this is the edit community option to add. So here let's add constant text with add moderators, then an on tab. For now, let's keep it empty. As and when we create those screens, we can come here and then let's just save it to see how it looks. So here we can go there. Let's go to the specific community as well and then click on mod tools. Now we're not going to that screen. So let's go to our community screen, and for the on pressed here, let's create a route called void navigate to mod tools. And then we are simply going to request a build context, and then we are going to use route master dot of context dot push. And what route do we want to push it on? Well, /mod tools. Now we can register the same route in our router.dart file. So here we are just going to have mod tools like this, and a very simple same thing like this. Again, we are not going to need route data because we don't have a nested route. So let's pass in mod tool screen and then save it. Now if I go over here, still nothing works because we have not bound this function to our button. So let's go down, pass it in for the mod tool. So let's have context passed in here, and we have it well enough. Now if we do this, you can see page wasn't found. So again, restart the application. Let's go to memes, mod tools, and there we have add moderators. But this doesn't look right. I mean, let's add a very simple icon so that we can have it a bit good looking. So here we're going to have a leading icon of constant icon icons dot add moderator. Then save it, and here we have it. Add moderators now works. Now the same thing we need but for edit community. So let's just copy this list style, paste it again, and then we are going to have edit community, and this will be icons.edit. Let's save it, and here we have it. Looks good. Now we will create the edit community screen. So let's go again and create edit community screen.dart. So for that, again, we are going to import material dart. We are going to import Riverpod. And then we are going to create stateful consumer widget. Why are we doing that? Because we already know in the edit community screen, we will have the option to edit the community name. Not edit the name, sorry, we won't be able to edit the name, but we will be using. The reason we need stateful widget is because we are going to make use of adding images and stuff. So we need to make sure that we have set state so that when the user selects an image, we display it correctly on the screen as well. So exactly for that, we are going to create stateful widget, and obviously we need Riverpod so that we can store it to the database and contact our database and stuff. So now let's get started with it. Now, first of all, we are going to start off by just creating the UI. So here we need access to the community name. So what community are we using? So let's accept final string name, and let's get this as required, this dot name. Now obviously to make this need a name, this will also need a name because we're not using Riverpod for this. Although you should use, I'm not using it. I hope you know how to use it. Basically, whenever we get a new name or we select a new community, just change it to a new community. I mean, just add the community to the state provider, just like we do for user. So now we are going to generate a constructor here. Now in the router, we need to pass it in. So here we are going to have /name. Then here we are going to need the route data. We are going to take this route data, put it as the name itself. So we are going to have route data dot path parameters at name, and this can't be an empty thing. So let's pass it over here and remove the constant. Great. So the same thing we are going to need over here as well. So let's copy this, paste it, and we are going to have edit community. Then we'll have the name, and here we are going to return edit community screen. Great. Now after having all of that, let's restart our application. Let's go to our memes in the mod tools. Nothing happens because we need to edit the community screen to show mod tools with their particular name. So let's have name passed in. Now if I try, here we go. For the edit community, let's create an on tap. So we'll go to the mod tools screen, create a new function similar to this one. So let's copy it from the community screen, paste it in the mod tools screen. We'll have to import route master again. And here, instead of pushing to the mod tools, what are we going to push it to? Well, let's go back to our router and see. We're going to push it to this route. Let's copy it, paste it in here, and instead of passing a name, we're going to pass in $name like this. Make sure to not add a colon here because as I told you, it is going to be needed for the route master to detect that. Alright, now let's take this from here, pass it at the on tap, and then we are going to pass in the context so that we can move to the community screen as well. And here we move it. Because this is a blank container, nothing shows up. So let's design how it looks. And just to give you a demonstration of what we are going to work on, this is how the edit community screen is going to look like. Pretty simply, just a simple border with an icon in between and this logo of the community. And then when we click on any of this, we need to make sure that we can select images. And if we select images, it should show up here. And both of these are optional. If you don't want to add, don't add. But then when we click on save, it will save it as the new community thing. So let's have it with us side by side so that we can know what we are working on. So first of all, we'll need an app bar. In this app bar, we are going to have a very simple app bar with the title of constant text edit community. Save it. Here we have edit community showing up. Great. The title should not be centered, so let's have it false, and then an action button with a text button simply saying save. So let's have an on pressed nothing as of now and a constant text with the option save. We're going to work on this later on, but it's later on because all of the other parts need to be filled up, and then when we save it, we need to store it to Firestore and even Firebase storage, because we are going to involve the use of images, right? So after this, what I need to do is in the body, just have a column, and in that column we are going to have children obviously, and the first child that I need is this rectangular border, and it's stuck to the app bar. And you can see that this body here has the same color as the app bar. So what I'm going to do is add the background color over here as palette dot dark mode theme dot background color. And you might think that this won't work during toggling, and you're right. When we switch the toggling, this would make sure that it's a very constant screen. That means it would have the same UI as the dark mode screen. That means if we change the whole color to white, the whole app color will be white, but this would still remain black, and that would look very messy. But we are going to change it later on when we go to the theme toggling part. But for now, let's focus on what we want to make. So now I want this dotted border. So to make that very easy for us, what I'm going to do is select a dependency called dotted border that will help us to create different type of borders very quickly. For us, this type of border. So here what I want is dotted border with a child. So the child we are going to have is a container, right? So let's design it. The width should be everything that it gets, double dot infinity. Height should be 150, and the decoration should be box decoration. Border radius as border radius dot circular, and then we'll pass in a value, let's say 10. Then we save it. We can't see anything because we need to pass in a child to this container as well. So let's pass in a child, and for now the child, let's make sure that it's image dot network. And then what is the image going to be? Well, if we don't have anything, you can see when we don't have anything, that means so that would mean in the image.network we don't want anything. But what if this nothing is showing up because it is the default community banner that we have? Default community banner is what I say this part. This is the default community banner because the user has not given any of his own. We are just assigning a random, you can say, banner to it. So in case if it is a banner that is empty, or the banner is something like this, then we want to show this screen. That means a very simple icon. Otherwise we want to show a banner. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, get the community data. So here in the return part, or actually in the column, let's do it here itself. The reason for that is when we save, we will need the community with us. So the app bar will also need it. Here in the return, we are going to have ref.watch get community by name provider. We've already created that, very useful for us now. And then we'll pass in widget.name.when. So whenever we get a data, we want to display all of these stuff. So let's return them. Then let's put a semicolon here. If there is a data, this will happen. If there is no data, that means it's loading. So we'll have a constant loader here. And if we have an error, then we are going to get error stack trace, and we are just going to return error text, which will be error.toString, and we have it right here. Great. Now here in the image.network, first of all, we want to check. So what are we going to check? If the community banner, so let's have community, let's name it to community instead of data. So when the community.banner dot is empty, or community.banner is equal to constants dot banner default. So that means if the community banner somehow is empty, which it should not happen, or the community banner is banner default, that means the user hasn't ever changed the banner before, then we want to show this camera icon here. So we're going to have a constant center of child, and this child is going to have icon of icons.camera alternate outlined. Let's save it. And in case this doesn't happen, that means there is a banner already existing, then we're going to have image.network, and then we'll pass in the community banner. Let's see what we get here. So let's go to edit community, and we have a very simple icon showing. Let's increase its height. So here let's increase the size to, let's say, 40. Save it, and here we have it. You can even see the dotted border, or the border, it's not dotted, I guess. It's just a black border there. So let's change its color and design the border. Dotted border gives us a set of options. Well, first of all, I want to make sure that its radius is radius.circular 10. We're also going to have a constant. After that, we need a dash pattern, and the dash pattern is going to be 10,4. And then we're going to put a constant. Then we need a stroke cap, and the stroke cap is round. Then we also need the color, and the color is going to be, again, it's going to be palette.dark mode app theme, but this time text theme body text to color. So we are just going through the color, and we want it to have the color of whatever text theme and body text 2 is there, that color, and this can't be null, so let's have that. And here we have our border showing up. Now I still want some, you can say, padding. So what I'm going to do is wrap the entire column, because you can see there's nothing else over here. So we are going to just wrap the column with a padding widget. So we are going to have a wrap padding dot all 8, and here we have it. And you can see this is not still looking like this. So to make this happen, the last thing we need is border type, and the border type is going to be .rrect. And after we have this, you can see there is a rectangular clipping that is done. Great. After having this setup, the next thing we want to do is just have this profile photo that's showing up nicely over here. So you can see that it's at the top of this border. So what we are going to do is simply wrap this daughter border with a stack widget. So let's wrap it. Let's actually wrap it with a column widget so that we can easily name it to stack, because both of them have children. In stack, what happens is the later you put the child, the more it will stick on the top. So basically you can consider it like a stack data structure if you're familiar with it. Basically, if I have to show you a representation, if this is the dotted border, I mean it's not dotted for us, but if it's a dotted border and it's in a stack, then I just need to go down here, put a child. In the children of the stack, just put another thing over here, and it will make sure that it will come on top of this container. But if I put something over here, that means I'll be putting dotted border above the widget that I put over here. I hope that was clear. So basically I just want to add a circle avatar here. So let's have circle avatar. And what are we going to have here? Well, a background image of network image, which will just say what my community.avatar is. Right? Now you can see this showing up here. I just want to increase its radius. So let's have radius as 32. Save it, and this got bigger. Now I want to make sure that it comes right over here. So what I'm going to do is wrap the circle avatar with the positioned widget, which will allow me to position something in a stack. We use a constructor of this widget in our slivers so that we could have flexible space all over the place. So here we are going to have positioned as 20, left 20. Basically, from bottom I want it to be 20 and from the left I want it to be 20. But this didn't work, right? So what I'm going to do is wrap this stack with a sized box of height 200 so that both of them get a very limited space of 200 and they all stick together. You can see the magic happened there. If I increase the sized box height, again this orientation will change and this went down. Basically, our stack now has a height of 200. That means the entire space over here has a height of 200. So that would mean the height of 200 is from here till, let's say, here. Something like that. And then I said from the bottom, I want 20. From the left, I want 20. So if I increase its height, this circle avatar will go down, right? Because if I increase its height, this dotted border will come till here. And that would mean 20 would decrease. So 20 would become somewhere over here and the left would remain constant. But if I change left's value, it would go left. Let's say if it's 20 right now and I put it 30, then it would go somewhere over here. I hope that was understood. Now, here we are going to have a logic as well. That means if we have a profile image, then only I want it to show, right? Otherwise, alright. So now having that design completed, the next thing we want to do is pick the image. So to pick the image, we are going to make use of a plugin known as file_picker. Of course, if you just want to pick images later on in your application as well, you can use image picker. But file picker is very useful if you want other files to be picked as well. Of course, you're not going to look into in this application, but it's a great tool. So this is the plugin we are going to use. Let's set it up really quick. So here in the setup, let's go to Android. Let's see if there's anything for it. And it doesn't say that we need anything really. So now we can go to see what we need. We need file type.image or video. So let's just use this because we are going to work with image. And we need to go to the info.plist file. If you're on Windows, don't bother doing this step. We can just go over here, paste it in. And if you want, you can explain, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to upload it to App Store. If you want, please do it. Otherwise, your app will get rejected. Alright, now let's see what anything else is required. I don't think so. So let's stop the app execution, run it again, and close all the save files. Go to the utils.dart file, and here we are going to create another function called pickImage. So here we are going to use file picker. So we'll have file picker. So here we are just going to have an image which will be file picker dot platform dot pick files, and then here we are going to provide the type of the image that we want, which is file type dot image. And if you don't add this, I think you'll get an error, because earlier you can see according to the instruction it says we need to add this for file type dot image. If you do file type dot all, which is by default, you have to provide this in. I would highly recommend using this, otherwise it will cause disturbance in our application. Alright, Now if you see over here, it's of the type future. So we want to use async, then await, and we also saw that it can be nullable. So here we are just going to add if image is not equal to null, then we are going to return this image, which is file picker result is only. And we cannot return from here because this is of the type void. We can change it to future file picker result, something like this. Actually, now that I think of it, this is not even required. Just add return image over here and it should work just well for us. Now we just need to go to the edit profile screen. So let's quickly go in there. Edit community screen, sorry. And here we are going to create two functions. Well, first function is going to be select banner image. And the second function, you might have guessed, will be select profile image. But it's going to be very similar to select banner image. So I'm not going to rewrite it again. We'll just copy paste it. So let's get started with it over here. So here, first of all, we are going to get a result which will be equal to await pick image, and we can directly call pick image because we have created that function in utils.dart file. Having that result now, we can just say if result is not equal to null, then what do we want to do? Well, we just want to make sure that our global variable that we'll create, which will be called file, and make sure that at the top you import .io instead of .html, and then just name it, let's say, banner file. We can take this banner file and set it to whatever the result gives us. So we are just going to have set state banner file is equal to file. We are going to make a file out of this. And what are we going to have? Well, this file is going to be whatever result has, and result has a list of files because the file picker can pick a bunch of files for us. We just want all the files that we have, just the first of it. This first is basically files at 0. So we just get first on it and we'll get its path. And since this can be nullable, we are sure that it won't be nullable, because we have already added res is not equal to null. If res is not equal to null, this will not be null for us. Great. So we basically took the path out of that file and created a new file based on it and stored it in the banner file. Now we are going to have that logic to display the banner file on the screen. And even before that, let's take this function and put it over here, where on the dotted border. So here we are going to wrap the widget with a gesture detector. So whenever we click on this dotted border, we want the select image happening. So we'll just pass it in here. Then we are just going to have the logic in the child. Till now we have this logic that if community banner is empty, then we want to show this. Otherwise we will show the community banner. Here we are going to add another logic saying if banner image is not equal to null, or banner file is not equal to null, then we want image.file to show up. Otherwise this community banner will show up. I'll brief you through it again, so don't worry if you don't understand. Basically, if we select on this or we click on this image, right now you're seeing this error, but don't worry about it. If you just click on this image here, you'll be taken to this function. This function will allow you to select an image, and based on that image, you will set state. And if this set state happens, this means that the whole build function will run again, and that will make sure that this now has the image over here. But now we are just checking if banner file is not equal to null. That means if banner file has some value, initially the banner file is set to null if you just go up at the top and see it. If this is not null, then we want the image.file to show up, which is whatever we selected right now. Otherwise, the logic that I've already explained to you. The same thing we're going to do for select profile image as well. So let's do it. So we're going to have select profile image. Here we're going to have the file as profile file. We're just going to set state like this to the profile file, and then we'll go down, wrap this circle avatar with a widget known as gesture detector. In the on tab, we are going to pass in, let's say, select profile image, and then here again the logic. If profile image or profile file is not equal to null, then we want the file image to show up. But the problem with this is we are going to get an error over here, because it will say that this object cannot be assigned to image provider object. To fix this, very simply what we need to do is take this if condition or ternary operator, we just put it out over here in the circle avatar. We'll copy this entire circle avatar from here and paste it. So instead of passing in the background image as either network image or file image, what we are going to do is create two circle avatars with file image and network image. And here you can see that it requires a file. So we're just going to pass in profile file over here. And this can't be null because we are already adding a check. If it is not null, then we want this to happen. Otherwise, this to happen. If you want a brief of this, very simply, if the profile file is not null, that means initially it is null. And if it is not null, then we want the file image to show up. That means we want the profile, the image that the user recently selected. Otherwise, we want the circle avatar to show up. Now let's wait for our app to launch and see if we've written all the logic correctly. If not, of course, we look into it. Alright, so our app has loaded. Let's see how it looks. So we'll go to the memes, mod tools, edit community. Here let's try to select. And here we get the option of selecting. If we select, you can see it is displaying correctly. That's great. If I want to change the banner, I'm allowed to change it as well. If I want to see the changing of profile picture, I'll just click and see. This also changes. Great. Now that both of these banner and profile images work, now the next part is to save them to Firestore database. Now since they are images, we are not going to store them in Firebase, Firestore. We're going to store it in Firebase storage. So for that, we'll go to our providers in core folder and here create a new folder, a new file called storage repository provider . So this is going to be a very simple class called storage repository, and this will contain methods of Firebase storage. The first method that we have is, actually before that we will get instance of the Firebase storage, and then we are going to create a constructor. So we'll have required this dot actually required Firebase storage, and then we'll set Firebase storage private variable to Firebase storage. Great. After that, we're going to create a function of future either, because it can either have an error or it can have a string, and that string is going to be the download URL. So whenever we upload the file to Firebase storage, we will get a download URL using which we can store it to a Firestore database, because at the end of the day, our avatar, if we just go to the community model, our banner and our avatar are strings, not files. So here we are just going to create a function called store file. Then we are going to make this asynchronous. We are going to have a try and a catch block, and here in the catch block we are going to return left failure e.toString. After having this, here in the store file we are going to make sure that we use Firebase storage dot reference. You can see if the path is empty, the reference, ref is short for reference, will point to the root of the storage bucket. But no, our path is not empty. we are going to have .child, and the path here is going to vary, right? I mean, we are going to reuse this function everywhere we want to store file. In the community edit profile part, we want this storage part. Even for user editing profile, we want this. So we need it everywhere. So instead of making this function use as a single function for just one task, we are going to use it every time. So here we are going to accept the path. So we are going to have required string path, and then we'll just pass this path over here. Then as the child, we are going to have the ID. Now if we are using it for the user will also have their personal UID. And if we are using this for storing the file, even the file will have their own UID. So here we are just going to type in ID. And then we are going to have the child as ID. So just to give you a demonstration of what will happen, if we pass in the path as users, banner, and the ID as, let's say 123, then it will have 123 as the ID. That would mean it would get stored in the users folder, in the banner subfolder, and the name of the file will be 123. So here we are just going to have this. Now we are going to store this in a reference. So let's have final reference, and this is of the type reference. We can take this reference and put it to upload task. So upload task is equal to reference.put data. And what is the data? Well, we need the data. The data is going to be the file. So we are just going to have required file, and this can be null. I'll explain it to you later on why we need file when we go to the web part. But right now you won't understand why we need file with a nullable option. When we get to the web part, you'll understand why we need to actually put this question mark here. Then here we'll just pass in file with an exclamation mark saying that it cannot be empty. Actually, instead of put data, we want put file. We'll be using put data when we use Firebase authentication, when we use web. Now that we have upload task ready, we will just save it in a snapshot variable, and we'll await the upload task here. And with this snapshot, we'll have access to the download URL. So we are just going to return write snapshot.reference.download URL. And since this cannot be future string, it can just be string. So we are going to await this, and here we have it. Looks great. So we are basically storing it to a particular folder with a particular file, and then we are getting its download URL and sending it over. Now we just need to create a provider for this. So we'll have final Firebase storage provider, which is equal to provider. Let's get access to Riverpod ref, and then we'll send over storage repository. What is this name going to be? Well, ref.watch, and then we are going to pass in storage provider. Now the thing to realize here is this is Firebase storage provider, and this is storage provider. Storage provider contains the instance of the Firebase storage class from the Firebase storage plugin. But this is what we have created here. If you have any difficulty understanding this, what you can name it is storage repository provider. But don't get confused with both of them. They're two different things. One is the instance of a class which will allow us to store, and one is the class that we have created which will allow us to store a file without having to write more code. Now, having the storage repository provider with us, we just need to go to the community repository, create a new function here called future either, and let's just call it future void. Let's name it edit community. Then we are going to have community here, and it's going to be very simple for us, right? We're just going to have async, try and catch block. So here we are going to have on Firebase exception catch any error, and in case there is any error, just throw e.message. We are already taken a look at that so many times. We're just going to have e return left e.toString, and obviously we need to enclose this in a failure class. So we'll just take this and paste it right here. So I hope you're already familiar with all of this thing that we do. Now the logic in the try block. Well, we already have access to the community, right? We just need to update it. So we're just going to send it over using communities.document community.name or community.id, same thing, and then call the update function on it. Now we'll just send community.toMap over here. But what is this community? Well, this community is what we are going to have in controller. We are going to create that in the community controller. So here we are just calling the Firebase logic. In the community controller, we'll make sure that we edit the community according to the way we want and send it. Now here I've already explained it to you. Return right wants a type of void here because this is of the type future void. I just take this and put it right here so that I don't have to await it, because this is also of the type future void, which is what this function wants as a return data type. As a result, even right wants that. Now let's go to the community controller. I'm actually going to copy this line and put it in community controller so that I don't have to type it again and again. Also, this is going to be of the type void edit community. So here we are going to have our logic, and instead of taking in a community, actually we are going to take in a lot of things. So we are going to have required here, and we'll take in things as and when we need it. Now what is this community? This community is what already exists. We're going to add data to this community now. So basically we are going to make use of community.copyWith, and we're going to copy all of the things that we have. This community is basically whatever community data we have before updating. Now we want to make sure that we take this community and save the newly added things to this community. So what am I going to do? Well, first of all, I want the required files. So we're going to have required file profile pic, obviously profile file, and make sure to import .io, not .html. You'll be stuck in an error then. Then we need banner profile. Then we need the build context. And for now, this much is all that we need. Also put some comma. Now in the async part, we are first going to check if the profile file is null, because it can happen that this profile is null but this banner is not null. What do I mean by this? If I just go back again, I want to just change the banner of my, you can say, community. I go there, I select the arrow and then click on save. That means banner file has some data, but profile file does not have any data. It is null. That's why this is also nullable. So here we are just going to have if profile file is not equal to null, then we want to make sure that we store the file, right? So we are going to ask this community controller for, you can say, instance of the storage repository. So let's have storage repository. Then we are going to require it the same way. So we are going to have required storage repository, and here we are going to set storage repository equal to the storage repository from the constructor. Now we can, go up. You're provided the storage repository instance, and what is that instance? Well, it's going to be very similar to this. It's just going to be called storage repository, and we're going to watch storage repository provider and then pass the instance to it. What we have done here, we have created a storage repository provider. We are just listening to it. So we get the instance of that repository and then paste it for the community controller, which now it needs. Now we can go down, and in the storage repository, we can have storage repository.store file. Now we need to pass in the path, the ID and the file. So what is the the path of this going to be? Well, it's going to be communities.profile, because if profile file is not null, then we want to save it as a profile photo. So community/profile, then the ID is going to be community.name, because the community's name is not going to change ever, and the file is going to be profile file, and since it requires nullable file, that's fine. Now what will this make sure happen? Well, it will store the file in communities/profile/memes. So that would make sure that this arrow gets stored in this folder with this name. But you might think, what if another banner gets accepted? Later on when we have this arrow, we'll replace this with some other photo. What will happen then? Well, it will again go to this path. It will override the existing file of memes with the file you have. And that would make sure that the pre-existing file gets deleted and the new file gets added. That's exactly what we want. Now you can see the store file will give us either failure or a string of download URL. So let's save it in the result variable. Then we are going to use result.fold, which we've already looked at. But before that, we need to await this because this is of the type future. Then we can use fold. Now we either have an error or a success. So in case of error, obviously our standard shows Nav Bar and we'll show l.message. Otherwise, it's a success. Now in case of success, this is going to be of the type string, which is our download URL. So I'm going to make sure that I save community as community.copywith, and now the avatar is equal to R. Now make sure to understand this. I can't do something like community.avatar is equal to R. Why is the reason for that? Well, community.avatar is of the type final. That means I cannot give it a value again. So I'm using copywith function that I've already created right here, which will make sure that it returns a new community model with any changes that are made. So here I'm copying the same community but just changing the avatar with whatever download URL that we have. I hope that was clear, because the same logic is going to get applied for our banner profile. Let's copy it and paste it down here. So we'll have if banner file is not equal to null, then we are going to save it in community/banner. So let's pass it in, even in the comments for just your reference. Then the ID is going to be same and the file is going to be banner file. And then we are just going to copy with the banner with the R variable, because now it will return to us a new download variable where it gets saved to this location, and that's great. Now after having this, I just want to make sure that I save it to the community repository. That means community repository.init community, and then we pass in the community. So in case the user doesn't decide to change any of this and clicks on save, then nothing will happen really, because nothing changed. And this is going to also have result, because this is of the type future void. In case there is an error over here, we'll just going to fold it. So we have result.fold. In case of left, shows Nav Bar l.message. And in case of right, we are going to have route master dot of context dot pop, because we are on this screen, correct? I just want to go back. Great. Now let's just take this edit community, go to our edit community screen and create a function to save it. So we're going to have void save. Let's call it save, nothing else is going to be there. And then we can use ref, because this is a consumer stateful widget. We don't need to import or anything. Then we can have ref.read community controller provider dot, obviously since this is a state notifier provider, we are going to use .notifier dot, we are going to have edit community. Now pass in all the required stuff, even the community. So we're going to require that from our parameter here, and then pass in all in. Now we can bind this function to this save button. So we can have save, and then we'll pass in the community, and that's why we had ref.watch over here. We could have put it in the body, but since we wanted access to this community even in the app bar, I put it right here at the top. Now let's just save it and let's see what we get. So if I save it, you can see here we are getting an error, and we are getting this error. Let's try to restart it and see if we are still getting any error. I'll select a profile, banner profile, and click on save again. Nothing happens. You can see we are getting this unknown error occurred problem. And this usually happens when in our Firestore database, if we go to the Firebase storage part where we have not done anything at all till now, we go to the rules. And just like Firestore, we need to update some rules. So here it's written allow read write if false. We are just going to make sure that we remove this and just add allow read write in any case. This means that we are not allowed to read at all or save anything at all from this Firebase storage. But now we've made it according to our needs. So now let's go to memes, more tools, edit community, select a profile, and then click on save. We are still getting this error. So let's just go to the memes, more tools, edit community, select a banner, and then click on save. You can see this works for us now, and in our communities we have a new folder in our storage console. So we are just going to see what we have. We have banner, and in a banner we have this image of memes, and we have the arrow showing up correctly. Now of course, if you want to make sure that you change stuff, you can use certain plugins to reduce the image size and all of that, but I'm not going to dive deep into that. But now let's go to memes, and you can see this arrow shows up in the banner profile as well. That's great. Now if I go to edit community, this banner also shows. Now I just want to change this part, and again I'll change this to, let's say, something like a waterfall. Actually, let's change it to a leaf, and then click on save. But as you can see, we are taking a lot of time to save stuff in spite of no error. So the reason for that is we are storing data in Firebase storage, and my Wi-Fi actually is really bad right now. So what we want to do here is in the community controller, we are going to make sure that state is first equal to true, then the state is equal to false after all of that stuff happens. That means our loading indicators are now set up with just 2 lines and 2 more lines by just adding final is loading is equal to ref.watch community controller provider. Now this is of the type boolean. I can take this and then have if it's loading, then display the loader, otherwise the padding widget is good enough. And you can see our data is now saved well enough, so I can go back to memes, and in the mod tools you can see both of these stuff changed. We can go to mod tools and then again change it to arrow, click on save, and we have the loading indicator set up. That means the edit community part now works really well, and it works everywhere. The next part now is searching communities and then displaying this exact screen, but according to our logic, it should now show join button here. Let's get into it. So now for the searching, you might think that we want to create another screen, and there we are going to have a text field on which we have to show the suggestion. But that's not how we are going to build this app now. I have a very interesting feature for this. There's something known as delegates, using which we can create a search delegate and make our lives much more easier. So let's close all the save files and reduce all the folder structure like this. then go to lib. In the features, we'll go to home and here create delegates folder. In the delegates folder, we are going to have search community delegate dot. Then we are going to import material dot and then create a search community delegate. And the reason I'm not using snippet of stateless widget is because we don't need stateless widget. We need to extend it from search delegate. And here you can see we have some concrete implementation missing because we are using extends. So now what I want to do is click on command full stop and create 4 missing overrides. This gives access to build actions, build leading, build results, and build suggestion. Build actions, they are all related to AppBar. So actions is like the end part of the AppBar. So let me get you this. This is the actions part. Then we have leading. Leading is this part right here. Then result is whatever results that show up when we start typing. And suggestion is whatever suggestion we get. So now here in the actions, the first thing that I want is the close button. So whenever I click on this button, I should make sure that all the search query in it gets removed. So we're going to return, and since this wants a list of widget, we are going to return a list, and here we're going to have icon button. It's going to be on pressed, we'll figure out right now, but icon is going to be icons.close. And here we are also going to have constant icon. Now in the on pressed, we are just going to make sure that query is from search delegate itself. We're going to set it to a very normal empty string. We don't have to use set state or anything because this is not a stateful widget. That happens automatically. So we have query created. Now the next part is the leading. What do I want as the leading? Well, nothing. So I'm just going to return null because it accepts the type of widget which can be empty. Then we need build results, and in the results part, we are not going to return again anything, and it can't be null. So we are just going to return a constant sized box which is empty. Now in the suggestions, we want to display the list of communities according to what the user is typing. So now I'm just going to go to the community repository and here create a function called stream of list of community, where we are going to write search community, and here we are just going to get access to the query of whatever the user is typing. And then we are going to have the stream. Well, the stream is going to be returning Firestore dot, actually before Firestore we can just use communities dot where. Now this is going to be a complex thing a bit because we want to make sure that we have communities right here according to the query. So here first of all we are going to type where name is greater than or equal to, and here we need to pass in query. But if we just type in query and the query is empty, then it will show us all the results, but I don't want to see all the results when I've not typed anything. So here I'm just going to put a condition saying if query is empty, then I want to show nothing. That means I don't want to see any results. Otherwise, I just want to see query. Then we are going to have another condition is less than. So if the query is less than query.substring, and then in the substring we want to get the part of the string from 0, that means starting of the string, to query.length -1 minus string.from charcode query.code unit at query.length -1. So this is our search, you can say algorithm. So this is how it's going to be, and dot snapshots obviously, But for now, let's put it on another line. Right now we are getting this error because it's stream query snapshot. We want stream of list of communities, but we are going to do map. But before that, let's understand. We are returning communities where the name of the community is greater than or equal to, meaning it is based on the query. If the query is empty, then we want it to be 0. If you remove this and just put query, it will mean that it will show all the results when your query is empty. So that would mean you don't type anything, you'll see list of all the communities, and that doesn't make sense. So here we are just adding this condition. So if it is empty, then we return 0. Otherwise we just return query. And we want it to be less than query substring, which should be less than from the start till whatever the length is -1. And we're going to minus this from the char code of the query, whose code at unit is this. Now we are just going to map it, and here the mapping is going to be, well, since it's a query snapshot thing, we are going to have list of community again, communities, which is equal to an empty list. Then for variable community in event.docs, this is a foreign loop. That would mean that we find a community from all the documents. We are just going to add it to the list of the communities that we have, which is community.fromMap, and then pass in community.data, which should be treated as map of string dynamic. And also make sure to return the communities list. And also here we are going to add the condition that if query is empty, then we are going to have null. Otherwise we are just going to have this. So what is this? Well, basically we will get a -1 error if you don't put that, because in the start when query is empty, query.length is 0. So if we do -1 here, it will give us 0 to -1, and that doesn't make sense, right? And here, instead of having query.-1, we are just going to do query.length plus whatever the char code is there. Now we are going to the controller so that we register this and create a stream provider out of this. So let's have stream list community search community. Then we want the query because it will always be from this side. And then we are going to return community repository dot search community with the query passed in, and then create a stream provider with family. So we have stream provider, search community provider is going to be its name, and then here we are not going to type anything. In the ref we are going to have, well, first of all, instance of the community class, community controller. So we are just going to, let's just copy this actually, since it's the exact same thing. We can copy this and then call search community on it. Now we want this to be family so that we can accept it from the parameter like we have already done. So we are just going to have name over here or query, and then pass query while we return. Now we can go to the community delegate and build the suggestions. But now you would think, how can we get access to this stream provider? And the answer to that is we'll have to make a constructor for it. So we have final ref create a search community delegate constructor so that we have ref. Now we can take ref to call ref.watch because we don't want to read it. We always want to keep listening. So we have ref.watch search community provider, and then we'll pass in the query dot when, and when there is data, what we want to do is call this communities. Then we are going to return a list view. So let's keep it empty as of now. The error, we are going to have stack trace as well. So we are going to return the simple error text that we have already created. And then we are going to have loading, so our constant loader. Now here in the when part, we are going to have list view builder. So let me just use the snippet. And then we are going to have item count. Item count is going to be communities dot, let me just copy this, communities dot link, and here we are going to extract the community, which is final community equal to communities at index. Then we are going to return the list style. So what is this list style going to contain? Well, first of all, we need the leading icon. The leading item is going to be circle avatar with the background image of network image. And this network image is going to have community.avatar as is its background image. Let me type it. Let's save this much. Then we have access to the title. The title is going to be a very simple text, and we just don't want to say community.name, right? We want to add R before it. So we have R dollar, so that we have string interpolation with us, dot community name. That's great. Now we also need an on pressed, and let's create the on tap or on pressed right away. So we're going to create a function for it right away, and we're going to get that function from community list drawer, because it's the exact same function that we want to use. Navigate to community, because we want to push to this specific community name that we have. Here, instead of having community as a whole, we are just going to pass in as the community name. Although we could have done the same thing, why not try something different now? So we'll have this import route master again, and here we are going to pass in navigate to community like this, passing in the build context which we have from item builder here, and then the community name, and the community name is community.name, so that we can go to the particular community screen and we are going to return it. We have typed the code so well that if we go to the particular community screen also, we are going to go by their name, and with that name we are going to get all the data. So if you just want to see, we can go to the community screen and you can see based on the name we are getting all the data. So we don't have to worry about seeing something else. Now let's just take this search community delegate and bind it to the home screen's search icon. So here we are just going to create a function called show search and pass in the delegate called search community delegate. Of course, if you want, you can put it in a different function outside of this build function and do that, but I don't care about that for now. And you can see that we need the type of widget ref. So let's go to the search community delegate and have widget ref instead of ref. Save both of them, restart the entire application, and here click on the search part. Here we have that. The leading icon was nothing, that's why we got this icon so that we can go back. Then we have the close icon, so whatever I type we can go back. Let's try to find the memes part and we don't get that. And the reason it's not searching is because if we go to the community repository, here instead of having -1 we want -1 + 1. Now if I try to search something like memes, you can see we get access to the memes folder, and if I click over here, we go to the particular community. Now let me try adding different communities. Let's say I'll call this Flutter dev and then click on create community. Then go over here and search for again memes. You can see I see memes, but if I want to see Flutter dev, I get Flutter dev as well. And this is the default one, and I get more tools option, not the join option, because I've joined it, but I'm not, I'm a moderator as well. So now we need to start working on the join option, but before that, if we want to join, I'll have to log in from a different account, and for that I have to create the logout feature. So now whenever I click over here, I want a side drawer to appear, just like this one. I want a side drawer to appear which will allow me to edit the user profile, log out, and even toggle the theme. But now we are going to focus on logging out so that I can enter with a different Google account. Alright, so now we'll just create another drawer over here, which we are going to call profile drawer dot dot. Then we're going to import material dot, create a consumer widget. So let's call this stateless consumer. We'll have profile drawer, and then we're going to import Riverpod. Then here we're going to return a drawer which is going to have a child or safe area. Just like we did for the other drawer, we're going to have the same start because we want the same thing to appear, not just merge in with the notch at the top. Then we have the column, and in the column children, the first child is going to look like this. So we want 5 elements here: the circle avatar, the name of the user, then the profile, then the logout, and then the toggle button. But here there's another thing, that is the divider, which we want. So we want to create that in between. But first, let's get started with the circle avatar. So let's have circle avatar, and then we need the background image. So for that, we will contact the user, which is going to be ref.watch user provider. Then we can take this circle avatar's background image and have network image passing in the user dot profile pic, and we're going to increase its radius by a big percentage, or the big name. So we're going to have radius as 70. Now let's bind this profile drawer right up to our home screen. So we are going to create something similar called void display end drawer. You'll understand why I'm saying end drawer. You can see it is called end drawer because this is drawer, then this is called end drawer because it's on the ending side over here. Right side is called end drawer. Now we can just bind this end drawer over here just like we did for drawer. So we're going to have constant search, not search, sorry, profile delegate or profile drawer, sorry. Now we also want this to happen whenever we click on this icon button. So I'm going to wrap it with the builder widget. And then in the on press, we are going to have display end drawer passing in the build context. Now, whenever I click over here, you can see the big thing showing up. Now, the next thing I need is the text. So let's leave a bit of a height. So we have size box of height 10, and then we want to display the text. The text is going to be $, and then we're going to have user.name. Let's save it. Here it is, but I want it big and a bit of a bold, not exactly bolded. So we're going to have style of constant text style with a font size of 18 and font weight of fontweight.w500. Let's save it, and here we have it. Looks good. Now I want to leave height again so that we can have a divider so that I can create a line. So we have that paste in. Then we need divider. Let's leave some space again. We have the small divider showing up. You won't be able to see, but there is a line. Then we need the two list style, which we're directly going to copy from community list drawer. I don't want to write it again and again. So let's copy these list styles. So we have one list style, then another. Let's name them. So we need to name the first one as my profile, and this is going to have the icon of a person, and for now it's going to be empty. We'll work on that when we create the user profile screen. Then we need the logout option. So let's create logout. The icon here is going to be the logout icon, and the color is going to be palette.red color. And here we'll remove the constant. Then we again need the on tap, and now we'll going to decide the on tap as well. But for now, this looks good. After that, an icon that looks like this, which is switch. So we're just going to have switch, and here you see we have .adaptive. .adaptive is basically if you want to display the Android style switch, you want to do it on the Android platform, so that will help us with the platform, UI. So if we just use switch over here, you'll see something else, but with switch.adaptive, you'll see something like this, because that's the switch for Android platform. So let's have switch.adaptive. The value here, let's set it to true. We are going to look into this, but we look into this when we have to toggle the theme, which is really soon. But for now, let's just keep it this way, and we have it. If we do anything, nothing really works, but we will figure that out later on. Now we need to focus on the logout option. So let's go in the auth repository and here create a function so that we can log out. So we have void logout, and I'm not even going to, have a try and catch block, because I don't want to display any error even while logging out. So here we are just going to have Google signin.sign out, because we want to be able to sign in with a different account, and obviously await that. Then we are going to have await auth.sign out, so that we really sign out from this part and we go back to the main screen, which is the login screen right now. And that's pretty much it. Now we will go to the auth controller and register this. So we'll have void logout, asynchronous again, auth repository dot logout. Now we can go to the profile drawer, create the logout function. So we'll have void logout. We want access to widget ref so that I can talk with my auth controller. And then we're going to have ref dot read, because we are outside of the build function. And then we're going to have auth controller provider dot notifier, because it's a state notifier provider dot, and we are just going to call logout. As simple as that. Now let's bind this to our logout button and then pass in their widget ref. Great. Now let's start, see if we are getting anything. I'll just click on logout, and here we are. We have logged out successfully. If I try to refresh, you can see we are still on the screen. That means auth persistence is also still working and logging out works. Now I'll try to sign in with a different account and see you on the home screen, so that we can try joining in with to a different community. And here I have joined with a different account. Here you can see the name is now Naman Ranawat, and no community is there for us. No one accepts us. Now I will try to join a community. So let's search memes. Actually, instead of memes, I want to join Flutter dev. So let's click over there. And here you can see we get the join option. Now we will start working on the join part. So whenever I click over here, I just want to get in. And it's not big of a deal. We basically just need to add our UID to the members part. How difficult can that be? Let's get started. So I'm going to close all the save tabs. And now I'm going to go to the community repository, create a few functions, and I'm not going to do it over here. I'm going to do somewhere over here. So now let's create them. We are going to have future void join community. And what I meant by a few functions is two: the join community and the leave community. I'll copy the leave community as the join community itself, and you'll understand what changes to make. But right now, let's just get started with the simple try and exception handling block. So on Firebase exception, we are going to catch the error, and then we are going to return, or actually throw e.message in case there is any error. Then we are going to catch the error, and then we are just going to return left saying failure e.toString. Great. Now in the try block, what do I want? Well, I want to go to the communities.document, and now I also need the community name. So let's have community name there, and I also need user ID of the community. And obviously, as I've told multiple times before, we're not going to use user ID or use reference over here, so we can't get the user ID of the current user. So we are going to do all of that stuff in the community controller. So here I'm just going to go to the community specific community name. I'm going to update the data. And what data do I want to update? Well, members. And in that members, I want to make sure that whatever array is there of the user, I just want to add one extra UID to it. So if you just go to Firestore database, we have the members array here. I want to keep this exact array, but I want to add an extra member to it, which is the extra UID over here. So how are we going to do that? Well, I just can't type user ID like this, right? I mean, it wants an array, so we'll pass in something like this. But if we do this, it will replace the existing array with just the user ID. So I want to update this array. So we'll have field value dot array union. This is the function that Firebase already gives us so that we can unite the array. And here we just need to pass in the user ID. So this will make sure that it updates the array by just adding this UID to the existing array. And now we can just return right on this, because again this is of the type future void. Now I can just paste it in, and there we have it. I'm going to copy this function and create it for the leave community as well. And I guess you already know what difference it's going to make. Instead of having array union, we have to do array remove because the user is leaving the community, correct? And there we have it. Looks great. Now we can go to the community screen where, community controller, and create those functions. So we're going to have void join community. Well, we need the community name, but we have access to the user's name using reference. So we have final user is equal to ref.read with an underscore user provider. And then we are just going to have community repository dot join community. And instead of making two functions here, what we're going to do is have community over here. Instead of making two functions, join and leave community, and doing the logic if the user wants to join the community or leave the community, in the UI, I'm just going to take community from here and obviously the build context from here, because I want to display the snack bar. So I'm just going to have, well, here the logic. So if community dot members dot contains the user ID, so we are just going to have user dot ID. So if community contains the user ID, that means that the user needs to leave the community. Why do I mean that? See, the user is not a part of this community. So the community.members does not contain the user ID. So I want to join the community. But if I'm already joined, that means that the community.members contains my ID. So I want to leave the community. So here I'm just going to have community repository dot leave community. Then we'll pass in the community name, which is community.name, and the user ID, which is user.uid. And it will give us the result, so which we can store over here. Actually, we can get the type of the result like this. So what is the result type? This. We can copy it, paste it outside of this function, or the if condition, We'll import all the required stuff. And then we can have result equal to this. Else, we will have something like this. Result, which is equal to join community. Now, why did I create this result? Because of the scope. I want to save result over here and even here. So instead of creating two variables which will not be accessible outside of this if else condition, I created it outside it. And now we're just going to have result.fold. Also make sure to await it. So let's have either failure void instead of future so that we can add await. So we'll have result.fold, and then we want to display a snack bar in case of any error. So we have l.message, and in case of a write, that means success, we are just going to have again this condition because I want to say that the user could join or leave successfully. So in case this shows up, we are going to have show snack bar. Text will be community left successfully, and we are going to have the else condition as well so that we can have community joined successfully. So if it contains, that means we have left it, otherwise we have joined it. And we don't need to worry about the updating part of the community because we are not watching it, we are basically just reading it. So we don't even know about its changes after we have left. Now we can go back to our community screen, create a function for the join part. So we have void join community. Here we are going to need access to widget ref, and then we are going to have ref dot read. And what is this part going to be? Well, the community controller provider dot notifier dot join community. Then we need to pass in the community and the build context both. So we have community and the build context. Now we need to take this function and put it in the join button. So where is the join button? Here it is. So we'll just pass it in like this, and then we need to pass in the widget ref, the community and the build context, all three of them. Now if I click over here, you can see joined came. We have community joined successfully, 2 members, and the reason this happened instantly, and we got all of this happening real time, is because of the use of streams. We have used streams to display this part over here. You can see we are having ref.watch get community by name, which is a stream provider. So whenever we clicked on join, the members changed and the logic of joined button worked. That means this part again ran. So our community now contains of that member. So we get joined. Now if I click over here, community left successfully, we get the join button and we are doing 1 member. But again I'll join so that I can display to you. Here I have Flutter dev showing up. Because I said this should show the communities I'm a part of, even if I'm not a moderator, right? And if I click over here, again I get joined correctly showing up 2 members, and all of those stuff shows up correctly. That means we can now join a community. The next part is me logging out again, joining it with the moderator account. And now in the Flutter dev, we have 2 members. I can go to the mod tools, and when I click on add moderators, I should get 2 members showing up, and I can add or remove moderator so that I can add or remove moderators. So let's get started with the moderator functionality. So we are going to start off by creating a new screen. So let's close all the save files and have a new file called add mod screen.dart. Then import material dart, import Flutter Riverpod, and then create a stateful consumer. Why do we need stateful consumer? Because the stateful consumer is needed because, well, we are going to use list style checkbox, because you can see this design here. We want to make sure that we select or deselect. So that would mean we need to set state so that we can update the entire screen. Now we are going to have a scaffold, and in the scaffold the app bar, and in the app bar we are going to have our very first thing, which is just this thing right here, which is in the actions an icon button, which is going to have an on pressed of empty for now. Later on we will decide. And then we can have icon of icons.add, actually icons.save, because this will help us save the updated list of icons or moderators, sorry. Then let's just route this add mod screen. So first we are going to need access to the name of the community we are in. So let's have that passed in very successfully. Then we are just going to go to the router.dart and have this created. So we are just going to call this add mods, and then the name of the community. We are going to have add mod screen, and then we pass in just like we do for all of these things. Now we can go to the add mod screen. Actually, before that, we will have to go to this mod tool screen, and then here just create another function so that we can navigate to add mod screen. So we can call this navigate to add mods, and then this is going to be the same route because this is what we have registered in router.dart. Now we can go to the add mods. Let's see we are going there or not. Oh, actually we have not bound the function. So we can go to the mod tool screen, take this, pass it in, and pass in the context as well. Now we need to restart the application. We will go to the desired place. We will add the moderator, and we have the save icon. Well, this doesn't look right. So let's just have done icon there. This looks great. Now in the body, I need the list of the members who are there in my community. So we are just going to have ref.watch get community by name provider, and then we'll pass in widget.name dot whenever we get the data, we get this data which is going to be community. Here we will return something, but for now let's just handle our great providers. So we're just going to have error text where you're going to return error.toString, and for the loading we're going to have a constant loader. Now here in the community we are going to first of all return list view builder because that's what I want to see. So we have list view builder. The item count here is going to be community.members.link, and the item builder is going to be, well, we want to create a checkbox list, right? So we are just going to have checkbox list style because we want a list style which also has a checkbox, and the value here is going to be, well, for now let's just paste in true. Later on we will decide the logic, and on changed is also empty for now. I just want to set the title of this correct, so we can have text, and let's extract the member here because this is a list view builder of community members. I want to extract the particular member, so I can have final member is equal to community.members at the particular index. We have done this many times right now, and this member is, well, member. But if you see over here, we get the UID of the user. I don't want the UID, I want to get the ID. I want to get the name of the user. So now we are going to make sure that we use another provider called getUserBy, and we are just going to use getUserData provider, and then we can pass in the member which is the UID of the user. Now if you're wondering where we got this from, you remember we have already used this getUserData provider to get the user ID of the user, and I said that time that this provider is going to be reusable. So that's why we are going to have .when here, and this will also have the same thing, data and all of that stuff. So now let's just paste both of these things in, and I also need the data. So the data is going to be something like this, and this is going to contain the user data. Now I can copy this, paste it in here, and then we are going to have user.name, and we also want to return from this, so we have return ref.watch. So basically we got the UID. Now I'll take this UID to get the user data, and with the user data I'm going to display the name, and here I have it, Revan Contacts and Naman Ranawat, both of them members of this Reddit or this community. Great. Having that now, I just want to create on the top something known as a set. Set is something similar to a list, but in set, the major difference is that you can't have repeating values. That's why I'm choosing a set, because I don't want to have a list of repeating values, because with this UIDs I'm going to keep track of what all users are there who are mods. So here I'm going to go down, and before returning a checkbox list style like this, I'm going to have it returned like this, because I want to add a few validations here. Let's add a semicolon, and here I want to check first of all if if community.mods.contains the member or the user ID, both are the same thing. So if you use member or user.uid, both are the same thing. So if it contains this, then I want to add UIDs to this member. So to this set, which does not have repeating values, I want to add this UID. Now that I have access to this, I know what will happen if we add a UID or remove a UID. So that means whenever the user clicks over here, I want to remove the UID or I want to add the UID. So here I can create two functions called add UIDs, and we'll have string UID that will be accepted, and we'll call set state UIDs.add, and we'll pass in the particular UID. Then we'll copy this function and paste this in, and then we'll have remove UID. Let's just name it add UID and remove UID, and then we're going to remove that particular UID. Because set is not going to have a different value, so we can just use remove. It can remove any value it wants. And the UIDs are also going to be different, so we don't need to worry about it. Now here in the checkbox list style, I want to have the value. What is the value going to be here? Well, it's going to have UIDs.contains user.uid. That means if the set of the IDs contains the user ID, that means that the user is mod, so we want the value to be true, otherwise false. And you can already see this works because the user is the ID. The user is the moderator. In the on change though, we will have if, and value is a boolean value. So if value is true, we can just use this because it is a nullable value. I can just say if value, and it's not going to be null. So if value is true, so on changed means that when we click over here, if the value is true, then I want to add the UID. So I will just add the particular user.id, and obviously instead of this you can again use member, both are the same things. Else I just want to remove the UID and we'll have user.uid. So if on changed the value is true, then I want to add UID, otherwise I can just remove the UID. And when I click over here, you can see it selects or deselects, but you can see I'm not able to deselect it. The reason for this is the user is already a moderator. When I use add UID or remove UID, this again runs, which is UIDs.add, and it will, even after me removing the UID. So let's see the scenario of what happened. I click over here, it removes or deselects because this user was not a moderator already. I click over here, the user is not getting deselected because this will run remove UID. Remove UID will set state and remove the UID from the set, and that would make sure that we run the whole build function again. That would mean we again run the if condition, and in this if condition we again add the moderator to the list of UIDs. So here what can we do? Well, we can create int counter over here, which is 0. This will make sure and keep track of the number of times the checkbox list style was rebuilt, and then I can go down and have UID not UID, sorry, counter. And after having that counter ++, I can check here that counter should be 0. So that would mean if the community contains the member and counter is 0, then only add this UID. If you do not add, if the counter is 1, it will not add this ID. That means we can deselect this user now. I hope you understood. Just to give you a total scenario, we were removing the ID, we went there, we now remove the ID, we again go back here because set state was called, rebuild the whole function, and here we check if community member contains member. Yeah, it does contain, but the counter is not 0 anymore because we had already run the counter as ++. But make sure to not use set state over here, otherwise you'll be stuck in a loop, It will keep on rebuilding and you again rebuild, because in the build function, set state should never be called. It should always be called in a function or something. Great. After having this, now I have the list of IDs of the moderator I want. Now I just want to click on this save button. So I will go to the community repository so that I can save the new list of members in our community now. So this is going to be a very simple function for us. We will just come here and have future void. Actually, let's just copy it from this part and paste it down here. And then we are just going to name this as add mods. Then we need access to the string of community name and the list of the string of UIDs of the moderators that are newly made or newly appointed. So here we can have community name as a doc, and here we are going to update just one field. Let's pass that in. So we're going to update it like this, and it's going to be called mods, where we are going to pass in UIDs. Make sure to not use field value.array union again over here, because this UIDs is going to contain a totally new list, because that list can even contain or remove the UIDs of the user right now. I mean, the moderator who is currently there might not be the moderator next. So just to avoid this error, let's add an extra parenthesis, and there we have it. Now we just need to go to the community controller, create the same function. So let's go there. We're going to create a function like this, give it a return data type of void. And then we're going to have community repository dot add mods. We'll pass in the community name, the UID, and then we are going to get a result which we need to await. And here, obviously, the asynchronous part, obviously the build context that's needed. Now we are going to have result dot fold in case of error, show a snack bar, and then we are going to show l.message in case of failure. Otherwise, we are just going to use route master dot of context dot pop. Because it was successful, we don't want to stay on the same screen again anymore. Great. After having this, we can go to the add mod screen, create a function called void add mod. Actually, we have added the moderator. We just need to save the moderator. And for that, we will just use ref since we are in the stateful consumer widget, and we are going to read from community controller provider.notifier. And we are going to, add moderator. What is the community name here? It is just going to be widget.name. The UIDs is going to be UIDs, but here you can see it accepts a list, but ours is a string. So we want to convert it to a list like this, because if there are any repeating values, it will just remove them and convert it to a proper list. We don't need to worry about that. It's a Dart built-in function. Now we can take this save mods and put it in the on-pressed. I'll just restart the whole application and hopefully everything works now. I'll just go to the specific community, go to the moderator tools, add moderator, and add Naman Ranawat as a moderator now. I click on save. I hope it's successful. So let's log out, log in with the different account. After logging in, we can just go over here. We are in Flutter dev now. We can go to the mod tools, and then we can go to the add moderator. So we are just going to go over here, Flutter dev, and we now have access to mod tools, and that means we have successfully been appointed as a moderator. Congratulations to us. Now the next part we need to work on is the user profile part. So whenever I click over here, I want to go to the user profile, and it's going to be very simple because it's going to be exactly like this part with a bit of a UI tweak, but the actions are going to be same. We are going to have edit user profile and stuff. It's going to be very similar. So let's dive right into it. Alright, so now let's get started. If you're wondering why this profile picture looks different and the name is different, because I'm re-recording this session. I forgot to press the record button. So anyways, let's just get started with it. We are going to create here the user profile folder, and here we are going to create screens, repository and controller folders, exactly like other folders that we already have. So let's create them quickly. Now in the screens folder, I need another folder. Another file called user profile screen, and it's going to be very similar to our community profile screen. So let's just get started with it. We are going to import material dart. We are going to import Flutter Riverpod, and we are going to create a stateless consumer widget. So let's create that really quick. We're going to call this user profile screen. We are going to return a scaffold, and well, it's going to be very similar, as I said, to the community profile screen. So let's just copy the entire community profile or community screen again. Let's just copy all of it and paste it right here. Then we are going to resolve all the errors. Let's just start from our basic error texts. Then we can go up here. We need access to the user's UID because we are going to get or create the URL based on the user's UID. And then we are going to get access to the user provider. Then we need access to get user data provider, and here we're going to pass in the UID that we receive. Then in the sliver padding, instead of showing your community.avatar, we are going to have community.profilepic. We are going to not have both of them. We are just going to have one button here called edit profile. So let's just put it right here, and for now it's just going to be empty. We are going to create a function for it later on, but for now we are just going to have edit profile and call this a constant. Also here the height of the app bar should be 250, and here the data will be the user. Let's remove this provider. We don't need that, I guess. Then here user.banner, user.profilepic, user.name with a prefix of UI, not R, because that's for community. Then here we will have access to karma, and karma will be user.karma. That's it. And then we are going to display post. But before displaying post here, we are going to have a sized box of height 10 so that we leave some spacing, and then we add a divider which is thick enough to create the difference. So we have thickness as 2, and you can do the same thing for the community profile as well. Great. Now after having both of them done, we need to do two things right here. First of all is this outline button should have a wrapping of container, and this container is going to have alignment of alignment.bottom left, and then the padding of constant edge insets.all20.copy with left, not left, bottom 70. The reason for that is when we place this to the bottom left, it goes to the very bottom left. I just want to make sure that it comes right to the place where I want it to be. After this, I also need access to the outlined button that we removed. The circle avatar. So instead of showing the circle avatar over here, I'm going to copy this, remove this line, and even the size box, no needed. Now here the circle avatar's radius is going to be 45. Again, we are going to wrap them with a container because I want the alignment to be bottom left, but the padding is going to be copy with bottom of 70, but this means that both of them will come in the exact same place, so we'll remove this bottom from here. Now let's see how it looks. Of course, we need to register this route, so we'll go to the router.dart and register this. So we are just going to paste that in. We have access to material page, user profile screen, pass in the UID similar to this. And this route should be called /u/UID because we're going to reuse this user profile screen again and again in our application. So this user profile screen is not just going to show the user profile screen when we click over here. This screen is going to be used whenever we click on any user profile. So in case we see a post right here and the user is there and I click on their username, it will bring up the user's profile screen to me again. So it's going to be reusable just like our community screen. Now we just need to go to our profile drawer. And here you can see we have my profile. I've already created a function when I was recording first. We have navigate to user profile function. Let's see how it looks. We need access to build context, the UID, and here we are just going to have routemaster.offContext and we push it to this particular route because that's what we have registered in router.dart /u/UID, and there we pass it in. And here again we need the ID, so we have user.uid. If we have not already, create the user provider here. Great. Now we just need to restart the application so that it registers the route. Let's go over here. We have the access to this. Of course, all of this has changed and you won't see this because I have a different, I had recorded it first and I tried to test it out and it worked. Anyways, so this is how it looks. Now the next part is whenever we click on this edit profile, I want to go to the edit profile screen, and that edit profile screen is going to be very similar to our community screen edit part. So let's quickly create them. We are going to have edit profile screen.dart. We are going to import material.dart, import Flutter Riverpod. Then we are going to create a stateful consumer, not stateless consumer. The reason for that, I said it's going to be very similar, but it's not going to be the exact same thing because we are going to need access to text editing controllers. And what is this text editing controller? The user can change their name, and that is why I have monkey man written here. Anyways, let's go to the edit community screen, copy all of this function from here, paste that in. Let's resolve the errors by importing dart.io, utils.dart, and all of that. Great. Now I just need modifications in UI, so I can just copy all of them from here and paste it in here. Import the loader, import the error text, and then we are going to go up, import the constants, import the palette, import dotted border. Is loading, we'll figure out later on when we add the save function. Even this, when we add the save function, here we are going to get user data provider and we're going to get them by their UID, and of course we need that over here. So we have final string UID, final string UID. Then we are going to require this from the constructor, so we are required this .uid, and then pass it in over here. This is going to be profile pic, not avatar. And after this, I need a text editing controller. So the text editing controller is going to be just before the column ends, and that will be text controller. Sorry, text field, not text editing controller. Now we need input Now we need decoration, which will be input decoration filled set to true, hint text set to, you can say, name, focused border, so that whenever the user clicks on the text field, the border that shows up. And I want it to be outline input border with a border side, and then we pass in the color as colors.blue. Then we are going to have border radius as border radius.circular 10. So with this, we can change the color to blue, and it doesn't matter if you're using light mode, dark mode. I want it to have the color of blue. The border is going to be input border.none, because I don't want any, you can say, underline showing up, and I need content padding so that there is a padding between them. So we have edgeinsets.all 18. I also need access to the controller, and that will be late text editing controller name controller. Now if you're wondering why I need this as late, the reason for that is we are going to make sure that the name controller has a text beforehand. Meaning I want the name controller, whenever I click on this edit profile and go to this edit profile screen, I want the name controller to have the default name of the user. That means right now it should be Monkey Man. And later on, if I want, I can change it. So we're going to have name controller equal to text editing controller, where we can set the initial text, which is going to be the user's name. And we're going to get that using ref.read user provider dot name. Save it. And obviously we need a dispose method. So let's create that as well. That will be name controller dot dispose. Now I just want to register this in the route. So we have to copy this, paste it in here, and then we're going to have edit profile, and then the UID of the user. So again, we're just going to have edit profile screen and then pass in the UID. Now whenever I click on this user profile screen, I want to navigate. So I'm going to create that function called navigate to user to edit user. And then we are going to get access to the build context, and we're just going to say route master.offContext.push, and we want to push it where? Well, it's just going to be /edit profile with the UID. So we are going to have $UID. And now that I'm thinking of it, anyways, this is great. Now what we can do is just bind this function right onto our onPressed. So we just pass in like this. Save it. And now I'll just restart the application so that I don't get page not found. And then click over here. You can see stuff shows up well, but not the name. So let's see why that happened. And the reason for that is name controller is not bound to our text editing text field. So let's pass it in as the controller. Save it, and here we get Monkey Man written. When we focus on the text field, we get the outline as well. Now again, just to demonstrate, this is a text field. When I click over it, we get access to that great blue border. Now when I click over here, I can even change the profile. So let's just see. Yep, both of this works. Now we just need to work on the save function. So we're going to go to the repository and add user profile repository.dart. Create a class for it called user profile repository. Then we need access to final Firebase Firestore and call this Firestore. And actually, instead of typing everything, let's just close all the other files. We need to go to the community repository and just start copying stuff from here. First of all, it's constructor. Let's paste it in. Just replace community repository with user profile repository. Then we'll scroll down and get access to their communities collection. But here, instead of having communities, we're going to have users, and then we're going to import Firebase constant and make this users collection. Great. Now I want to create the function so that I can save or edit the profile of the user. So let's copy it from here again. Future void edit community. We are just going to have edit profile. Let's import our type definitions. Let's import user model instead of community. And here we'll import fp dot. Then here we are going to have users.document user dot, and make sure to replace this with name. It won't work. Make sure you add user.uid and pass in update user.toMap. Of course, we need to import failure.dart as well, and that's great. Now we just need to get access to the provider. We can copy that also and paste it over here. Then we are going to return user profile repository. Let's remove this as well, and we are going to call this user profile repository provider, import provider, and import Firestore provider. Great. Now we can create a controller so that we have user profile controller dot, and this is going to be the exact same thing as edit community repository, community controller, sorry. Let's just copy this exact whole function. And even before that, we need to create this community controller class, copy all of this from the class till this. I'll tell you why. Then just add a brace. Now import everything except first change all of this stuff. So we have user profile controller. Copy this, paste it over here. This will be called user profile repository. Copy this, paste it over here. Import storage provider, import Riverpod. Then just name this as underscore user profile repository. And this should be equal to user profile repository. Call this user profile repository again and paste it down here. Great. Having that in place, we want to copy the function, and let's just go over there. Where is the edit community? Here it is. Copy it and paste it right here. Import .io first. Import material dart for build context. Now we don't need community, so let's remove that. Then let's just remove the comment. And here, first of all, we are going to get access to user. And user is equal to ref.watch. Nope. Ref.read. We are outside of the build function. And then we are going to have user provider. Now we can take this user and have user.uid. Again, don't use name. Change the path to user's profile. So that would mean that the folder where it's going to be saved is called user/profile. The name of the file is going to be user.uid. If there is any error, show the snack bar. Otherwise, user should be equal to user.copy with profile pic r. And this can't be final, so let's just name this user model, because the value is getting changed later on in our application. Now, if you forgot how this thing works, well, we are just getting the user provider. Then we are checking if the profile is not null, and if it is not null, that means that the user has selected a profile picture. Then we are going to save it to Firebase storage at user/profile with this particular ID as the name, and we'll store it with this profile file. And if there is any failure, just show the snack bar, and if there is any success, then we are going to get the download URL. R is the download URL, and then we are just going to save it with this user model. The same thing we are going to do over here with user.uid, user/banner. Then we are going to have user is equal to user.copy with banner R. Then we are going to have the user profile repository dot edit profile, pass in the user. Then we are going to have a route master there. As simple as it gets. Now another thing that we need is required string name, because the user can even edit their names, right? So what I want to do is, before sending or editing it in the repository, we are going to have user is equal to user.copy with name as the name that we get from the parameter. And then if it is a success, then we are just going to have route master.off context pop. But along with that, I also want to store or update this user provider. So we are going to have ref.read user provider dot notifier dot update. And then what do I want to update? Well, I just want to update it with the new user model that we have, because I want my providers to have the latest data, right? Pretty simply, all our work is done now, except just creating this provider. So let's go to the community controller, create this provider, paste it in, and then we're going to call this return first of all user profile controller. Then we're going to have user profile controller provider, just pass in user profile repository, which is ref.watch user profile repository provider. And then we're going to have user profile repository again, paste it in, and we need user profile controller. Great. Now that all of the part is completed, we can go to the edit profile screen and create the save function. So we're going to have void save. Then I want to call ref.read. And what is this word that we're going to read? We need user profile controller provider dot notifier dot, and what is the function? Well, it's edit community. We need to pass in profile file, all of this stuff, and the name is going to be name controller dot text dot trim. Now we can take this save function, just pass it to our app bar, and we're good to go. And here, instead of having edit community, edit profile, this is user. So let's just fix the errors everywhere. User, 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 and user. Great. Now let's just hope it works. So I'm just going to restart it. Just come over here, go to my profile, click on edit profile, and here first of all I want to change it to the waterfall. I'm going to name myself now Catman, and I also want to change this to, let's say, this grass. Then click on save. Yep, it does work. It is a bit slow, but it works. So I want the loading indicators to show up so that I don't stay confused, right? So here we are just going to have is loading equal to ref.watch. And what do we want to watch? User profile controller provider. Pretty big name, I know, but let's just stay as descriptive as possible. Now if it is loading, then we are going to have constant loader. Otherwise the column is just fine. Again, now I just want to update this Catman. I'll click on save. That happened instantly because saving profile pictures takes time. Again, I want to display an arrow. So let's save. So that means the edit profile screen now works successfully. The next part that we want to look into is the toggling theme part. Shouldn't be too difficult. Let's just dive right into it. So now we need to work on the theme toggling part. We'll go to the palette.dart. So let's go there and create a new class altogether called class theme notifier, and it should extend state notifier. Now, why are we creating a state notifier? I'll let you know. Well, I can let you know right now itself. The reason for that is we are going to have two functions. If we were having only one function, then we would have created state provider, right? But instead of creating, separate things, we are just going to encapsulate it in one class. We're going to create two functions. Well, first function is called get theme, So let's create that. Get theme function is basically the function that will fetch to us the theme of the application. So if I come over here and toggle this part right here, alright, now I'm suppose in the light theme. I want the light theme to be showing when I restart my application. I don't want the black theme again when I restart my application, because that's my preferred theme. So whenever application starts, I want get theme to run. Now the second function that I need is toggle theme, because whenever we click on that switch, I want the toggling to happen. So let's create that async function right now. Now why are both of these functions asynchronous? The reason for this asynchronous is we are going to make use of a plugin known as shared preferences. With shared preferences, we can store the theme of our application into the memory of the application, so that whenever we try to change the application theme, it gets stored in the local memory, so that whenever we restart and get the theme, we fetch that particular theme and then display the theme according to it. Now, after understanding both of them, the next thing is avoiding this error that we're getting. And for that, we need to create a constructor. But before that, I want to go to enums. I want to go to the core folder and here create enums, and here create an enums.dart file. We are going to have multiple enums in it. Well, for our application, I think only two. Well, the first enum is of the theme. So we are going to name it as theme mode. And this is how we create enum. And then we are just going to have the theme modes of our application. First is the light mode, then the dark mode, and these are the two enums. The other enum that we'll be needing is for posting, which is the next feature in our list that we're going to work on after toggling. Now what we can do is create an instance of this theme mode. Let's call it mode. And then we are going to create a constructor called theme notifier, where we are going to require theme mode. But in this case, we're not really going to require it. We are going to initially set it to theme mode.dark. If the user wants, they can toggle it later on. But the initial theme in our application is theme mode. And then we are going to have mode equal to mode. And since the error is not gone, we need to add super here. And the super should be of the type of whatever we pass in here, which should be theme data. So what is the theme data that we need over here? Well, the theme data is palette.dark theme mode, because initially in our application, we are going to have the theme mode of dark, and here we have it as dark mode app theme. So initially both of them are going to be dark mode. After this, I also want to make sure that I create the get theme function, where we are going to have the instance of shared preferences. And here let's just create it. So we'll have await shared preferences dot get instance. After getting this instance, what we are going to do is have final theme equal to preferences dot get string theme. So basically, while uploading or toggling the theme, we are going to upload in our application whenever we toggle the theme. Alright, so we're going to store it in the local memory with a key and a value. The key is going to be theme and the value is going to be either light or dark mode. Now, if the theme here that we get is equal to light, then what do I want to do? Well, I just want to make sure that the mode is now theme mode dot light, correct? And here you can see we are getting this error because theme mode is final, but I don't want it to be final. And also we want the state of our application. You can see earlier in our, let's say, community controller, we used state provider, right? State notifier, and we add the type of boolean. And here we passed in super as false. Then we set state as true. Over here, the state is the theme data of our application, and the theme data here is going to be palette.lightMode app theme, which is this part right here. Till now we were just using palette.darkModeAppTheme. So in the else condition, we are going to have that. If the theme is light, then we want both of this. But if the theme is dark, then we want the theme mode to be dark and palette to have dark mode app theme. And now whenever this constructor runs, I want to make sure that we call get theme. So whenever we call this theme notifier class, we are going to have get theme run and it will get the necessary data. Now let's try to attach it to our main.dart file as a theme. So here I'm going to create a very simple state notifier provider, which will be named theme notifier provider with the type of theme notifier at first, and then theme data, which is what we are extending our class with, basically the state notifier theme data. Then we want the return function. The return is the theme notifier class, and we don't need to pass in the mode because we already know what the mode is. If you want the default of your application to have light mode, then you can have .light and over here light mode app theme. Great. After this, we can just go to the main.dart file, and here instead of having the default theme as a constant dark mode app theme, we can just use ref.watch theme notifier provider, and that works because it will give us the instance of this theme data class that it requires. Other part is the toggling theme part that we need to work on. Now again, we will need the instance of the shared preferences class. Let's get that. And then we want to check or toggle. So whenever the user clicks on switch, we want to make sure that if the mode is theme mode.dark, then what do I want to do? Well, I want to make sure that we set mode to light and state to this. Why? Because right now I'm in dark mode condition. If I click over here, I want it to become light mode, right? So here we have this condition. And also I want preferences to set the string. So whenever we toggle, we set the string so that our application knows that we want light mode theme. So whenever we next restart the application, it knows I just want light theme. So the key will be theme and the value will be light. Similar thing we are going to do for the light mode, because the mode and the state will be dark, but the preferences here is going to be dark. The theme is going to remain the same because we are doing get string over here. And now we just need to bind this toggle theme function to this switch button. So we will just go to our drawer, which is profile drawer, and create a function of toggling the theme. So we are just going to have void toggle theme as widget ref first of all as a parameter. Then we're going to have ref.read, and then we want theme notifier provider dot notifier dot toggle theme. As simple as it gets. Now just put the toggle theme here, something like this, and then pass in ref over here. Now what we can do is check. You can see we can't test it because the value over here is a bit difficult. So value is set to true by default. It can't set to false. So now I just want it to have dynamic thing as well. So I want to check if ref.watch theme notifier provider dot notifier dot, and I need access to the mode of our application, and that is why we've had the mode in our application. I want to create a public getter for this in this class. So I'm going to have theme mode get mode, and then I'll just return the private variable mode, and then I can check if theme notifier provider dot notifier dot mode is equal to theme mode dot dark. So that means if the app has dark mode, then it is going to have a value of true. Otherwise, it is going to have a value of false. And that is what we want. So right now, if I change it, nothing really happens. I'll just restart my application. I'll come over here and click over here. And we're not able to do this. The reason for that is we have not restarted our application after installing shared preferences. So let's quickly do that. Alright, so our app has launched. We will go here and turn on the light mode and it works. Now I just want to show you that if I go to my profile and click on edit profile, this still remains in black. And the same we have for edit community profile as well. The reason for that is if we just go here in the profile screen, edit profile screen, the background color over here is a constant that we had said. The reason for that, you can see there is no distinction here. I just want it to have the color which is present in the background color of this palette dot dot. So if I just go over here, for light mode, I want it to have white color, but for black color, I don't want it to have the default scaffold background color. I want it to have this background color that I've provided, the drawer color. So now what I want to do is in the scaffold, I will have the background color, but before that, I'm going to get the current theme. And current theme is ref.watch, and then we're going to have current theme provider, theme notifier provider, sorry. I can just take this, pass it to the background color, and this is our new theme. Nothing really changes here, but what if I change back to dark mode? I'll come to the edit profile and this looks great. This is exactly what I wanted. Alright, having that in place, the same thing we need it for the edit community screen. So let's go there and we're going to replace this background color. First of all, we need the current theme line and then I want to get access to this background color. So we'll paste that in. Now if I go to some community where I'm a moderator, you can see this still remains black, and if I just turn on the light mode, again I'll go there, it still remains white and exactly like we want it to have. But before that, of course, the border is there. I want the border to have a different color. So instead of telling this is palette mode, all of this, we're just going to have current theme.text theme like this. Now we have this border, and I don't know why I didn't notice there, but even the same thing will happen over here. So we'll pass it in. Great. After having both of them, we are done with this. Now let's quickly change back to dark mode. Great. Now I want a bottom tab bar over here where I can create another tab. The first one is the home tab where I can see all the feeds. The second part is the add post part. So let's just create that. Where are we going to create this? In the home screen. So let's go there. Then we are going to have bottom navigation bar, and here we are going to pass in Cupertino tab bar. Cupertino tab bar requires items and they're going to be constant because we are going to have them two, which is bottom navigation bar item. We're going to provide the icon, which is icons dot first of all home, and also a label which it says it's not necessary, but if we don't pass it in, it will give us an error. And the second is similar to this, but it's called add post. So we just want an add icon. And there we have it. Now I just want to change the default colors over here. So the active color, I want it to be white for the black background. So of course we'll be needing current theme. So we have final current theme equal to ref.watch. And then I want access to theme notifier provider. Copy this, go down and have theme notifier current theme dot icon theme dot color. Save it. And we see white color. Also the background color over here should be similar to what is present over here and here. So I just want this background color to be current theme dot background color. Save it and you won't see much difference, but it's there. Great. Now after having that, the next thing that we need is the on tap functionality. So that whenever we click on a specific icon, we are able to change the page. So for that we are going to create a function, and that is why we want to create it as a consumer stateful widget. So let's create that. We have consumer stateful widget. We create one missing override, which we will copy it from here, paste it over here, and instead of having this, we are going to have home screen state, and then I want to create the class of home screen state. So let's create that. Home screen state extends consumer state, and then we are going to pass in the home screen over here. We'll paste the brace over here, and there we have it. Also close this home screen class over here and remove again another brace from here that was not needed. Now we just need to remove the widget ref from here and put a parenthesis. Again go down. Yeah, we just need the on tap. Now to create the on tap, what we need is first of all a global variable that will keep track of the page number we are on. Page is 0. Then we need on page changed, and whenever the page changes I want to change the page number as well. So we are just going to have int page over here, then set state of underscore page equal to the page that we get from the parameter. Just copy this and paste it in the on tap like this, because their function signatures match. Great. Now after having this, in the body of this part of the scaffold, we are going to have a tab widget which we are going to create in constants. So let's create that. We have constant tab widgets equal to, which will be a list, and obviously this is going to be static as well. Now this is going to consist of feed screen, which we have not created yet. So for now let's just pass in. If we pass in home screen, it will just be a recurring thing. So what I want to do is just create a new folder in the features called, first of all, post, and there in the screens we are going to create add post screen. It is going to import material dart. It is going to import a stateless consumer widget, and we are going to call this add post screen. Then we are going to import Riverpod, and this will not return a scaffold for now. It will just return the column. Then we can take this, put it in the add post screen. That's one widget. Another widget that we want to show is the feed screen, but for now the feed screen is not there. Let's just create it right away. So we have a new feature called feed, and we will call it feed screen.dart. Import material dart from it. Just use a stateless consumer widget again, and we are going to call this feed screen. Again import consumer widget from here. Now we can pass that over there in the constants as feed screen. So after having this, we can just do constants dot tab widgets at this page number. What are we doing? Well, tab widgets is a list, right? And this page is either going to have a value of 0 or 1, because the items over here and the on tap will give 0 or 1 value, because we have 2 items in the list. So whenever it changes, I just want to grab the first element or the second element from this list. So if the page is 0, we are going to go on the feed screen, otherwise on the add post screen. For now, I just want to go to the add post screen. Let's just restart the application. And here if I click, nothing works. The reason for that, we have not mentioned the current index to our tab bar. So let's pass it in, current index at page. Now I can migrate easily and it works. Now you're not seeing any difference because this part has to change, this black part right here. So let's just go to the add post screen and create some changes there. So first of all, we're not going to return a row. column, we are going to return a row because we want a row of 3 widgets there. And instead of actually using row, we can use wrap, because in web part, if we want to slide down after 3 cards, it can slide down, so making it a responsive thing. So yeah, the first thing that we need is children. So we are going to have a sized box, for first of all a card. Then in the card we are going to have the shape, and the shape is going to be rounded rectangle border. And then we are going to pass in the border radius. The border radius here is going to be border radius dot circular, and then we'll pass in 10 as the border radius. After having this, we are going to increase the elevation of the card so that it looks good. And then the child will be a center icon of icons.image outline. So that means I can either select image or link or any of them to create a post for, and these are the 3 cards that we're going to have. So now let's see how it looks. Doesn't look very good. So what do I want to do? Well, first of all, let's just put a constant here for now. I want to increase the card size, so we are going to wrap it with a sized box, and then we are going to pass in a height and a width to it, and both are going to be a constant. Both are going to be of the same size because I want it to be a square. So now I'm just going to have a variable created card height width, which is equal to 120. I can copy this, and instead of making it final, we can call this double, and we can pass that in the size box. Save it, and there we have it. Looks good. Now we just want to increase the height of this image icon, so we can have size, and then we want to pass in the icon size, which also we are going to create a variable here. If you're wondering why I'm creating a variable here, because I want 3 cards that look exactly the same. I don't want them to, if I want to change a value in one, I want it to be consistent throughout all cards, and I don't want to go there and change every single place. So I'm doing it in one single place. And here the icon size is 60. We'll just pass that in. Now this won't be a constant anymore, and let's just save it. Here it is. Now I just want to make the color difference here, so I'm just going to have final current theme equal to ref.watch theme notify provider, like we've already done multiple times. And then we can take access to this current theme and change the color. So it will be current theme dot background color. Save it, and there we have it. Looks great. This is also going to have a gesture detector, so that when we click on it, we can navigate to other screen, because we don't want to stay here, right? I mean, when I click over here, I'll go to the new screen where it asks me for the prompts of, getting an image, getting the title, and so on. So here in the gesture detector, we are going to have the on tab, for now an empty function, but soon we are going to create a route for it. And I'm going to copy paste this 3 times. The next time here, the icon is going to be font download outline, and this looks a bit like getting a text. And the third icon is link outline. Not here, we have to pass it in here. Link outline. Great. After having all of this done, you can see there's a difference between here. So I'm just going to use row over here, and then pass in main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot space between. Save it. Here we have spaces created. I also want the cross axis alignment to be cross axis alignment dot center, so that everything remains in center. Great. After having these 3 buttons, I just want to create another screen now, which is add post type screen dot. And here I'm going to import material dot. I'm going to import Riverpod. And then I'm going to create a state full consumer widget. The reason for that this add post type screen is going to contain all the types of our application for adding posts. For example, if you want to add image, you'll come to this screen. For link, this screen. And even for text, this screen. But the difference is going to be here we are going to accept the type. So here we are just going to ask what is the type of the thing that you want to have. It can either be link, text and all of that. So here we are going to create a scaffold, and actually let's just go ahead and register it in router.dart. I'm going to copy this, paste it again, and then have add post and then pass in the type over here and then pass in the type like this. We already know how to do all of that. We've done that so many times till now, all of these routes. Now let's just save it. Go to add post type screen. Add post screen, and here we're going to create a function called navigate to type, and let's just accept the build context here and also the type that we are going to. Now we are going to have access to route master.offContext.push, and where do we want to push it to? Well, add post and then whatever type is written, correct? So if it's link, I'll go to this add post / link, add post / image / add post / type. So let's just pass it in the on tap over here. So here context, and what is the next thing that we need? Well, since this is an image, we are going to pass an image. We can copy this on tap, paste it for this gesture detector. Here it's going to be text, and over here as well, which is going to be link. Save all of this, restart the application. We'll go to this add post type screen, click over here, and here we are on a new different screen. Now let's design this part right here. First of all, we are going to need an app bar, because in the app bar we need an action button where we will get the option to share the post from here. So let's get access to the button, which will be a text called share, and this is going to be a constant, which is cool. We have the share button showing up, that's nice. Now we can also have a title for this app bar, and the title is going to be text, and then we're going to say post $widget.type. So we want to post image, link, or what? So we want to post image. Here we want to post text, and here we want to post link. That means all of the types are working well. Now in case of post text, we are not going to differently create them. We are going to create them in one single screen, but in the body we are going to have multiple collections used of if. So here we are going to first of all have access to column so that we can display a list. And what is this list going to be? The first one is the title, and here we don't want any conditions. The reason for that, title is going to be there in all the three types. So first of all, let's just go ahead and create title controller, which is equal to text editing controller. We are also going to create dispose method, and then we're going to call it title controller.dispose. Now we will just pass in controller as title controller. Then I need the decoration, and instead of recreating the wheel again and again, we are just going to search text field in this VS Code search box. Where have we used it? We have used it in the file. We have used it in edit profile screen. We are just going to copy it from here and paste it again instead of typing code again and again. And here it's going to be called title controller. The hint text is going to be enter title year. And I think that's pretty much it. We can remove the focus border. I don't want it anymore. And this can be a constant input decoration. Let's remove constant from the padding. Here we have it, looks good. Now let's just wrap the entire column with the padding widget so that it also looks neater. Save it, and there we have it. Looks great. Next part is just leaving a space. And now we have to decide how we're going to get approach to this app. Now the next part over here is going to be very crucial for us. If it's an image, then I want image to show up. If it's a text box, I want text. If it's text, then I want text to show up. Now instead of just using widget, if widget.type is equal to image again and again, I'm going to create that in the build function only. So I'm just going to have final is type image equal to widget.type equal to image. So basically the type is image or not is based on widget.type is image or not. So it is of the type image if widget.type is equal to image. And then we're going to do the same thing for is type text. So here we're just going to have text, and this is going to be is type link, and this is going to be link. Now I can use this if condition over here. That why have I created these variables? Because it makes our life much more easier, right? Now I just have to write if is type image, then I want to display that gesture detector and all of that stuff. So I'm just going to go ahead, close all the other files and go to the edit profile screen. I'm just going to go ahead and copy this entire gesture detector, paste that in. I'll try to resolve as many errors I can, and when I can't, I'll just go ahead and copy select banner image as well. So I'm just going to paste that function here. I'm going to resolve those errors as well, and finally I'll also take the variable of banner file and paste it over here. Great. Now I need access to user and the banner, but here we don't have anything related to the user.banner, right? We just want to check if banner file is not null, then we display that banner file. Otherwise we want to check. So here what we want is just remove this line here, also remove this line and have a colon. So if banner file is not null, then image.file, otherwise the camera icon is good enough. And we also need access to current theme, so let's just go ahead and copy that line from here, paste that in. Let's import theme notifier provider, save it. Now we are not able to see anything over here. The reason for that, pretty simply, we have used is type image, so it won't appear in text type. If I just go to image, it appears, and that's great. But now I want to do text based only. So if it's text, what do I want? Well, if it's text based, again we want a description, right? So it's going to be very similar to this text field. So after this gesture detector, I can check if is type text, and now you might understand how easy it is. I don't have to write this widget.type is equal to text image again and again. I just type this and it's a lot neater for me. So the controller here has to be a new one, which is description controller. So I'm just going to create that and also dispose it. Then I can go ahead and link that. So we have description controller. Then we want enter description here, and then I want the maximum number of lines in my text field. So the maximum number of lines can be 5, which makes it big enough. And also, if I haven't already mentioned, here we need the max length to be 30, because users can then have how much ever characters length they want for the title, which I do not appreciate. Great. After having this, again, we are going to have something similar, not something similar, we're going to have for link. Now, if it is of the type link, what do we want? Actually, it is something similar. We were going to paste it in. Here, we are going to ask enter link here. We need the link controller. Create that at the top. And we are going to dispose that link controller. We can scroll down, and the max length is not needed. Links can be more than 30 characters as well. Now I just want to leave some space and actually see if everything is working well. It is. Now I will just leave a constant sized box height of 5. The reason for that, it's pretty simple. Not 5, 20. I want there to be much more space. I just want to have a text that says select community, and then I want to wrap it with an align widget, and the align widget will tell me where I want to align it. Well, I want it to be in the top left, and all of this needs to be a constant. Now if I come over here, we have select community written, and now I want to provide a drop down button using which the user can see all the communities they are a part of and select them. So now I'm just going to go ahead and use ref.watch user communities provider dot when the data over here we're going to get something. Let's just have an empty function like this. Error and a stack trace is going to be there. For that, a simple error.toString for the error text, and for the loading we are going to have a constant loader. Now of course, if you have not wondered why we are using error text in a different widget, of course we are using it, but also if you want, you can redesign this error text completely, not just display an error like this. I mean, if you want, you can just make use of SVGs, GIFs, simple images, and beautify it so that your user doesn't feel they're in a bad app, right? Now in the data, what we want is, first of all, we want to go up here and create a list of communities we are a part of. So we have list community of communities, which is going to be an empty list for now. Then we can go down, and then we're going to have communities is equal to data. The reason for that we are not using set state is we don't want to display all of this in our UI. It is needed for the sharing functionality. So we are just going to have if data dot is empty, then we want to return a constant sized box. Otherwise, we just want to return a drop down button where the items are going to be value dot map, not value, data dot map. And what is the data here? Well, the drop down button. The drop down button is what we want to return, right? So we can just have drop down button, drop down menu item. And what is the child going to be? Child is going to be text with e.name. Also make sure to convert it to a list so that we get rid of all the errors. And obviously the drop down menu item also has to have a value, and the value is going to be value at 0, data at 0 for now. Later on we are going to change it, and that's why we have created communities as equal to data right at the top. But if the value on changing the value, if we select another button, well, first of all, we can see only one thing, but after we change the value, what I want is set state to happen, and then I want to make sure that a global variable changes its value. So I'm going to go up there and just have community, which can be null, selected community. Then I can take this selected community, go down, and then have the value as selected community, right? I want the value to be selected community. That's the community I've selected, but this can be null. And when is this null? When the selected community doesn't have value initially. So if it is null, then I want data at 0. And now what I want to do in the switch state is selected community is equal to data, not data, but value. And that's great. That works for me. If I select this now, the value doesn't really change. The reason for that, we have not provided a value to our drop down button. So let's provide a value which is selected community or data at 0. And the value over here should not be this, because this is the drop down menu item, right? What is the value of this going to be? Well, it's just going to have the value of E over here, which is the community value. Now Flutter dev is the one. Now I'm going to go ahead and create another community, or I'm just going to go ahead and join the memes community, close that, again come back here, and we have two communities. I select meme or I select Flutter dev, both of them work. Great. Now the next part is the Firebase calling part, and we're going to do this simultaneously for all three of them. So first of all, we are going to go to the repository, create the boilerplate code. So we have access to add post repository dot. Why am I doing a repository first? Because our repository classes are pretty simple for us. No logic, nothing. It's just that we want access to certain things. So we want Firebase Firestore. Then I'm going to go to edit community screen, not screen, repository. So community repository, I'm just going to go ahead and copy all of this line, paste that in. I also need to create a provider, but I'm very lazy to do it. So I'm just going to import provider. Then I'm going to return add post repository, import Firestore provider from the constants file. And then I need to call this add post. Actually, this is going to be post repository, not add post repository. So I would like to rename this, because this is going to contain all the logic for every file that we have. I mean, even for upvote and downvote, not just for adding the post, right? Now I'm just going to create a collection reference for both of them. So we are going to have posts, which is going to be firestore.collection, and then we pass in Firebase constants dot posts collection, not community collection, posts collection. Great. Now I want a very simple function of future void. So let's just take one function, paste it in here, and we're going to call this add post. I'm going to import typedef so that I get future void, and this is going to be called post. Now I need to create the post model so that I can import post from here. So I would just want to import fp.library. This is going to be /posts doc, and this is going to have the type of whatever post gives us, which is going to be post.id. Of course, this wouldn't make sense. We are going to create the post model class just like we did for community and user, but I'm just trying to resolve all the errors that we can have. And here I just want to have .set, and this is going to be called post.toJSON like we've already done. Of course, I'm sorry if that doesn't make sense. We are just going to create the post class. So I'm trying to reduce as many errors as I can. Right. Now after having this, let's create the post model class. We'll go to the models folder and create post model dot. Of course, we need to call this a class of post, and then we want to define the list of properties that we have. Let's define the list of properties that we want. Well, first of all, the post is going to have its unique ID, and the ID is unlike any other thing, it's going to be random and generated from a package known as UUID. Then we need the title for a post. which is a constant for all the type of the post. Then we are either going to have a link. So this can be null because link can be null, right? Because link is not optional, only link type post will have link. What about image and description? They won't have it. Description is going to have description, and for image, of course, I said we are not going to have link, but it's going to use the link property because image is going to get stored in Firebase storage, giving us access to the image URL, like we've done for, let's just say, edit community screen, edit profile screen, all of them. Now we need the community name. This is part of, this post is part of. So we have final string community name. Then we need access to the profile pic of that community. So we have profile, community profile pic. Then we need access to the list of upvotes that are there. We're not going to store it as a simple counter. When we get to this logic, I'll let you know why. And similar to this, we're going to have a list of downvotes. Then we need the comment count. So how many comments are there going to be on the post? Of course, the comments are going to be stored in the posts sub collection, but the comment count is going to be stored in the post. The reason for that will be mentioned when we get to the displaying part. We also need access to the username of the user, then the UID of the user, so that when we click on the post name of the user, we migrate to the correct screen. Then we need access to the type of the post, obviously, and then we need the date time. So what time was this post created, so that we can show this time ago it was created. And then finally we need a list of string of awards. So what awards have this post gotten? Now I'll just click on this bulb icon, generate data class, remove dart convert, then scroll down, remove to JSON and from JSON, save it. Now I'll import post model and I'm going to call this to map. Great. After having all of this done, I just want to go in the controller, and the controller is going to have all our logic. So here we are just going to have add post, not add post, sorry. We're going to have post controller.dart, and even this I need to rename it. I'm going to call this post repository.dart. Now this is going to be very similar to the controller, so let's just go ahead and copy the community controller. So I'm going to go ahead, copy all of this, paste it in post controller. So what all do I need here? Well, first of all, the post repository, and we're going to call this post repository. Then I'm just going to copy that here, copy this here, but remove the private variable sign. We need access to ref, and we need access to storage repository as well. And this will be called post controller, not post community controller. Paste that in. Post repository should be equal to the post repository, and we just need to pass in an ending brace. Now we can create three types of posts here. Well, first of all is the shared text post, and this is going to have asynchronous. Obviously, without wasting much time, we're going to write all of the code because we should be getting it by now. First of all is we need to require the build context so that we can display any error if there are there. Then we want to get the title from the user. Then we want to get the community that was selected from the user so that we can derive necessary things from it, like the community name, community profile picture. And we also need the description. So let's get that. Great. Now, first of all, I want to set state is equal to true. because the loading has started now. Then I'm going to create the post ID, and the post ID is going to be unique. That's why I'm going to create it using UUID, and we don't have that package. So let's add that dependency. Alright, now after having that, let's just get UUID, and this should be .v1 or v4, anything makes sense to me now. Then we can get access to the user so that we can derive the user's property. Then we are just going to read from the user provider. And now I want to create the post model. So I'm just going to create that. As we've already seen in the post repository, we are having access to all of this stuff. Right here you can see we are just taking the post model and setting it. Here we need to design how our post is going to look like, right? So first of all, we need to pass in the ID, which is post ID. Then the title is there. Community name is community. Selected community, whatever we have selected right here. Name. Community profile pic is selected community avatar. Upvotes for now is going to be nothing. Downvotes is nothing. Comment count is 0 in the start. Username is going to be user.name. The UID of the user is going to be user.uid. The type of the post is now text. The created at is datetime .now. Awards empty for now. And the last thing that we want to add is description. Don't forget that, because description is what makes this post a unique post, and even the type. Now I just want to contact the post repository. So we are going to store whatever it says to us in result variable, and we're just going to have post repository .add post, and then I'm going to make sure that the loading stops, and then we are just going to have result.fold. In case of failure, I want to display show snack bar and l.message. In case of success, I want two things to happen. Well, first of all, as we already know, show snack bar. So we are just going to say posted successfully. And then I just want to pop off this screen so that we come back to our root screen, not, the normal screen. I don't want to go there anymore. Or if you want, you can just push it to the slash part, which is the default part. Now I'm not going to go there. I just want it to pop. Great. After having this, we have the shared text post available with us. I'm just going to assume it works. If you want to try, just go ahead and link it to the add post screen. But for me, I'm just going to duplicate this since I'm already here in this controller and call this share link post. Here I don't need the description. I need the link from the user, and I'm going to pass in the link, which is link, and also the type is going to be link, right? All other stuff is going to be the same. We're just going to copy this function again, paste it, and this is going to be called share image post. Of course, this is going to be of the type file, which can be null. So here we just want .io. We'll scroll down, and we are going to contact the storage provider. So we have final image result, which is equal to await storage repository dot store file. Now what is the path going to be? Well, the path is going to be posts slash, and we are going to post them in the selected community dot name. So this is the path, selected community dot name, because the community can have multiple posts, but the ID is going to be different. That means that the name of the file here is going to be different. So we are just going to have post ID and the file. Let's save it. Now I can take this image result and then I can fold so that if we have any error, then we can display it right away and proceed only if there is no error. So we have l.message, and our part here is going to be something like this. Well, again, it's going to be asynchronous. And then I'm going to copy paste all of these things right inside of it. The link here is going to be R, because if it's a success, it will give us the download URL of the image that we uploaded in Firebase storage. And well, everything else is right here. Now I just need to call all of these methods in add post type screen. So we are just going to create a function at the top called share post, and here let's have some conditions and calling done. But even before that, I want to go in the post controller, actually in the community controller, copy this community controller line, paste that for the post controller, and copy this, pass it in post repository. This is also called post repository, and then we're going to call this post repository provider. Paste that in. It's going to be called post controller now instead of the community controller. And I think all of this is enough now. Just need to change this to post controller provider instead of community controller provider. That's great. Now here in the share post, first we need to check if the type is what? Well, if the type is image and the banner file is not equal to null and title controller.text is not empty, not asterisk, we want and. So all these three should be there. So if the image type is, if the type of the post is image and the banner file, which means that the image that's selected is not null and the title controller is not null, then we want to post it to the, so we can just have ref.read post controller provider dot notifier dot share image post. We will pass in context. The controller is going to be titled controller.text.trim. Selected community is going to be there without an exclamation mark. Actually, we want it like this, like we've already have. So if selected community is no community selected, we'll just take the first one. And then the file, which is banner file. Save it. After this, we can have another condition of else if. So we are just going to copy this, paste it. So if the widget type is text and the title controller.text is not empty, then we want to share image post. We want to share text post, and then we need a description for it, and the description is going to be description controller.text.trim. And here we are not going to check that description controller.text is empty or not, because description can be empty. Then I want to check if the type is link, and we want link controller.text is not empty, and also the title should not be empty. So we can just have all of this condition. Link should be there, title controller not empty, link controller not empty. Then we are just going to share link post, and we need to provide the link, which is link controller.text.trim. Of course, if all of this doesn't happen, then we can have else block saying show snack bar, please enter a valid URL, bro. So you can just say that. We can just say please enter all the fields. Great. Now we will just save it, and let's just wait for our magic to happen. So we'll just take the share post and paste it in the text button. Now I'm going to restart my entire application, and I'm sincerely hoping it starts working. Let's open up the terminal to see if there are any errors. I'll just go here. I'm going to start off with an image. Let's just call it logo because I already have logo here. I'm going to share this in memes. Click on share. Nothing shows up for now because we have not created is loading, but we have posted successfully. That's great. But now I also want to create is loading, which is equal to ref.watch post controller provider, and then we can have is loading here. So if it is loading, then show me the loader man. Otherwise, the column is just fine. Now, I'm going to assume that it got saved successfully. I'm going to have the same thing done for text, and text should be much more faster because we don't have to contact Firebase storage, not save any image. So here, let's just say, and the description is going to be, and we'll again send it to memes. It was quick. Now here, the title. So the title is going to be my YouTube channel, and let's just see if I remember it. So we will just have www.youtube.com/channel/Revan runout. I seriously hope this is the one. I'm not too sure about it. I'm just going to click on share. It says we need to enter all the fields. That means it has not registered this properly. So here, so let's just go down and see. For the link, we have passed in description controller. We need to pass in the link controller. Now we'll just save it. And again, we'll have to type this stuff. So I hope when I typed it the first time it was right. Actually, I think it was this one. I'm not really sure, please. Now I click on share and post it successfully. Now the next part is to display all of these posts over here and then create functions on them. Let's dive right into it. It's going to be pretty fun for us because we're just going to close all the save files and then just go to the post repository, fetch all the posts according to the community, right? This is how it's going to work. We're going to get all the communities that the user is part of, like we did over here. But based on that community, we're going to contact Firebase and tell, yeah, this is the community I'm a part of. Fetch me the posts from these many communities, right? So now I want to create a function for that. So we're going to create a function which will be a stream of list of posts, and we'll call this fetch user posts. And in the parameter, we are going to get a list of community. What is this list of communities? Well, the communities that the user is a part of. How are we displaying the communities over here? Well, we are getting the list of communities from the provider, stream provider, and then we are just displaying them. So we are going to get the list of communities here, and then I just want to return posts where what? The community name wherein communities.map e.name.toList. Now what does this line mean? Well, I want to get posts where community name belongs to one of the elements in the array. So here what I'm doing is just mapping through all the communities, and I'm creating a list of community names. So here basically it is a community, right? I'm just grabbing their names and then putting them in a list, and I'm telling I want to get posts where the community name matches the elements in the list of the community names. Then I want to order by. And then what do I want to order by? Well, I want to order by created at descending true, so that I get it in the descending format, so that the newly released posts are right at the top. .snapshot.map, and our usual trick. We just need to do event.docs.map, and then we are going to get post.fromMap, and then I will pass in e.data as map of string comma dynamic, and then I'm just going to convert it to a list, and instead of putting in .to list over here, I'll put it right here. Great, now our errors are gone. Just to summarize what we did over here, well, let me just put some more commas. I grabbed the posts by their community name, and wherein allows us to pass in a list of names or list of anything. We have passed in the list of names which it has to look at, and then it will give us the posts where community name lies in any of our communities, and then we just order it according to the date, so that the newly released posts come at the top, and then we are getting it snapshot, converting it into a list of posts, and then just we are returning the stream. Now I'll go to the post controller. So I'm just going to, well, go down here and have stream of list of post, and we are just going to fetch user posts. Again, we will need a list of community. We are not going to call the provider over here. We are going to call that provider in the UI part where we'll get it, and then pass it using stream provider.family. But also we need one thing. If communities dot is not empty, then we want to return add post repository dot fetch user posts. Otherwise we will just return stream of a value, and the value is going to be an empty list. So we are returning a stream that will have nothing inside of it, because it requires to have something, and we will just say that there are no posts because the communities is empty, because the user is not part of any community. We are showing them the latest post, or you can say we are showing them the posts which they are a part of, and they are not a part of anything. And if we don't add this condition, it will give us an error. So we need to add this. Now we can go at the top, create a provider for it. So it's going to be a stream provider. Let's call this user posts provider. We're not going to give it a type. Let's remove async star again. And we're going to return, well, first of all, we want to get post controller. So we have post controller equal to ref.watch post controller provider. We can take this post controller. Of course, we need .notifier here. So we have post controller dot fetch user post. We'll pass in the communities, which we are going to get from the family here. So we have list of communities, and then we'll return it. Sweet. Now we can go to the feed part, feed screen. And here we are just going to get access to, not even get access, we are just going to return ref.watch user communities provider.when. And whenever we have data, we'll do something. This data is a list of communities. Obviously we'll have error and loading, so I just want to copy it from some screen that we have already implemented. And it's going to be community list drawer, where we have exactly made this call. Let's pass it like this. Import the loader, import error text, and we have the semicolon. Now here what I want is another data that will say ref.watch user posts provider. Right now we got user communities. Right now I just want user posts provider, where I'm going to pass in the data, because it's a list of communities that I wanted to pass in the family. .when, and again we'll have data and all of that stuff. So again we need to copy all of this and paste them in, save it. And if you've not understood it till now, we fetch the user's community, Then we want the user's post, and for that we need to pass in list of communities, which we got from this provider. And now we are just doing when for that as well. Now whenever we get that data, I want to display list view builder. Alright, so I have return list view builder. The item count is going to be data.length, but not to get confused, this data is the list of communities, so we'll have that. And this data is whatever data we get here, list of post. And then I will need to create the post, which is posts data at index. So we get access to one particular post. And now I want to design how this looks. How is this going to look? Well, we are going to go in the comment tab and here create a post underscore card dot. We're going to import material dot. We're going to import Flutter Riverpod. And then we're going to create a stateless consumer widget out of it, which will be called postcard. Great. Now here we are going to accept the post, because using this post, we're going to display this card. And why are we shifting this in a different, you can say, widget? Because we are going to have a lot of stuff done in here. And I don't want to populate this UI file right here. Now I'm just going to return the postcard with the proper post sent to it. Just to see if we get anything, let's have a body, not body, let's say child. And the child will have a text saying post dot community name, let's say. Save it. Here you can say we are getting this error. The reason for that is we have not created an index. The reason, why is that? Because here you can see we use .where and even .order by. We can't create two queries in just one thing. We need to use both of them together. I mean, we are using two of them together. We need to use them single-handedly, but it's not possible in our application. So we need to create indexing in our application. So now I'll just go in the post feed screen. Wherever we are getting this error, here we should be getting this error. We are going to print that error first of all, so that I can copy the link that it's saying, and also return the error text. Great. Now, what is the point of doing all of this? Here you can see our error is now printed. I can click over here, open it, and here you can see we get the access to create an index. It automatically fills in it for us. We will just click on create index, and while the time it builds, we have to wait so that we can see an output. But yeah, we can just do Ctrl-Z again. We don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to print it out. But again, if you want, you can just, to ignore this warning, what you can do is just use if k debug mode. Then we have this. So basically, if we are in debug mode, then only print this, because this error basically says avoid print call in production mode. We can do that in the debug mode. That's why this way. Anyways, now that we have that, let's wait for it to build, and then we can get started to design this postcard. Actually, let's just start it right away. We should have the surety that yeah, it will display the post to us. Our logic was crystal clear with that. Now I just want to design my postcard, and for this purpose, first of all, we are going to need certain things. Let's close the terminal for now. We are going to the add post type screen, and here we will need all of these things. Again, paste it in, and instead of having this widget, we are just going to have post.type is image or this. Right now, why do I want all of this? Because if it's an image, I want to display an image. If it is a description, I want to display a description. Otherwise, I want to give the preview of the URL. Now, how are we going to give the preview of the URL? For that, we are going to use the package any link preview that will give us access to previewing the URL. Right now, let's just get started with returning this part right here. So first of all, it's going to be a column. Why a column? Because it's going to have a spaced box at the end, so that we leave some space between two postcards, because they'll be displaying in a list view builder, right? They'll be in the list, so I want them to display like this. So the first thing is our simple container, and in this container we need to pass in the decoration. Well, the box decoration will be, first of all, the color. What is the color going to be? Well, I want to get access to the theme right now, so I'll have final current theme equal to ref.watch current theme notifier provider. We can pass the color, which will be current theme dot drawer theme dot background color. Save it. Then that's all that we need for now. Later on web, we are going to add borders and border radiuses and all. Then we need the padding, so that we can have constant edge insets dot symmetric, and from the bottom and top I want 10, so vertical will be 10. Then I need a child, and the child is going to be row, and in the row we are going to have children. The first one is going to be a column, and in that we are going to have children. And we don't need this row as of now, but I just created it so that we don't have any complexity later on when we make a responsive UI for the web. In web, we might need to add the upvote buttons, but here in the mobile part as of now we don't need that. But just to avoid any complexities later on, I'm just adding it right here. Of course, this column has to be expanded so that it's taking all the available space. And then I want it to have a container with a certain padding. The padding will be constant edge insets dot symmetric, and from vertical it will be 4, from horizontal it will be 16, and we are going to copy that with right 0. From the right we don't want any padding, so from top and bottom it will be 4, from the left side 16 and right 0. Then in the child we are going to have another column, and in that column we are going to have children. The first one is going to be a row, and in that row again we are going to have children, and in that children we are going to have the circle avatar. And what is the circle avatar? Well, it's the community profile picture. So we're just going to have post.community profile pic. Of course, we need to pass the background image to it. Then we need to pass in the network image. And then I also need to pass in a radius of height 16. Now let's see. Our composite index has been enabled. I'll just restart my application. Here it is. And it's looking good. We have 3 posts because we tested it out for link, text and image, and we have circle avatars for all 3 of them. That's cool. Now let's design. So we have a circle avatar here. Now I want the name over here. So I'm going to go right ahead and create in the row a padding, and the padding is going to be constant edge insets dot only. From the left I want 8, because in this padding we are going to have a child, and in that child we are going to have a column, and this column is going to have 2 things. Well, right here what do we want? We are leaving some space, and then we want the name of the community and the name of the user. So here in the children we are going to have first text as R, let's just have R, and then string interpolation, and then we are going to have post.community name. I also want to increase its size as compared to the text that's going to come below it. So that will be font size 16, and font weight is going to be font weight dot bold. Alright, now we have a constant. Great. After that, we are going to have another text. So we are going to copy paste it. But this time only difference is its font size is going to be smaller and it's not going to be bold. Let's save that much, and this will be u/post.user username. Save it, and there we see it. Looks good. Now I just want to make sure that the alignment is right at the start. So we have cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment.start. Save it. Again, this looks great again. Now what I want is to get out of this row and then create an icon button to delete. So we are going to have if post.uid is equal to user.uid, and for that I'll need the user. So we'll have final user is equal to ref.watch user provider. You can see as we are coming to the end of the application how everything is falling in the place, right? Post.uid is user.uid. We can reuse all our providers, and that's exactly what we want in our application. Then we are just going to have an icon button with an on pressed empty icon is going to be icons.delete, and obviously the color is going to be palette.red color. We are not using current theme, notifier, provider or anything. The reason for that, pretty simply, if it's light mode, dark mode, this has to be of the red color. Now obviously this is not the position I wanted it in, so I've messed things up. I probably need to push it somewhere over here. Okay, I think I need to push it right here, and not even here actually, we need to shift it right here. Yep, here it is, before this row, so that we can come to this row and say in the main axis alignment I want it to have space between. But because of this, you can see there's spacing between all of this. So how can we resolve this? Well, the simple solution to it is we'll wrap these two together in a row and this as another element, and then we will call space between in the parent element. So basically this will be considered as one widget, which is one row. This is just another widget of icon button, and then the parent row is going to call main axis alignment dot space between. So what I'm going to do is wrap this row with a row, and then I'm going to shift this to this parent row, and there we have it. Looks good. I can go and push right here, sorry, here it is. I'll remove it from here. I just want it to be in the row of the parent widget. You can see this is the parent one. So we have one row here and the other row, other icon, and then we are calling space between. So we are leaving space here. That's great. Now I want to do conditional rendering. That means I want to check first of all if it's a type of image or anything. But actually even before that I want to display the title, and even before that the awards if the user has any. So we'll scroll down. We'll put it in the column, and I think it should be here. It's pretty confusing with the signs, brackets and all. But yeah, so what we want here is a text. And what is this text going to be? Well, it's going to be post.title, and we're just going to increase the style. So we are going to have a style of constant text style with an increased font size. So we have font size as 19 and font weight as font weight dot bold. So we have the title bolded out. Let's just shift it right here. Here we have it. Looks good, decent enough. The padding here we are going to pass it in. So we have wrap widget with padding, and from the top I want it to have some padding of, let's say, 10. Alright, now it's coming in shape, but I still want it to go right here. So what I can do is in the column that we are in, I can have main axis cross axis as cross axis alignment dot start. Looks good. Now I will have my conditional rendering that I was talking about. So if it is of the type image, then what do I want? Well, a sized box of height media query dot of context dot size dot height into 0.35. So whatever the total height is, I want 0.35 or 35% of the total device height so that I can display it. The width is going to be double dot infinity or media query dot of context dot size dot width. Both of that works. And the child is going to be image dot network, and then we will pass in post dot link. And if it is of the type image, post dot link can't be null, so we just have exclamation mark. Save it and let's see. We're not seeing anything. Not sure why. Let's try to refresh. And the reason for that is in the share image post, we have said that the type is link. That is false, the type is image. Let's see if we made that error anywhere else. For link it is link, and for text it is text. Alright, now that we've made this error, we are going to have a bit of difficulty. So what I'm going to do is go to my Firestore data and remove that post. Alright, what is the post that I want to remove? Where I've said that the link is there, but the link is the image post. This one. Right here, I'm going to type that the image type is image. Okay, now I can restart the application, and there we have it. This is our image, looks good, but you can see it's not taking the entire width. To make that happen, we can go to the postcard and find that the fit is boxfit.cover. After we do that, you can see it takes the entire space, which is cool. Now the next part is if it is the type link. So if it is of the type link, then I want again sized box to be the same thing with a child. So we have, and the child is going to be any link preview. This is the plugin that we had added to display the link preview. So any link preview, with the help of that, we can say that the display direction is UI direction horizontal. That would mean that the preview of the URL, that means that the preview image, the meta icon, and the description of the you can say website, the metadata, both of them appear side by side. And the link we need to pass in, which is post.link. It will not be empty. And that's it. Now let's see. We're not seeing anything. I'm not sure if it's because we need to restart the app or what, or I've entered the wrong channel name. But that's fine. We can go ahead. We can have is type text. So if it is of the type text, then what do I want? Well, I want to show a text of post description, right? So we have text post description. It will not be null, and the style is going to be constant text style, and the color will be colors.gray. Don't worry, this gray color will appear in a light mode as well. And here we have it. This actually looks good. Now I still want to design it a bit. I want to give it some padding and stuff. So I'm just going to have wrap it with padding, and we're just going to have constant edge insets dot symmetric, and from the horizontal I want 15. But instead of having just this, I also want to have container so that I can give it alignment. So alignment will be bottom left always. Save it, and there we have it. Looks good with a title over there, but text starting somewhere over here. Now I just need to pass in the list of icon buttons for upvote, downvote, comment and all of that. For that, what we want to do is just go to assets in this repository. It will be public by the time you open it. We have to go in the fonts and just download this. So go over here, just click on download, and we need to stop the app execution because we need to update the pubspec.yaml file. In the assets, we are going to create fonts, and in the fonts, we are just going to take this myflutterapp.ttf and paste it in. After having this, we can go to pubspec.yaml. We'll scroll down, and in the fonts, we are going to unlock this part. So what is the font family? My Flutter app, and the font is at assets/font/myflutterapp.ttf. Save it. Then you just need to go to this lib core constants and constants.dart file. You can copy this up and down. All of these things we will need all of them later on. Even the awards part, we are going to work on awards a bit later on, but for now let's just have everything right there. We'll import everything. Now just to display all of this icon, we're going to do. So now what I'm going to do is go to postcard. After this, just create a row so that I can create my entire row, and in that row we are going to have upvote, downvote icons. So we are just going to create another row, and in that row we are going to have children. The first child is going to be icon button on pressed empty as of now, but we will work on it just after this design is done. So it will be icon constants.up. This is the icon that I decided. If you find any other icon that's better than this, make sure to use that, because I know this isn't like Reddit, but I've tried to get a similar one. Then I just use the size as 30, and the color is going to depend on post.upvotes.contains and user.uid. The logic for this is basically if the post upvote list contains the user ID, because it's going to store the user ID. Of course, when we dive into upvote and downvote, I'll let you know how this works. But for now, what we are basically saying is that if it's containing, then we want the red color, otherwise the default option, so null. Now we can copy this, paste right there, and this is going to be called constants.down, and this will be post.downvotes.contain, and this will be blue color because downvote is always of the blue color. Now I also need a text in between of them so that I can tell what is the total count, and the total count is going to be, well, the total number of upvotes we get minus the total number of downvotes, right? So we are just going to have post.upvotes.length minus post.downvotes.length, and then this is the text that we are going to display. But other than this, what I'm going to do is, if this is equal to 0, then I want to display vote string. That means, yeah, please vote again. Otherwise, this post is just fine. And obviously have that. Now, another thing, just to say, post.upvotes.length minus post.downvotes.length is 0. Then I wanted to have the text saying vote. Otherwise, I'm just going to show what the total number of votes are. That means 1, 2, 3, whatever. Minus 1 also. Here the style is going to be constant text style, and this will be font size 17. Save it, and there we have it. Let's see how it looks. Not displaying on any of them. Oh yeah, because our app is not running. But anyways, let's keep doing it. After this row, we need 2 more rows. What are these 2 rows? Well, it's going to be very similar to this. So let's just pass it in. What is that? Well, the comment icon. So instead of having all of this, we're just going to have icons dot comment, and this is going to be a constant. After that, we don't need the text anymore. And here, actually we need the text. We don't need the icon button anymore because I want to show the post count. So we have post dot comment count, and if post dot comment count is equal to 0, then I will ask for vote. Otherwise, we will just have comment count. And actually, why do we want vote? I just want to say comment. So if the comment count is 0, then we want to ask, yeah, do you want to comment? Just say the comment option. Otherwise, post.comment count we will display. And we don't need to convert this to a string, even though this is an int. The reason for that is string interpolation already does that behind the scenes. Great. After having this, let's restart our application and see. Of course, there is a missing icon of award, and we will get into it, and even the icon of moderator, but we will get to it once we start working on the delete option. First of all, I want to check if the UI works, and if that works, we'll dive in the logic of upvote and downvote. Alright, so our app has launched, but I've launched it on the Pixel emulator, not the iOS simulator, because it was taking a lot of time. I hope it works there. Only change that I had to make here was in the pubspec.yaml file. I had named it assets/font. I changed it back to fonts, and then it started running. And I've logged in with the same account so that we get the delete option, because this URL preview is not showing up. So the first thing, even before getting started with upvote or downvote, I want to work on this delete post feature. Because, I don't want this because I want to delete this post. I don't want the YouTube channel to show up, which is incorrect. I want to post a new YouTube channel that works, so that I get to know, right, if it's working or not, the link preview thing. So I'll just go to the post repository and create a function of the type future void, which will be called delete post. And then I just need the post model, and then I'm going to do a very simple try and catch block here, and then I just want it to be asynchronous. On Firebase exception, I want to throw an error, so let me catch that error. Let's just call it small e again, and then we are going to throw it. So we have throw e.message, and then we are going to return left failure e.toString. Great. Now after having that in the try block, what I want is, deleting the post. So obviously we are going to return right, and then we are going to have posts.document post.id.delete. Since this is of the type future void, we have already seen this accepts a type of void when the function signature or the function return data type is future void, and then we get this part. Great. Now I just need to create that in the post controller. So let's just go down, create that function called void delete post. I need access to the post, and then I'm just going to have a result first of all, and then I'm going to have post repository dot delete post. We have done that so many times. I hope you're aware of this now. We will await this, and then result dot fold. Actually, if there is a success or anything, I don't really care. Let's just be as it is. Now I can bind this function to our postcard. So let's go there, create a function called void delete post. And since we are at the top already, we can create something for, upvote and downvote also. So first of all, I need access to ref, widget ref. Then I'll just do ref dot read, and this is called post controller provider dot notifier dot delete post. Then we will pass in the post that we get from the constructor here. And now I just need to bind this to the delete icon. So I'm just going to find delete icon here. I'll go down there, and in the on pressed, I'm going to pass in this function. Also pass in the ref. There we go. Now let's try to delete it. Yep, it gets deleted. Now, of course, if you want to show let's say a success, we can have build context passed to it. So let's have that. And then we can just say deleted successfully. Actually, post deleted successfully. And then I can go here, take in a build context as well, pass that into this function, and now I can go down, pass in the function as context. Great. Now let's try to create a new post. So here I'm just going to pass in YouTube channel again, and this time hopefully it's right. So we have youtube.com/c/Rivan. Okay, I'm still confused what the name is. I'll just go ahead with this. Here it is. Looks good. But now in the postcard, I want to change the height of this preview URL. So I can go there, find any link preview. Here you can see the height is 0.35. I need to reduce this to let's say 250. This is still big, 150. Yep, this looks good. And also what we can do is convert this to a container so that we can pass the padding, and the padding can be constant edge inserts dot symmetric, and in the horizontal direction 18. Save it. So here you can see this is there, but now I want to try is just giving it a padding, removing the height and the width. Let's see what we get. Yep, this looks much more better than what was earlier. There is a slight difference if you try to compare, but yeah, this is what I'm going to take in. Now the next part is the upvote and the downvote feature. So whenever we click over here, it should upvote, but that's not how simple it is going to be. So we are going to go to the post repository and here create the functions, and for this upvote and downvote, we are not even going to handle the errors, because in case we get an error, we don't want to show anything, right? Because that's not how it works. So I'm just going to have this. This is going to be asynchronous, and I'm not even going to handle errors. If we get any errors, let them be in the application, because I don't want to show them or anything. It will just stay in the logs or somewhere, because suppose if I click over here and the upvote doesn't register, there's some storage issue or something with Firebase. I don't want to show that to my user. They won't even understand it. That's why we have this. So what I want to do here is, first of all, we need to check if this downvote is already done by the user. So if the downvote is already done by the user, then we want to remove that downvote and then upvote and then pass in the upvote. So here I'm just going to have that. Also, since we need user ID, because we are going to update the user thing, so we are going to have if post.downvotes.contains user ID. Then what do I want to do? Well, I just want to go to post.document post.id.update, and then I want to update the downvotes part. Why? Because the post already contains the user downvote, and the user has clicked on the upvote icon. So I want to remove this downvote icon, downvote registration. So I'll just do field value dot array remove, and then I will pass in the user ID, right? Now after removing this, I want to check if the post already contains the upvote of the user. That means first we checked that if downvote is there or not. So if downvote is there, I want to remove that downvote and then update the upvote, right? But now I want to check if upvote is already there. That means the user has already clicked on upvote. So here I'll check if post dot upvotes dot contains user ID. Then I'm going to have a similar line, but instead of having downvotes here, I'm going to have upvotes, and I'm going to have array remove done, because the post already contains the upvotes. So I just want to go to this particular ID and remove that upvote, because if the user has already upvoted and the user again clicks over here, I want to remove the upvote. Otherwise, it's in this condition. That means the user has not neither upvoted nor downvoted. So I just want to click over here and get my upvote. So I'm just going to pass in like this, but here it's going to be array union, because upvote is not already there. I want to pass it in. Sweet. Now I'll go to the upvote part, copy this function, paste it right here, and then just call post repository dot upvote and then pass in the post. We are going to get the user ID using ref. So we have final UID is equal to ref with a private variable. So ref dot read user provider dot UID and then pass in the particular ID. Sweet. Now let's try to see if it works. I'll just click over here. Of course it doesn't work. I have to register that. So here I'm just going to copy this function and create an upvote post. I'll remove the build context, not needed. We just need upvote post, and that's pretty much it. I don't even need build context now, because the error displaying part we are not doing. Now I'll just try to find the up icon. So it's constants.up. Here I just need to pass that in with the ref variable passed in. Now if I click over here, we don't even know if it got registered. Well, so let's just start again. Click on vote. Yep, it got upvoted. If I just try to, do this again, you can see this got downvoted. That's the logic we put in the post repository, and we put this logic over here, not in controller, because this is a feature logic. So what we have done is, first of all, checked if downvote is there. Of course, after we add downvote, I will give you a brief summary of what we did right here. So I'm just going to copy paste and do similar thing for downvote. But here, first I want to check if post contains upvotes. If it contains upvotes, then I want to remove that upvote. Then I want to check if downvote contains the downvote, right? If the downvote contains the user ID, then I want to remove this downvote. Otherwise, I just want to add to the downvote. Now I'll create a similar function right here. I'll call this downvote. I'll pass downvote here. That's pretty much it. I'll go to the post card and create downvote post. So we have downvote post. I'll click on downvote here. I'll scroll down, and where do we have it? I want to find constants.down. I'll pass that in and pass ref. I'll restart my application and come over here. Now if I click over here, you can see -1 happened. Now if I remove this, again vote, because this is 0. Now let's demonstrate it on a different post. For image post, if I upvote, I'll remove the upvote. I've downvoted, and then I directly click on upvote. This is 1. What is the logic here? As I've already mentioned, let's take one scenario of this where downvote is there and I want to click on upvote, right? So consider this image. There's a downvote. I click over here. I want to upvote. So what do? Well, first of all, I want to remove this downvote because the user can either upvote or downvote. So I'll remove this downvote if it is there. So that's why this condition. Then I want to check if this is already upvoted or not. That means I want to check a condition like this. So if it is already upvoted and I click over here, what do I want to do? Well, I'll just remove this, right? So that's what this condition is for. Otherwise, this is the normal condition where I want to vote and add this vote. Sweet. And the same logic goes for downvote. If upvote is there, I want to remove that upvote and add to the downvote. Otherwise, I want to remove the downvote. Otherwise, I can add the downvote. Simple enough. I hope you understood that. Now that upvote downvote main features are completed, I want the moderator feature to be there. So whenever I click over here, I want to have the moderator icon showing up, and only if I'm a moderator, right? So how are we going to do that? Well, first of all, I just want to get the thing right here. So I just want to get up icon button. I'll paste it here. And what is this icon going to be? Well, I want it to be admin panel because it's like a moderator icon. And admin panel settings, I'll just put that in. Here it is. But I don't always want to show this moderator icon, okay? I only want to show this moderator icon. And also I'm not impressed by the design over here. So I'm just going to go in the parent row, which is this part. Here I'm going to add main axis alignment dot space between, so that you can see now this looks much better. There is evenly spaced things over here. Now coming to the moderator option, I don't always want to show this moderator icon. I want to show only if the user is moderator. But how am I going to do that? In post, I don't have access to moderator, right? I don't have anything like moderator. How am I going to do that? Well, for that I will require moderator or the community data. So since we do not have that, I'll just use ref.watch and I'm going to get community by name provider, and then I'll pass in the name, which is post.community name. And whenever we get the data, whenever I get the data, I just want the logic to be there. So for now, let's put it like this. In case of error and stack trace, I'm just going to go ahead and copy from feed screen, let's say. So just copy it from here and paste it. Make sure to import it. And after that, in the data, here we're going to check if data dot mods dot contains. So if data dot mods dot contains the user ID, so I'm just going to have user dot uid, and user is coming from the user provider that we already created at the top right here. So if this is the case, then I want the icon button to show. Otherwise, I just want to return a sized box saying, yeah, this much is enough, nothing else. Great. But you can see this moderator icon shows up. The reason for that, I think we are a moderator in this community. And other thing that I want to do here is whenever I click on this icon or this icon, I want to navigate to the profile so that I can do that instantly right here at the top by creating two functions for it. Well, first is navigate to user profile. So I just want to get access to build context, and then I can use route master dot off context dot push, and then I'm going to push it to u slash, and you remember we are save post dot uid. So whichever user posted it, we have to go to their profile, correct? So here we have that exact thing done. And similar thing we're going to do for the community. So we are going to navigate to community, and here we're going to have /r/ post dot community name, because post needs the community name. Community needs community name as the slug, and here it needs the user ID. Great. I can take this and push it in the circle avatar. So I'm just going to pass that in as gesture detector. And what is this for? Well, whenever this is clicked, I just want to do navigate to user. Not user, I want to navigate to community with this. So here I'm just going to pass in the build context. There we are. Similar thing right here for the user. So we are going to have wrap with widget, gesture detector, on tap, and we just use the similar thing, but instead of having navigate to community, we are going to have navigate to user. Simple enough. Let's restart the application and see if we are diving on the right route. Here we are in the Flutter devs and we are a moderator here, so that's great. We are getting the mod tool. What if I remove myself as the moderator and add Revan contacts only? Here you can see moderator sign has been removed and we are no longer a moderator. But anyways, if we were a moderator, what I wanted to do was just delete it, so we can push whatever we passed as the delete post to this moderator icon. So I'm just going to go to the admin panel settings icon here, and in the on pressed, I'm going to pass in delete post, which wants ref and context. That's it. I'm not even going to test it because we have already tested the delete post function, and whenever we click over there, I want the same thing to happen. Great. Now that we know all of this is working, the next part, actually let's just upvote and downvote certain things. Just looks good, you know. So the next thing that I want to check is if I click over here, showing up. Now I just want to display the posts of a certain user. To display those posts, what I want to do is create a provider for them, and I can close all the save file, go to the user profile repository and create a simple function for that. It's going to be a stream of list of posts, and let's call this get posts, get user posts, and then we are just going to get the UID of the user so that we can return the posts of that user. So we are just going to have return posts dot where, and now we need to get access to this collection reference of posts. So let's just copy, paste and name this posts collection, and then post where the UID is equal to the UID. So whatever we want to get posts where the UID, so that means the user ID is equal to the UID that we are going to pass into the parameter. And then we need to order by created at descending. I've already explained this logic to you while we were fetching the user post on the feed screen. Similar thing. Now I just need to get the snapshot, then map it, and then I just want to do event.docs.map. And whenever I get this, I just want to do post.fromMap e.data, and I'll consider this as a map of string dynamic, and also I will convert this to a list so that I pass correct thing in. Here let's just remove one bracket, and there we have it. I'll put some commas so that you can copy it correctly. So this is basically we want to fetch posts where the UID is equal to the UID, and then we need to order by created at descending. Basically I just want the posts that are newly created right at the top, and then of course snapshot and stuff. Now I'll just go to the controller, which will have the same thing. So let's go here, create this. I'll import post, and then I just want to return user profile repository dot get user post, pass in the UID. There we are. Now I'll just create a stream provider for it. So let's create one, and what are we going to name this? Well, we are going to call this get user posts provider. It's not going to have anything, so we are just going to have family, and we need the user ID over here. Now we are familiar with all of this, and if you can write this by yourself, I think you're pretty much ready to write your own applications. Now what do I want to return here? Well, first of all, I want to get access to the user profile controller. So I'm just going to do return ref.read user profile controller provider .notifier . And I'm going to call the get user posts function. Sweet. Now I just need to reuse this provider in the user profile screen. So where I have my body, here I just want to do ref.watch get user posts provider. Then I'll pass in the UID of the user, which we already have access to from this constructor. Then I'll do .when. Whenever we get the data, something will happen. Whenever we get error, I want stack trace. And here I'm going to print it out. Why? Because I already know there will be an error. Why? Because if we go to profile repository, we have a where condition as well as an order by condition. Again, we'll have to create indexing for that, right? So we will just do error.toString so that we can copy the URL that we get. And also I want to return this error text so that I can display error.toString. And lastly, I need the loading indicators to be set up. So let's have them created. Of course, whenever we get a data, it will be a list of posts. Similar to what we displayed in the feed screen, we are going to have a list view builder and stuff. So let's just copy all of this, paste it in the data. So we have access over here, and I will return a postcard. Save it. I'll refresh the screen. Here you can see we are getting our error. Sweet. Now I'll click over here, open it, and here you can see it's building. Now while it's building, what I can do is remove this. Pretty much we don't need it anymore. I can do the same thing for the community, right? Community is also going to have the same thing. So I can just create a function. So I'm just going to go to the user profile repository, copy this exact thing. It's going to be the exact same thing. And if you're wondering why I'm using stream over here instead of future builder and stuff, of course, here whenever we click on upvote or downvote, it happens real time. The changes happen real time. These are because of the streams, and that's why this happens. Alright. Now I just want to go in the community repository and paste that in. We want a list of posts, that's true, but I want community posts. So we have get community posts. I'll pass in the name of the community here, and we want to check wherever the community name is equal to the name we have from the parameter. Created at should be descending again. Also we need to get access to this collection reference of posts. So we can go up here, copy this line, paste that here, and also close this function. So wherever community name is equal to this, we need to order by created at, all of that stuff. And that's pretty much it. Now I just need to go to the controller. So I'm just going to copy from the user profile controller everything. Earlier we copied everything from the user profile to community profile. Now we are earlier we did from community to user. Now we are doing from user to community. So let's go to the community controller and scroll down. Here we will paste that function, and we are going to call this get community posts. And this is going to be community repository dot get community posts. And we want access to the name of the community, so we'll pass that in. And here at the top our simple stream provider for that. So again, let's close this. We'll go up, get user post provider. We are just going to rename all of the stuff. This is called get community posts provider. We need access to community controller provider.notifier, get community posts, and this is string name. So I'm going to go right in the user profile screen, copy everything in the body from here till here, and then go into the community screen just to paste that in, because it's the exact same thing, right? So here let's get access to get community posts provider. We'll pass in the name. So what is the name? Well, we have access to that name. Then we need access to the post. So we'll have access to the post. All of that is done. Now let's just remove this line. And in case we are getting this error, I think we can try to shift all of this. Actually, no need to even shift. That's already done. Great. We just needed to remove all of those chunks. Now if I go to this, you can see my community posts are showing up. That would mean even the user posts are showing up, and that's great. That means everything is working. If I post something for myself, let's say and I'll share it, you can see showing up. I am Catman, so here I am. Well, now everything is working. Well, that's great. The next part is the comment part. So whenever we click over here, I want to go to a new screen where I'll get access to the post that's there, so that I can see the post in full screen, as well as I can see the comments that are down there. So let's get started with it. So right here in the post controller, we are going to create a function so that we can just get post detail by ID. Why? Because whenever we click on this comment, I want to go to a new screen where I will get the post ID. Using that post ID, I will get the post details by their ID. So I'm just going to use a function of stream of post and call this get post by ID, and then I'm just going to get the post ID. Then I'm just going to return posts, and we don't have access to, and we are in the controller. I want to create this in the repository first, then in the controller. So I'm just going to go here. So here return posts dot document post ID dot snapshot dot map. We already know this procedure by now. Post dot from map e dot data, not e, event dot data as map of string comma dynamic. Alright, now I can go to this place and then have post repository dot get post by ID. Great. Now I can create a provider of it, stream provider. So I have stream provider, and I'll call this get post by ID provider, and I'm not going to specify a type. Remove async star, not needed. We're just going to use this post controller. So let's copy this line, paste it in, and then we're going to return post controller dot get post by ID. Where is it? Here. And obviously we need a family so that we can get the post ID and paste it in. Correct. Now the next thing that we need to do is create a community screen, and we're going to do that in the post only. If you want, you can shift it in your own folder, but I think this is a great place to keep it in. So here we have comment screen dot, and we are going to import material dart. We are going to import Flutter, and then I want to create a stateful consumer out of this. Why? Because I will have text editing controllers. So let's just create that directly. Then here I will have access to a comment controller, which is called text editing controller. I need to dispose that off. So will I, and then I will just have comment controller.dispose. Now here I'm going to return a very basic scaffold, and in the body now, I will have ref.watch get post by ID provider. Also here I will pass in the ID. What is it? Widget.post ID, and we don't have access to that. So let's get it from the constructor. So we have final string post ID require this dot post ID. If you're wondering why I'm importing strings everywhere instead of post model class and then displaying them, the reason for that pretty simply is you'll get to know it when we work on the web part, which is just in a while. After awards feature and karma feature, we can start with it, and then you'll understand why we need it. So now we will have widget.postID here dot when, and whenever we get the data, what do we want to do? Well, I will return something, but for now that's fine. Now I can go to some other screen, feed screen, copy the error loading part like we've already done so many times, paste that in, import loader, import error text, save it. Now here, what are we going to have? Let's analyze what we want. Well, I want the postcard to be shown first, and later on I want the text editing controller and text field. After that, a list view builder so that I can display all the comments. So now I will just have a postcard displaying here, a reusable widget, which I'll pass it here. After that, I want a text field, so I will have text field here, and then pass in the controller, which is comment controller. Then I want decoration. The decoration is input decoration. And how is it going to look like? Well, hint text will be what are your thoughts, right? And all of this has to be wrapped in a column widget so that we can return one single widget in a vertical format. Now I just want to make sure that whenever I click over here, I navigate to a new screen. So for that, I'm going to go to my postcard, and here I'm going to create navigate to community, and I'm going to make sure that it's navigate to comments, and then I want to go to post /$, and what are we going to name this? Well, this is going to have a particular name of post.id, and then we want /comments over here, and we're going to create a similar route in our router.dart file. So let's copy it, go to the router.dart and paste that in, and here instead of having $post_id, we are going to have post ID, right? So it is /post. Then at this particular post ID, I want comments. We can have that. No, not necessarily this has to be last. I just wanted to demonstrate this to you. Now here I have access to route, and here instead of displaying add post type screen, I want comments screen, and then I will pass in the post ID, which is route.path_parameters post ID. Great. Now I'll just restart the application. I'll click on this comment icon. Nothing really works. The reason for that, we have not bound this function to the comments icon. So let's find the comment icon down below, and then I'm going to pass that over here. Navigate to comments, pass in the context. Restart the application again, and here when I click on comment, you can see when I click on the comment icon, I come back over here. This is great. Now I just need to design all of this stuff correctly. So we'll go back to our comment screen, and first of all, I want filled to be set to true. Then the input border, so the border will be input border.none so that I don't get that underline. and I think this is just fine, looks good, but I just want an app bar on the top so that it doesn't look that bad. I'll put an app bar, save it. Here we have it. Now this looks much more decent. Last thing, I can just add a sized box so that I can create a difference from the top of 10. Yup. And here I need access to, let's say, and instead of having a sized box over here, actually in our postcard we had created a column, correct? Before that column, I will add that sized box so that we can leave some spacing. Let's try to restart. Actually not here, I keep getting confused. Over here. Here you can see now we have some size space box, and even here we have that. Because this is a postcard, it leaves a difference of this and then shows up. Great. I'll put this as a constant. Save it. And this looks good enough. Now I just want to get the comments, and even before that I want to make sure that I save the comment. So for that, again, go to our post repository, create a function. So for that we'll have to go up at the top. Here we need to create a comments collection because comment is going to be in its separate collection. And then copy this comments. Here create a function called future void, and instead of writing everything, I'm just tired of writing, I'll copy it, paste this route down here, and I'm going to call this add comment. I will get access to a particular comment. Again, we'll have to create a model for it, right? So now let's just create a model for it very quickly, analyzing what all features we need over here. Well, first of all, create a class. Then I need access to the comment ID. So we have final string ID, final string text. So whatever the user is typing in, then the final date time, the time at which it was created, then the post ID so that we can link it together of which post this is. Then we need the username of the user who posted and the profile pic of the user who posted. Easy enough. Very simple. Then we need to generate a data class for it. Remove the dot convert, not needed anymore. Remove to JSON and from JSON. We'll go to the post repository, import comment, which we are going to create in the post controller. I hope you're familiar with it now. I'm going pretty quickly, I know, but it's just that I feel I've covered everything so far. If you have any doubt, let me know in the comment section, obviously. So now here in the comments doc, what I want to do is dot set, and what do I want to set it to? Comment.toMap. Simple. I'll take this function, go to the post controller and create a function for that, right? So what I can do is similar to this. We are going to have add comment. We are not going to take anything. Of course, we are going to take, but for now, we only need build context so that we can display any error. We need the text that we want. So whatever the user input is here, and all the other things we can decide. So here we need first of all add comment, and then we need to pass in a comment, right? Now I'll create a class of comment, which is comment equal to a comment. And what is the ID? Well, for the ID, I will have to create that. So I will have ID similar to this UUID that I used earlier. You can see this right here. This is always going to generate a random UID. So I can call this comment ID and use this. Then we are going to have a text created at is datetime.now. Post ID, we need to get that from the user. So we have required post. So we will just use the post.id, the username of the user that's posting the comment. So I don't need UID of the user anymore. I need user, so that I can have user.user.name and user.profilepic. Of course, if you want, you can store the UID so that when we click on a comment name or comment profile picture, we can go to the user's profile. But I'm not going to do that. We already know how to do that, so I think you can cover it by yourself. Now I just need result.fold, and whenever there's a failure, I just want show snag bar, and the text should be l.message, not text. Text is whatever the user input is there. And an R, well, nothing, because in case of R, it will directly show up here. R means success. So here in the comments, we are going to have a comment that says void add comment, and then we are going to get access to this post, and also we have access to ref. So we have ref.watch, not ref.watch, ref.read. And what do we need? Well, comment, no, post controller provider dot notifier dot add comment. Then we'll pass in context. Text is comment controller dot text dot trim. Post is whatever post we get right here from the parameter. I'll take this add comment and pass it as the on submitted part, because we don't have a button here. And what I want to do here is whenever we get a value, I'll pass that in. I just need to pass in the post, and the post is data over here. Sweet. Now, instead of, even trying it out, what I want to do is work on the displaying post part. So suppose I try hi. You can see, I'm not sure if it's saved in the database or anything. What I want to do here is, I obviously want to make sure that text is set back to empty. So we set the state. But after that, let's say I type hello. Yep. Now what I want is, I just want to display. I'm not even going to check in Firestore if it's saved or not. That much confidence I need to have in myself. So in the post, I'm going to create a widget, and I'm going to call this comment card. Why am I creating comment card like this? Because it's always going to be inside of a post. It's not going to be outside of a post ever. That's why. So it will not be in common because it's not common. It's going to be in post. But post card is common because it can be used anywhere. Like we saw, we used it over here in the user profile screen and stuff. So here let's import material dart. We need access to a stateless consumer widget. Where is it? I will call this comment card. I will import Riverpod, and let's decide what we want. Well, first of all, I need access to the comment so that I can display it correctly, similar to our post card. So let's have comment, require the comment as well. And now what I want to do is return a container so that I can create a padding of constant edge and sets dot symmetric from the vertical direction 10, horizontal direction 4, and then we have child. The child is going to have a column, because in the column we are going to have children. In the children we are going to have a row. Why? See, suppose this is our comment card. Suppose this is our comment card. Well, this part here is going to be profile pic. Then I want the username, and then I want all the text to be showing up. So that just means I want a row, I want a column inside of a row, and in that row we are going to have children, where first is circle avatar, and I'm going to pass in the background image, and the background image is going to be network image, and that is going to be comment.user profile pic. And then also pass in a radius, which is 18. Then I need to display the text and the username. So first of all, I'm just going to create a column, but a row, column, row, then a column. That just means I want to use expanded widget. There's a good chance of using expanded widget when it comes to this. Then I want access to children. The first child is u/comment.username, and then I want style, which is going to be constant text style, and font weight is font weight dot bold. After that, we are going to copy this, paste it, and this is going to be comment.text, and we'll remove the style, not needed anymore. After this, I think that's pretty much it. If you want, you can add in the column here a button, which is icon button on pressed is like this, and this is going to be icons.reply. So if the user wants to reply to you, you can figure that out. I think there's enough knowledge for you to get started with this nested comment section. For our application, it's just going to be a simple application. Now what I want to do is wrap it with a row so that I can have a text created, and the text is going to be reply. Save it in, and now I just want to display it. So what can I do? Well, again, go to my post repository and get access to all the comments. So I'm just going to get stream of list of comment, and instead of writing all of this chunk again, what I can do is copy it from the stream of list of posts and paste it right here. I'm just going to get comments of post. I'm going to get the post ID here, and I'm going to return it. So I want to return comments where the post ID is equal to the post ID that I mentioned here, right? So I want to get comments where the post ID, which is, I hope, a property in that comment section, comments model. So let's go there. Do we have post ID? No, this is just called ID. Oh, actually it is called post ID. ID is the comment of the ID. Post ID is a comment, is the ID of the post where this comment lies. Now created at is descending true. All of that is true. Here I just want to return comment.from map, and all of that stuff is good, done. Now I can go to the post controller. I can get access to this line, paste it in, and I'm just going to get fetch post comments. I'm going to get access to the post ID. Then the post ID cannot be empty because we are on a post, that's why we are able to see its ID, correct? And then what I want to do is just do fetch comments of post. I'll mention the post ID, and we are going to return list of comment. Sweet. Now we can go at the top and create a stream provider for this. So it's going to be similar to this. All that we are doing right now is just revision of whatever we have done before. It's all the same thing, all is CRUD. Here what I want is get post comments provider, and then I want the post ID, and then I'm going to do get fetch post comments, and then I'll mention the post ID. Let's name this get post comments provider. I don't mind that. Now in the comment screen, what I want to do is in the column here, I'm going to have ref.watch get post comment provider, and then I want to pass in the post ID, which is widget dot post ID dot when, and whenever we get the data, what do we want to do? Whenever we get error, and then stack trace, all of that again copy paste. Save it. Now what I want to show here, Well, here it's just going to be list view builder, correct? So here list view builder, and then I want data.length, and first I will extract the data, which is comment, which is equal to data at a particular index, and then I will return the comment card. And then I'll pass in the comment. That's looking good. Now let's try to refresh the application and hope that this works. I think we are going to get an error. Here you can see our standard indexing error. I'll convert that into print of error.toString. I'll return the error text, obviously. Here, then I'm going to click over here, open it in website. And here you can see I just need to click on create index and it will create for us. So we have 3 indexes in total. We don't need any more, I think. So that's pretty much it. Now let's just remove the print call, and while that is happening, I just need to make a change in my comment repository. In my post repository, so that here whenever we add a comment, I need to make this change. So here, of course, we make sure that we set it correctly. And then other thing that I want to do is here I will have access to posts.document comment.postid.update, and here I'm going to update the comment count. Now I told I will explain it to you when we get there. The reason for that is all of this is displaying real time and everything due to the stream builder, and the comment icon that shows up here and the comment text that shows up here is also because of that only. So instead of contacting another stream that time and waste so many reads, because that will happen for every post. So if we have like 100 posts, we will have 100 reads plus 100 reads. So 100 reads of this post and then 100 reads of the comments collection. So instead of doing that, what I did was create a comment count variable in the post collection itself so that I can display it right there and there. And now whenever I add a comment, what I want to do is just do field value dot increment, and then I want to increment the comment counts variable by 1. This is not going to be a list of string or anything, because if it's not even unique, I don't care. It just has to be there, which is field value dot increment 1. I just care about the value. Now, of course, this will affect in our application. So what I want to do is go to data and delete the comments collection till now, so that I can add new comments, and then the comment count will also increase simultaneously, and we can see the correct output. So delete the comments collection or everything that's there in the comment document. Restart the application. Also wait for the indexing to be done. And while that is happening, I think we should not waste much more time on that. We will just go to our core folder. So let's go there. Actually, we can't go to core folder from here. I'll go to the core folder, and in the enums, I'm going to create a new enum here. What is that enum? Well, the user karma, our last feature. When our comment indexing is done, okay, yeah, it has been done. Let's just comment it for now so that we can test out the comments collection. So I'm just going to click on this comment icon. Here, let's just say I want to type something. And we are getting this error over here. Now to resolve this error, what we can do is go to the comment screen and wrap this list view builder with expanded so that it gets the maximum amount of space in this column. Now, after all of that is done, I think we can restart the application. I'll again go to this comment. Here I can type hello. Here it is. Now, of course, I want to shift it over here. So what I can do is in the column, add cross-axis alignment as cross-axis alignment.start. Save it. Actually, we don't need that in here, because this is the column for this entire thing. I just want to change the comment card. So I'll just go in the comment card And here in the column, let's add both of these things. And let's remove main axis alignment. That's of no need. This should work. And even here we need to add something. So here we are going to have cross axis alignment as cross axis alignment dot start. Save it. Now if I come over here, everything is over here. Now what I want to do is add some padding. So I'll wrap it with the widget of padding. And then I only want it from the left hand side. And I want it 16. Here it is. Looks good. Great. Now if I want anything else, I can keep typing stuff and click on enter. You can see it all works now. Great. And even this comment thing works. 1, 2. So everything is here working. Now the last part that we need to work on after comment section is the user karma. So we'll go to enums.dart and here create the user karma. So what are the user karmas that are going to be there? So first of all, there's going to be comment. Then there is going to be text-based post. Then link post. Then image post. Then award post. And delete post. So these are the places where we are going to get karmas. So whenever we get a comment, how much do we want to increase the karma by? It's not going to be standard. That means if the user does anything, they'll get plus or minus 1. No, everything is going to have their own point system or karma. So we are just going to create a route, or not even a route. We are just going to create a property called karma for this user karma. So we have this dot karma passed in here, and this should be a semicolon. Now we need to pass in everywhere. So for the comment, what is the karma going to be? Well, whenever the user comments, they get 1 karma. For the text-based post, 2. For the link-based post, 3. For the image post, 3. For the award post, 5. And for delete post, -1. That means why did the user delete? We don't want them to delete, right? If they are in our application, we want them to post more so that there is more engagement on our application. Sweet. Now these are the values that I've created on my own. These are not the real karma of Reddit. Now I just need to go to this every feature that we have and update the karma of the user. So where I'm going to go is user profile repository, and in this user profile repository I'm going to create a function of future void update karma. So we are just going to have update user karma, and then we are going to take from the parameter users karma, and what we want to do is return posts at the document of user.uid. So I don't want this, I want users document, and this should be user model, not user karma. So this will be user. So I just want to go to this users collection.document user.uid, and then here we are going to update the karma field. So we are going to have karma, and then we will pass in user.karma. And why are we doing this? Well, because in the controller we are going to update this user karma. So we are going to go here, scroll down and create a function called update user karma. And here we just need to get access to the karma of the user. So how much karma do we want to update? Because this is going to be a reusable function. That means we're going to use this function or call this function every single time we need to talk to this or we need to update the user karma, be it for post, comment, anything. So what I want to do is first of all read the user. So we have user model user is equal to ref dot read user provider. After we have that, what I want to do is user is equal to user dot copy with, and I'm going to copy the karma here as user karma dot karma. So what is this? Well, user karma is an enum in which there is a property of karma. So we have just copied that, and now we are going to talk with our repository. So we have user profile repository dot update user karma. We will pass in the user like this, then this will be async, then obviously our result dot fold and stuff. In case of error, nothing happens. In case of success, I just want to go ahead and update the user provider so that our user provider is there with the latest data, and that is just going to be user provider dot notifier because I want to update. And what is this that I want to update? Well, I just want to pass in user because I want to update the user provider with the newly karma that we have, right? Sweet. Now we can go to the post repository, and whenever we call this, I want to call not post repository, sorry. I want to go to the controller of post so that whenever we share some post, I want to update it. So after I share the post here, before setting state to false, I'm just going to have ref.read user profile controller provider dot notifier dot update user karma. And what is this type going to be? Well, we are in the text post, right? So I can just type user karma dot text post. Now if you're wondering why I used karma enums instead of a random string over here, that's because enums reduce the chance of mistyping a string. If we do something like this, this is much more secure, and you can see text post has its own value. I don't have to pass in text with the integer again and again. I can just pass text post and everything gets taken care of. Now I can copy this, paste it over here because this is going to be a link post. Save it, again go over here and have image post. I'll scroll down still because there is delete as well. So in case of delete, I want to do delete post. Then upvote, downvote, nothing happens. Add comment, something will happen. So I just want to do comment right here. And that's pretty much it. Awards we are going to see as the next feature. So we'll add that when we get there. But for now, let's restart our application. And for comment, let's see how much karma do we get. For comment, I get 1. So let's try to add a comment here. So I'll just click over here. Now if I type, hello, what are you doing? I don't know why you would ask this in a Reddit forum. Don't ask it ever. But anyways, I'll just go to my profile. Here I have 1 karma. That's great. But this is not because of our user provider. Keep that in mind. This is because of the stream provider that we are using. Because we have stored the changes in Firebase. And now we are just coming here and displaying the karma. The user provider is just so that our user provider just keeps track of the latest things. So that if ever we want to make any change, we can have that. Now I will just do an image post again, so that I can get a karma, and I'll call this Shrek and I'll post that in memes. Click on share. Posted successfully. We have Shrek over here. Now I'll just come back. I have 3 karma. That's great. But that doesn't really work because image post over here has 3, but comment had 1. So it should be 3 plus 1, right? So we have made an error in our post repository. Not post, sorry, user profile repository. So what I want to do here is user.karma is there. So we'll keep this as it is. I'll go to the controller of the user and here add user.karma plus karma.karma. You understand that? User.karma is whatever the karma user has already. So for example, we had 1 earlier because we commented and then we posted. So it would be 1 plus the newly karma, which is 3. So 1 plus 3, 4. So now later on we will update this again to 4, and when we want to update the user karma again, we will have 4 plus something, so that would give a new value. And that's why I said we want to keep the provider of the user up to date, because if it's not up to date, it will give us errors. Now I'll delete this post and see what I get. I get 2 karma, which is nice. I'll do this again. So I'll put Shrek in the memes community, click on share. Here it is. Now I should get something like 5. Here we have it. Great. Now that all of this has worked, you can check for a link and text as well. I'm sure it works. Now the next feature that we want to work on is awarding on the post. So we are going to start off by going to the postcard and here adding the award icon. So somewhere over here, we are going to add the award icon. Actually over here. And then whenever the user clicks on award, we want to show them a dialog box with the images that appear. So first of all, we want to get the assets of the awards already and then register it in constants, which I believe we have done already. Here it is. You can see. I'll explain this to you after we download the images and store it in the assets folder. Let's get started. So we are going to put an icon button here to just start off. And then the icon here is going to be icons.card gift card outline. Yep, that's fine. Now here let's just put a constant so that it's a gift, right? I mean, the gift icon is there. Great. Now what do I want? Well, whenever I click over here, I want to see a dialog, and in that dialog, I want a list of images. As I said, to get the list of images, you have to go over here. Link is mentioned, as I've already said multiple times before. Just go to this awards and download all these files. All these are awards, and if you want to search more awards, I'll mention another link in the description to check out more awards for Reddit. It's a great place. That's where I found all of these awards for. These are just 8, but Reddit has many. So just download that folder, and then, well, after getting this folder, simply open the images folder in Finder and just put awards there. Now you need to register that in pubspec.yaml file. So go down there, and here we are going to pass in assets/images/awards/. Make sure to add this slash before, because we are putting the entire folder over here, not just awards. And after that is done, let's stop the app execution, start it again, and start working on the dialog box that's going to appear on the screen whenever we click on the gift button. So it's going to be a very simple show dialog, and it is going to get a context, and the builder will also give us a context. Here we are going to return a dialog, and in that dialog, actually, what do I want? Well, it's going to be very simple. The child will have padding, so that we pad it from all the sides. So we have constant edge insets.all 20, and then its child will be grid view builder. Why grid view builder? Because I want it in a grid format. And the cross axis count, that means how many items should show in a row, should be 4. And what is the item count? Well, the item count is user.awards.length. So the item count will be how many ever awards the user has. With us right now there are 0, but we are going to make some change in authentication controller.dart authentication repository, my bad. And here, whenever the user signs in with Google, I want to give them award, some basic awards like TIL, which is one of the award. If you just go here, you'll find TIL, or you can find multiple more in the constants file. These are their names. So if you want, you can give all the awards so that, the user can award any. I'm going to give all, but you can also choose to give some and make some of them premium. That's how it works in our app or in Reddit. But anyways, let's just copy paste everything. Of course, if you want, you can make this into an enum and then use it. That would be great. But for me, I'm just going to pass in strings. Great. Now I've put in everything as an award. So whenever the user signs in with Google, they get all the awards when they create a new account. Great. Now I can go to the postcard. Of course, now our user doesn't have any award. We'll have to delete our user and then show it again. So instead of that, just to demonstrate how this is going to work, I'm going to go to the Firebase console and add awards to the user by default. Anyway, so here I want image.network to show up, and the image.network will have constants.awards. Since this is a map, right? We have a map of string awards. I want to get a particular award. So here I'm going to extract the award first from this user.award. So we have user.awards at index. Now that I have this particular award, which is of the type string, right? Because in our auth controller, in our auth repository, we have created a list of string of these awards. So here I just need to pass that award here. So I'm going to grab it, and this can't be null. So basically it will go to this constants award, right? And then it will grab the particular award that we have selected. For example, if it's the TIL one, we'll get that from user.awards at index. This is the particular string. Then it will fetch the path of the image in our application from constants, and here it is. For example, TIL is this. And this is basically constants.awards path assets at image award, something like this. Great. Now after having this, let's see what we get. I'll click over here. This is pretty big. And we should be getting, and we are getting nothing. So now what I want to do is go to the Firestore console. And for our users, I'm going to pass in, some awards by default. So what is this user going to have? Well, which user is this? Yeah, this is our account, Catman. So we'll have TIL, we'll have Platinum because we are smarts, and we'll also have Gold. Great. Now I can just restart the app so that I get all the awards now. Great. Now if I click over here, these are the three images. They don't show up. And the reason for this error is basically here we have passed in image.network. It should be image.asset because we are getting it from the root of our file. Now if I try to show, here we have it. Today I learned award. This is the platinum and this is the gold award. Great. Now I just need to shrink its size. So what I can do is wrap it. Actually just pass shrink wrap to true. Right now you can see they're all coming in line, which looks great already. Now I just need to pass some padding between these awards. So what I can do is just wrap them with a simple padding widget. That should be great. Now if I click over here, they are much smaller and look better. If you want, you can obviously remove the padding or decrease it or whatever. It's on your preference. Now let's get into the user awarding logic. So what should happen? Well, I'm going to log out from here and log in with a different account because it wouldn't make sense for me to use the same account continuously, correct? And now if I come here, I think I've logged in with the same account, my bad. I'm going to log in with a different account. And here if I try to award, there's nothing for me to award. Well, I have to give some awards to this user as well. Of course, if you want, you can clean your database and try again. I'm sure it will work. So I'm just going to pass in TIL and let's say awesome answer. So we need to pass in like this, I guess. Not awesome answer because this is the award name over here, the key value of the map. Again, we need to restart and this time I'm sure it should show up. Here it is, awesome answer and TIL awards. Now what I want to do is I'm awarding the opposite person, right? If I click over here and click on this TIL, it should gift it to this Catman and show up in the profile, in the posts right here, just before the title, below the community name and the username. So it should award to the post, but it should be stored in Catman's profile, if that makes sense. So in terms of Firebase, this should get removed from here and get transferred to the awards over here. Simple. So now let's write a logic for it. Now that we've broken down, it should be a piece of cake for us. We're just going to go to the post repository and create a function so that we can have future void, and since it's the same thing, well, let's just copy one of the functions for future void. This looks good. Paste that in. So I'm going to call this award post, and this will be post string of award, and this will be string of sender ID. Sender ID is basically the user ID, because if we are calling the function, we are only going to send it. So sender ID is same as user ID, but just to make much more sense, this is it. Now let's remove this from here and paste it over here. So we want to go to the post ID, and then we want to update. What do I want to update? The awards section. So this will be awards, and then we are going to have field value dot array union, and we are going to pass in award. Simple. So we just went to the post ID and in the post collection we just updated the post award so that we can display the awards over here. Another thing that we want to do is go to the users document. So we have users.document, and we have not created the users collection, I guess. So let's create one for users. Let's call this underscore users, and this will be users collection. Scroll down again, and here we'll have users.doc, and then we want to pass in sender ID dot update, and then what do we want to update? Again awards, but here I want to do field value dot array remove, right? Because we want to go to the sender ID and we are gifting the award, so we want to remove it from our database because it is no longer our property. And similar thing we want to do for the post.uid. So to the person whom we are sending, we want to do array union, and then we'll do the same award thing right here. And we'll do write. Of course, we know it is of the type future void, so here we can call the update method like we have done multiple times before. Now I just need to go to the controller and create a function for it called void award post. So what all do I need access to? Well, we are going to require the post. I want the post details. I want to require the string award, and then I want to require the build context. Now again, this is going to be asynchronous because we are going to talk with the post repository, but anyways, I want to get access to user, which is ref.read user provider. Then I want to do final res is equal to await post repository dot award post. Then I'll pass in the post award, and the sender ID is user.uid because it's our ID. And then we are just going to do res.fold, and whenever we get left, we just want to show a simple snack bar saying l.message. Otherwise we have write, that means success. In case of success, we have to do multiple things. First, I want to update the user karma. So I'll have ref.read user profile controller provider dot notifier dot update user karma. And what is this user karma going to be? User karma dot award post. Then I want to do ref.read user provider.notifier, because now the award decreased from the user. So we need to update that, and this is also going to be one task more. Well, what is this task going to be? I just want to do state.awards.remove, and I want to remove the particular award that we just received. So state right now has the user model. So I'm just saying state can be null. So if it is null, don't do anything. But if it's not null, then just remove the particular award from this awards array. And then just return the state, which is the newly made state. And we don't have to do return state over here. We need to do return state over here inside of this ref. Great. Now after having this, I just want to do routemaster.offContext.pop. So just understand this. We are just updating the user karma first. So the user karma is award post. Then we are updating the user provider so that we remove the particular award that we awarded to another person. And then we are just popping off the route. Simple enough. Now let's just go to the postcard and create a function for that. So it's going to be similar to this downvote post. I'm going to copy and paste it. Call this award post. This is going to be award post. So what all do we need here? Well, post will be post. Award will be whatever the user selects. So here we need to pass in the particular award. And the third thing is the build context. So we'll pass in context as context. And obviously we need that over here. We can take this award post and push it down where I can have this padding. Padding should be wrapped with a gesture detector because I want to click on that award and get access to it. But we're not going to do it over here. We're going to wrap our image.asset with that padding. Not really. I think we have to do it over here only, gesture detector, because if I click over here, I want to be able to send this TIL if I click over here also. Alright, it doesn't matter if I click over here or here or here. I don't want it to be sent only when I click over here. I also want when it's clicked on the surrounding. So I'm just going to have on tap, pass this award post in, and all the necessary things are already sent across. Sweet. Now let's refresh our app, and obviously we won't be able to see anything, but it should decrease from our side. So I'm going to send on some answer and see it doesn't stay in our part. That's cool. Now if I refresh, you can see we don't have it. Great. Now what I can do is go up and display it just below the title and all. Right here. So here we are just going to have a check that if post.awards is not empty, then what do we want? Well, it's something like this. Because if post award is not empty, then I want to display a list of elements, and we can't directly put a list of elements over here. So I'm just using this operator so that I can disintegrate the list later on. So what is this? Well, first of all, I want a sized box of height 25. Not 25. 25 will be too much. Just 5 so that I leave some space from the top. And then I'm going to have sized box of height 25 so that, you know, I can display a list view builder over here. So I will just have list view builder. Now what is the item count going to be? Post.awards.link, and then I want to return. So what am I going to return? Image.asset, and this will be constants, similar to what we have done before. Constants.awards, and then I also need access to the post name that we have. So we have post.awards at index, just like we did before, right? But right now we just put it in a single line just so that you not get confusing. What I'm going to do is copy this line from here, and then I'm going to create an award for it called final award is equal to this. I'll take this and pass this award in. Now I hope it makes sense. It's the same thing that we did before. We just grabbed the name of that award in the form of a string, and then we are showing it from the map, and we are getting the path of the image asset, and we're not able to see it. So let's try to increase its size. Let's say its height is 23. Here it is. Now I just want it to be in the horizontal format. So I'll just have axis, not axis, scroll direction, and scroll direction will accept axis dot horizontal. Save it, and here it is. This is the award. Now what if I add another award to it? Let's see what other awards do we have. Rocket, let's put that in, and I'll refresh the application. I'll click over here and then send rocket. Here it shows up, pretty good. It is nowhere in our place. Now I'll just log out of this application, continue with Google so that I can log into the account of Catman. Here we have Catman, and now if I click over here, you can see I have these many awards with me. Earlier I had put only 3 of them, but I got Awesome Answer and Rocket with me. Of course, if I try to give myself some award, it will show up over here, but it's getting awarded to me only. Here it is, TIL. Great. Now that we have completed this award feature, the next part is guest login. We have completed all the features of our application. If you want, you can check it thoroughly. I'll just log out, and now I want to work on this feature. So whenever I click over here, I want to skip guest login, and whenever I do guest login, there are multiple features that are to be restricted. So let's dive into it. Alright, so I'm going to close all the save files. Then I'm going to minimize all the folders and just open the necessary folders, which is the auth repository first of all. Then I'm going to go here, copy this entire sign in with Google function and paste it, because I'm going to have similar thing for sign in as guest. Here first of all, I'm going to remove everything. All of this is not even needed for our application now. What I want is very simple. Variable user credential is equal to await auth.signin anonymously. So when we sign in anonymously, we are signed in as a user account. And here what I want to do is remove this additional user info and all of that, because if the user is signed in as a guest, there ought to be a new user. Then let's just have this user model, then remove the else condition, and we are going to return right the user model. But before that, obviously now we need to make certain changes here. So first, the name is going to be guest. Of course, we are not going to show that name anywhere, but just in case. So we have guest. The profile picture is going to be constants.avatar default. We're not going to show them anywhere. Banner will be this. Karma will be 0. Is authenticated is false. Though the user is authenticated, as I've already said, this is basically is guest or not. Awards, nothing they're going to get. And there should be a parenthesis just to end this user model. Simple. Now we will just have rest of the things done as it is. We can go to the auth controller, and when we sign in with Google, the same thing we're going to do with sign in as guest. sign in as guest. State will be true, that means it's loading. Then we are going to sign in as guest. Then state will be false. Then show snack bar. We are going to update the user according to their user model. Sweet. Now I just need to bind this in the login screen function. So where is this? So we are just going to have void sign in as guest, and then we are just going to access widget ref from here, ref, and then we are going to contact ref.read auth controller provider .notifier .sign in as guest, and then we need to pass in the build context here. So let's pass the build context as well. Then we are just going to take this function, pass it to the skip. Here we will pass in ref and the context, and then we are done. Of course, we should be getting error now. That's why I have not clicked on anything, so that I can see a snack bar showing an error. Why? The error message should tell us. And you can see this continuous loading is there. The reason for that is if we go to the authentication tab, and here in the sign in method, we have not allowed as a sign in method as anonymous sign in. So we need to enable that and then click on save. Then we can restart the application. Then click on skip. And here we are skipped. Now here there are certain changes that we would like to make. First of all, I want to display the post. Alright, here it is empty because we are not in any community, and we also need to obstruct that. So let's get started very quickly. What we are going to do is close again all the save files and visit one feature one by one. So first of all, I want to just go to the home screen so that I can obstruct many things. First of all, I want to make sure that whenever the user clicks over here, they can't do anything because they can't edit my profile, they can't log out. All they can do is visit this, and they should not even see this create a community. They should be seeing a sign in button. So to break things very simply, I just want to remove this button for them. So in the drawer button, I'm just going to pass in something like if it is a guest or not. So here I'll have final is guest is equal to user dot is authenticated. So if user is authenticated, they are not a guest. So if user is not authenticated, then they are a guest. So we'll add exclamation mark here. I'll take this is guest and then put it down here in the drawer. Actually, not in the drawer, in the end drawer. So if it is a guest, then I don't want to show anything. Otherwise, a profile drawer. If it is null, then you can see whenever we click over here, nothing really happens. The user can see the profile, but whenever they click over here, nothing happens. Now I also want to do the same thing for this search. Or actually, let's keep it this way. The users can search their community. Now I just need to obstruct the creation of the posts. So what I can do is in the bottom navigation bar, add this check. So if it is guest, then show nothing. Otherwise, a Cupertino app bar is just fine. Here you can see it went away. Now I want to do over here. But here, instead of not showing create a community, we are going to show a button that will tell them to sign in. So we are going to go to the drawer, which is the community list drawer. And here we are going to tell them if it is a guest. So of course we need to get two things here, user provider and user authentication part. Paste that in, import user provider. Then we are going to check if it is a guest, then I want a sign in button. Otherwise the list style is fine, right? Now you can see we are showing this. I also want to do it this way. So if it is a guest, then if it is not a guest, then only I want to show all of these providers so that I don't have to waste my stream over here, right? So whenever it is not a guest, then only we will show. Otherwise, why even waste time just sending a read request there? Now here comes another problem. In the sign in button here, if I try to click Google, continue with Google, it will tell, well, it will just sign us in. I want to make sure that I link this guest account with the Google account. So basically right now I'm in a guest account, which is anonymous account. If you just go to the users, here it is, the anonymous. So if the user decides to log in at any point, I want to make sure that I convert this anonymous account into the respective Google account. I just don't leave this anonymous account anyhow. So how are we going to give an approach to that? Well, we are going to create a boolean value here, which is final bool is from login. Usually it is going to be set to false. So it's is from login. This dot is from login is equal to false because initially it is set to false. If we want to change that in community list drawer, we can change it. So here actually it is going to be true, sorry, because sign in button is generally used in the login screen. So if it is from the login, yeah, it is. But in case it is not, then we can pass it over here. So here we can pass in is from login false, right? So it is not from login. So if it is not from login, then I just want to pass it to my controller, and controller will pass it to our auth repository. So here I'm going to have boolean is from login, and here I'm going to make some conditions. What are those conditions? I can write it right here. So if is from login, then I want the user credential, so I can create it right here so that we avoid the scoping error of that, and then I can paste that in. Otherwise, I want user credential to be equal to await auth.link auth.current-user.link with credential, and then we'll pass in the credential. Remove this line here, and there we have it. So what changed and what does this mean? So if the user is from login screen, then we want this to have user credential should be sign in with credential, because you're going to sign in with whatever it has. Otherwise, we are not going to create a new account. We are just going to take the guest account, which is the current user, and then I'm going to link the credential of that guest account with the Google sign-in account. Now I just need the same thing here. So I can have boolean is from login. I can pass that in. I can pass that over here as well. Simple. Now if I refresh my application, what does that mean? Well, I'll just click on continue with Google here, and let's say I decide to log in with the Rivan contacts account. And here actually we don't need this. We can just have constant sign in button and that should work. So now if I refresh the application and then try to do something like continue with Google, you can see Rivan contacts is there and all of the data also shows up. Sweet. Now I'll again log out because I want to skip it. And here also if we just reload, so we have this done. Now I just want to sign, and the reason it's not showing up is because my app has lagged. If I just restart it, here you can see nothing shows up. That's nice. Now whenever we join a community, let's say memes community is there, I search it, I should not get the join option. So I'll close the save file. I'll go to the community screen, and here instead of showing anything, we are just going to check if is guest, and obviously we need to create that variable. So where is our drawer, community list drawer? I'm just going to copy this line, paste it over here, and just take this and have if it is a guest, then we don't want this. So if it is not a guest, only then do we have to display all of this. So now the join button is now gone. The same thing we are going to do for post card. So whenever we upvote or downvote a post, let's go to the memes since nothing shows up right now for us. I don't want to get access to upvote or downvote. So I'm just going to go to the post card and have the simple is guest variable. So let's paste that again. And here we are going to have things very simply. We can navigate to community, we can navigate to user profile, but here we can't first of all delete it because we can't even add our own thing. So let's just ignore it. Where is the upvote icon? Here. So if it is a guest, then we want an empty function, otherwise like this. Now I'm just going to copy paste it for the downvote. So if it is a guest, an empty function, otherwise nothing. We can still navigate to communities, but there we can't get the option to comment. We'll get there. But yeah, this is pretty much it. Over here also, if it is a guest, then we want an empty function, otherwise nothing. So we won't be able to give. Now here, if you see, I'm not able to upvote, downvote. I can still navigate to comment, but here I'm just going to block off this text field. So go to the comment screen, and here when we get this text field, we are just going to check if it is a guest. If it is a guest, if it is not a guest, then only the text field should appear. So I'm just going to copy and paste these two lines. Let's import user provider as well now. Now we have that. So if it is not a guest, we won't, or if it is not a guest, only then will we see this text field. Right now, it's not available for us. Sweet. Now we have restricted almost all the features I can think of. You can see. Now the next part is displaying the top 10 posts for the user from the screen. So here, so now we need to fetch the guest posts. So we can do that in the user profile or in the post. So I'm just going to go ahead and create that in the post repository. Wherever I've created the posts, user posts right here, I'm just going to paste that in, but here I'm going to have fetch guest posts. I'm going to return posts where I don't want any of this. I just want to have order by created at descending true so that I can display the latest posts. And then I just want to limit it to 10 because I don't want to get access to newer I don't want to get like more than 10-20 posts. I don't want to waste my memory and stuff on a guest who hasn't even signed into my application, very frankly. So now after having all of this done, that's exactly all we need. Now just go to the post controller and create a function similar to this one. Fetch user posts will now be fetch guest posts, and here we don't need the list of communities. We are just going to do fetch guest posts. So we don't need stream value also. And what do we need here? It says list of communities is needed, but no, it's not needed for us. So yeah, this is pretty much it. Let's go at the top, see why we're getting this error. This is because we have imported data.html. Remove that. And now we need a provider for guest posts. So similar to user post provider, we are going to have guest posts provider. And we are just going to fetch guest posts, remove the family. No need of that anymore. And here, that's it. That's all that we need. We can come back to the feed screen and we can copy this entire thing from here. But actually we can copy this entire return function to make it neat looking. So here we can just have is guest, and obviously we need that. So if it is not guest, then this will happen. Otherwise this will happen. And also put in curly braces like this. So if it is not a guest, then we want all of this to happen. Remove the print call. Remove the print call. If it is not a guest, the user is authenticated. That means we want to show their community based. Otherwise, we just want to show you the guest posts provider, and we won't even show it the community. Yep, that's all. Now we need to get access to guest, is guest or not. So we can go to the community list drawer, copy both of these lines, paste that in over here, and also get access to user provider. Restart the application, and you might not see anything different because these are the latest posts. But yeah, these are the latest posts. We can't do anything about it. So this is all that we have. Now again, if we want, we can continue with Google, sign into some account. And now what we can do is upvote, downvote, anything. And we have list of communities as well. So guest restricted features are now over. Now I will execute my app and start running it on the web version. We need to configure it for the web now. And it's going to be quite a task because we have to change multiple things now. So let's get started with Flutter run -d web -- not web. You have to write Chrome here, and then you can pass in web renderer HTML. Why do we need web renderer HTML? The reason for that is the default web renderer is canvas, and if we do it on canvas, then we won't be able to see the images. It will give you some kind of error. So we will use the web renderer HTML, run it, and let's wait for it to launch. Close the pixel emulator, and yeah, let's wait. Alright, so our web version has loaded now. I can come over here. The design looks quite good, no doubt about that, but this button is quite big. So to get it in line, first let's close all the folders. Here we are going to create a new folder called responsive, which will contain all the responsiveness controlling files, you can say. And this will be called responsive.dart. Here we are going to import material child. We are going to create a stateless widget called responsive. And here we are going to return a constraint box. And in this constraint box, we need to pass in a constraints, which will be of the type box constraints, where we need to specify max width. What is the max width in our application going to be? Well, 600. So whatever we wrap with this responsive widget, they can't exceed the size of 600. So here, obviously we need a child so that we can wrap and make this a parent. So here we will also need child. Now we are going to require this child, and thus we can pass that child over here. Save it, and now we can go to the login screen and then wrap the particular widget, which is the sign in button, with that responsive, and import that responsive button over here. Now restart the application, and here we have it. But you can see that it shifted to the left. I don't want that. I want it to be in the center, so I'm going to wrap it with the center widget as well. Save it and restart. Here it is in the center. Now whenever I click over here, I want to sign in with Google. Let's see if it's working. No, it's not. The reason for that is this is not how we are going to sign in on web. This is not the way to do it. Even in the documentation, it's written. So for that to work, we need to go to the auth repository and here put in a condition. So here we will check if K is web. That means if we are on the web version, then what do we have to do? Well, we are going to require user credential. So we'll put that at the top. And then we are going to have Google Auth provider, which is equal to Google Auth provider dot, not dot, but this much is enough. Now we have access to the instance of Google Auth provider. What I can do is Google provider dot add scope and specify a scope, which is https://www.googleapis.com/auth/contacts.read only. That would mean we have access to reading the contacts of the user. And then what I need to do is user credential is equal to await auth dot sign in with pop. And then we'll pass in Google provider, and that's pretty much it. So if we are on the web, 3 lines and we get signed in. Otherwise, all of this will happen, which is all of this commotion. So we'll pass all of this in. Then all of this must happen. User model creation, taking the user ID and using that everywhere. Because why should they be outside of the else condition? Because on the web, auth.signin with pop-up works, and on Android iOS, sign in with credential or link with credential, either of them works. Great. Now after having that done, let's try to restart the application in our terminal and continue with Google. And when I try to sign in, it says Google hasn't verified, but I'm fine with it. I'm just going to go to Reddit clone, even if it's unsafe, because it's my application, and then I'll click on continue. This is because of the scope that we added. If you don't want it, just remove that Google provider add scope, and that's working. Now I just need to make this good looking because it looks terrible. So what am I going to do? Well, I'm going to go to the feed screen, and in the list view builder, not even list view builder, I'm going to wrap everything in the postcard itself, because this postcard is used everywhere. So I'm just going to wrap it with the responsive widget, and let's import that responsive widget and restart the application. Here we see everything comes in line, and I like it this way actually. This is pretty good. Now what I want to do is, well, about this app bar. So I'm just going to close everything. I am going to go to the home screen again, and here the bottom navigation bar, we want to remove this if we are on the web version. So if we are a guest or we are on web, so if K is web, then we want this to be null. So now I can restart the app, and here it is gone. Now if we are on web, I want the plus sign to be right over here so that I can click over here. Now how can I do that? Well, I can take this icons.add and put that in the actions icon right after the search icon. So here I'm going to have icon button on pressed will be empty for now, and the icon will be whatever I just copied. Also put that as a constant, and this should appear, but my concern is showing the add screen and we haven't created a route for that. So let's go in the router and create a route for that. So we are just going to copy this, paste it, and this is going to be add post, not add post type. So add post screen doesn't require anything as such, so it will just be a constant material page route. Now here I can create that function, or you can create at the top anything. Just to simplify it, I'm just going to do it over here. Of course, I would highly recommend you to create a function outside. Then I can do push, add post, and then click on done. I can restart the application. And now if I click over here, you can see we are on this screen, but this doesn't really look good. The reason this is black screen is because if we go to the add post screen, this is not enclosed in a scaffold. So we need to wrap it with the scaffold body. So we'll pass that as a body over here, restart the application, and here we are. Looks good. We want to increase the size as well. So if we are on web, then I want the size to be 180, otherwise 120. And if we are on web, then this size should also increase. This should become 90, 60. Now restart. Although it does look good, I just want it to look much better. So I'm just going to have 360 here, and this should be 120. Save it, and here it is. This looks much better, doesn't it? Now if I click over here, I go to the image screen. Of course, I need to design this as well. So I'm going to close this, go to add post type screen, and wrap this with the responsive widget again. So let's just wrap it here, import responsive, restart the application once again. Here it is. If I go to the text, here it is. Link, here it is. Everything works, but now this part doesn't work, which is the image picking part. If I try to pick some image here, let's say Android logo, it doesn't show up. It gives us an error. The reason for that is Dart.io packages don't work over here. We need to make sure that it's of the type uint256. So here basically whenever we get the result, we want to check if we are on web. If we are on web, then we want to set state and set banner, and then I'll create uint8 list, and this will be called banner web file, and we'll just use banner web file is equal to res.files.first .bytes. Alright, now I can take this banner web file, go down where we display the image, and here put it in. So here I'm going to check if banner web file is not equal to null. So if banner web file is not equal to null, then I want image.memory and then pass in banner web file. Of course, this won't be null because I've already checked it. And then we are going to proceed ahead with other checks that we have already made. Now if I restart the app, try to pick an image here, Android logo, here you can see it shows up beautifully. Now the same thing we will have to change multiple places. So I'm going to keep this tab alive and go to other tabs, which is the community screen, right? So let's navigate by the route, because why not? Then go to Flutter dev. We are not a moderator here, we can't change anything. Let's go to memes. We are not a moderator there as well. Let's create a new community, and of course create community screen also needs a help. So we are going to wrap it with the responsive widget. You can see how easy it is with the responsive, just a single line and the whole thing becomes responsive all of a sudden. And now here I want to create a new screen. Let's say la 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 and create a community. I'll go to la la la, and here in the mod tools I want to have edit community. Of course edit community screen needs our help. So let's go there. Wrap the entire thing with the responsive widget and save it. Let's restart and see what we get. Here it is, looks good. Now I want to be able to select image here again. So I'm going to, where did my reference go? Well, never mind. I'm just going to type it again. uint8 list is what I'm going to get. This is called banner web file. And the same thing we are going to create for profile file, which is profile web file. Then here we are going to have if k is web, Then I want to set state and set banner web file is equal to res.files.first.bytes. Otherwise, this thing is okay. Then I just want to do the same thing right here. So we have if k is web, then we have set state profile web file is equal to res.files.first.bytes. Else, again, we are having this line right here. Simple enough. Now I can go down and use all of this. So if banner web file is not equal to null, then I want image.memory and then I'll pass in banner web file with an exclamation mark because it can't be null. Same thing for my profile file. Here I'm just going to check if profile web file is not null, then we'll pass in profile web file. And if all of this works, I'm just going to copy paste in our profile screen. Let's see, we can get the Apple logo. Yeah, we do. We can get the Android logo. Yep. But we still have the problem because we have not wrapped it with circle avatar. We need to wrap it with circle avatar and show it. So here this is going to be memory image, pass in the web profile web file, and that's pretty much it. I just need to restart. Now I can select Apple, Android, and when I click save, it should be able to save, but it won't save. The reason for that, you can see in nothing got saved. The reason for that I'll mention in just a while when we fix this error. Let's do it right now actually. So I want to be able to do that in the storage repository provider here. So whenever we get this, we want another file called uint8list, and this is going to be web file. So that's why this is also nullable here. So we have required uint web file. So if we are on web, then we want to do this. So if k is web, then I want to create upload task as a variable in the function like this, and then in the else block I can do this. So if we are on Android, iOS or any other thing, we can do ref.put file. Otherwise, upload task is equal to ref.put data, and the data is web file like this. Now we need to resolve the errors everywhere that we've got them. So let's go to the post controller. First of all, we need access to the web file. So we'll get the web file, and this file right here, web file, and this will be of the type uint8list. So now we have resolved that error. We can go to add post type screen. Let's see, here we need to pass that web file. So we'll pass that web file, which is banner web file. In user profile controller, we'll have to do it 2 times because we need to do it for banner and web both. So here we can have uint8list, uint8list. This is profile web and banner web profiles. Simple. Now we just need to resolve the errors. That's it. You can do it on your own and just confirm with me if you want. There's no need to follow along, I would say. Then here I need to pass in banner. So web file is banner web file. I need to go to the screens and pass that in as well. So we have banner web file as, and in edit profile screen we can't resolve it because we have not created such thing yet. But yeah, we are going to create it now. So we have profile file like this. So now I think we have resolved it almost everywhere except this part. And in user profile we will do in just a while. But yeah, let's just get access to all of this as uint8list. everything is the same thing. That's why we are getting these many errors. Just pass stuff like this and the web file like this. Great. Now we are coming to the end of this whole scenario. So yeah. Now let's finally do whatever we did over here. We are just going to create some variables at the top. Import that from foundation or type data, whatever. Close all of this. We directly need to talk with the edit community screen, so nothing is needed in between. And here we'll have this function. These two functions are going to be the exact same thing, so let's copy them and paste it right here like this. And this will be banner web file, profile web file, and we need the same logic as well. So let's copy that logic, go down, paste it over here, and where is it? Here? Yeah, I think this is it. We can go to the circle avatar and paste that in. Alright, after doing all of this, we need to wrap this with the responsive widget as well, because this is not responsive yet. Now it is. Finally restart the whole application. A lot of changes were made. I hope all of them work. So we are going to start off by my profile. Visit the edit profile. I'm going to call this now Spider-Man and select the Apple logo here. This is going to remain the same. Click on save. I'll go to my profile. You can see Spider-Man changed, but this arrow didn't. And this is not working mainly because I think here in the community controller, we need to go to the controllers. We're having something like this. So if banner file is not null, then only this will happen. But in our case, banner file is null, but this is not null, which is profile web file. So what we need to do is, if profile web file and profile and not and or is not equal to null. So if profile file is not null or profile web file is not null, then we want this to run, right? So I can do the same thing over here, which is banner web file is not null. Now let's see if it's working or not. I'm going to restart, and in community, I'm going to edit the community here. Let's say I select the Android logo, I select the Apple logo and click on save. It is saving, that's a good sign. I'll come back. La has Apple icon and the Android icon. That means it's working well enough. The same thing we need to do for my profile. So this simple change is to be brought in. We can just go to the user profile controller and then have if profile is not null or profile web file is not null. Here I can have or banner web file is not null. Then all of this should happen. Now restart the app and you can test it out on this platform, which is my profile. I want to change this to, let's say, web logo. I'm just going to pass that in. This is going to be Firebase and I'll say Firebase. Click on save. It's working. We are Firebase now. Congratulations to us. We can change this to Apple logo again. We can click on save and Firebase still remains the same. Apple logo is there. That's good news for us. That means our app is now working well. If we come over here, let's see if we can post from here. So I'll put cat and I'll say catman is this. I'll click on share. Please enter all the fields is what it says, but that's not the case over here. So I'm just going to close all the save file. I'm going to go to add post type screen, and here I'm just going to check and put this in bracket. So if widget type is image and banner file is not null, or banner web file is not null. So this is important to be put in brackets. Otherwise, if you don't put it in brackets and put it like this, you will have if widget type is an image and banner file is not null or banner web file is not null, and this, it will consider it to be true even if this is having some value but the title controller title is empty or widget type is not image. So make sure to put that in the parenthesis. That means this should be true, this should be true, that means banner file is not null or banner web file is not null, and title controller should not be empty. Now if I try to restart the app, and here I just put the catman, where did it go? Here it is, catman, and then share. Here it is, posted successfully. I can go back to the home screen via the routing. We have managed that routing. Here it is, catman. We can upvote, downvote, anything we want. So I think we have created a responsive website. Everything works including all of this. Now the last part is shifting these upvote icons right here at the top. So let's close this. Go to the postcard, and here I'm going to figure it out. Well, we have this expanded icon. I just want to push that in this row itself. So here I'm just going to check first of all if we are on web version, right? If we are on web version, then I don't need your icon buttons showing up. So if we are on web, these upvote and downvote icons should go away. Comment icons can stay, but upvote, downvote should not be there. So if it is not on web, if it is not on web, only then it should be visible, otherwise not visible. Restart, and we don't have that anymore. Now I just want to take this row, copy it, not cut it, copy it, because they should still be accessible on mobile. But on web, what I want is just push it as the first child is the row, and this should be column, because right now they will be right like this in the row. I want them to be in the vertical direction. Now if I restart, you can see I get upvote and downvote. I just need to shift them up, so I just do main axis alignment as main axis alignment dot start. Save it. It doesn't work, so I think we need to pass it over here, cross axis alignment dot start. A lot of difficulty over here, but yeah, we have managed it. So if we are on web, this should show up, otherwise the thing is just fine, we can have it over here. So here we have it. Now if I go to comments, of course this part is left. Let's go to the comment screen, only screen I think we have not touched. And here I think postcard is already in the responsive format, so I want to get this text field in the responsive format. So I'll just wrap it with the responsive widget. I'll import it and restart the application here. Here it is. And obviously the comment card should also be responsive. So I'll just wrap them with the responsive widget. Import it, restart it. And here we have it. Now if I just say hi, here it is. And it is in a pretty restricted format, which I like. That's great. So all of this is now done. I think this is it for the application. If you want this image to be something else, you can change the box fit for the postcard over here. So if you have image.network image.network, where is it? Here You can change it to be contain or whatever you like. Restart the application and here you'll get your perfect application, but I like cover better. So this is it. I'll just run it on the Android emulator as well, just to show you that both of them are working side by side and they're in the good condition. Of course, if it works well on the Android emulator, that means you've configured it correctly for the, you can say, iOS emulator as well. So let's wait for it, and then if it works properly, we can wrap the tutorial. So here we have our application. I'll click on continue with Google. I've signed in with the same account, but you can see our upvote icons are still visible. We need to make sure that they're not visible on the Android emulator. So I'll just have this as, if it is web, then only they should be visible. Here we have it, right? So they are not visible anymore, but on web, if I restart, they should be visible. Here you can see they are visible. That's great. And I think nothing really changed. Everything is looking the same to me. That just means we have completed the application successfully. Let's just see if it's light mode or dark mode works. Yup, it works successfully in our application. That's awesome. So this is it for the tutorial. Thank you so much for watching. See you in the next video.